And we'll finish up our conversation. There's no rush to finish it up.
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
So this is we're not going to have any viewers anymore because we keep turning them into hosts. Man, you
Well,
deny numbers.
you'll still have Print,
Oh
Huddly
yeah.
Doodly. He'll be
Oh
there,
yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah.
Probably, maybe.
I mean, live streams take forever to get going, and I'm doing YouTube in the exact opposite way. Oh yeah, here's tonight's first call. It's just from Total Wine. It's pretty
Oh, very
good.
nice.
It's not rye legally, but it is
Mhm.
has rye in it. So
Right now,
it,
I'm just having a beer, but I think once I get done, right now I'm waiting. Right now, I've got a steak out on the counter.
there you go.
I'm letting it get to room temperature. And when I cook that, I'll probably start having some scotch or some
Oh, there
wine.
you go. There you go. Nice. Yeah. As long as you don't have the hard stuff too soon after the beer or the wine, because was it the saying we had in sales? Beer before liquor, never sicker. Liquor before
Yeah,
beer, and you're in the clear.
yeah, it's I've heard that before. I
It's
don't.
true. It's true.
Yeah. I,
I'll drink all night on hard liquor, but if I drink beer first, I'm absolutely screwed.
Man, we got a new guy at the office. He might put that to shame because he like one of my coworkers had to go on a business trip with this guy who started working with us after our merger. And he said
Mm.
when he met him at the bar, he had like 6 double jacks, then did like 4 shots of tequila, and then was just drinking like Miller Lite for the rest of the night. And it's like, gee whiz, man. Like I like to pull a cork just as much as anybody else, but that's if you drink like that, eventually your liver's gonna have more holes in it than a fine cheese.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. It's a good point. But he did end with the beers, so that's probably his
Yeah,
sobering up drink.
yeah, exactly.
He's come
Yeah.
down. People have terrible habits, and it does affect them. I just keep track of my blood counts. I go through and put my blood in the lab every
Mm.
6 months or so, and just check on things. So far, I've actually been healing everything since I hate to be one of those like Twitter dudes who's like seed oils are terrible, but I stopped using like processed peanut oil and switched over to beef tallow, and like a lot of my
Oh, beef
metrics.
tallow is amazing. I love beef tallow.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I don't know what I was doing before.
Well, it's
A
just
lot
like
of blood on that. Yeah.
well, I mean, it's the whole thing about like our ancestors, like all the way up until like the 1950s, they just would use like butter and animal fat to cook their
Yeah.
food, and it's like suddenly when we started using like plastic and like fake cheese, like everyone started having all these health problems. Like
Yeah.
what a concept.
It's the wars, man. Like World War One and Two did a number on us. I think World War Two more so because so much was rationed, and we
Yeah.
needed like industrial scale substitutes, and that's when you see a lot of those like Franken foods coming out.
Did you have were you close to like any of your like family members who were alive during like the Depression?
I wouldn't say I was close to them, but I sat and listened to a lot of their stories. Yeah.
Yeah, my grandmother was she grew up during the Depression, and she always like she still did like a lot of like quote unquote Depression
Yeah.
cooking. Like she had
Yeah.
she always had like a million cans of condensed milk in her pantry just to
Yeah.
like use that to make like desserts
Got
and
it.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
and
got
so
the
it's
calories, man. The
yeah,
calories. I
yeah.
I once asked Grok. I wish I'd known this when I was in college, but I asked Grok like what fast foods have the highest calorie count per dollar, and the winner was Little Caesars by a long shot.
No, it's a pizza. I mean, was it bread, cheese, tomato
Yeah,
sauce, and
and it's also
cured
like
meats.
$5 for a.
Yeah,
Like,
it's great. It's amazing.
it's insane.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's have you ever seen that movie called Burnt with Bradley Cooper where he plays like a chef?
No, I'm not.
It's
Burnt.
pretty good. It's pretty good. He's
We should
like he
do we
plays.
should do a review on chef movies. By the way, Cosmo would
Oh,
love that.
I love chef movies.
All right, I put a note. I put a
It's
note. I
so
put a
fun.
note.
But
Cosmo would be-
there's a bit in there's like a bit in Burnt where he's trying to like recruit like these chefs in Paris to like come work with him at like like in his kitchen, and because he's trying to go for like a Michelin star. And
Mhm.
he's like eating at a Burger King, and he invites this like very like well trained and like well awarded like French chef to like come have a business meeting with him to see if she wants to work for him.
Ah,
And he's like sit down, you want some food? And she's like I wouldn't call this food.
yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
he's just like, well, why? He's like, and she's like, oh, because it's not prepared by a real chef. He's like, you think that guy back there working as a line cook isn't a real chef? You think he can't do what we do? And she basically then she tries to pivot, and she tries to say like, well, that's just like overly salted cheap cuts of beef on bread. He's like, you just described all of French peasant cooking. And
Yeah.
he just has like a thing for like every time she tries to like, why is this burger not food?
Yeah, it's the craftsman who's blaming his tools, man.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
was it? I'm not gonna say it's the healthiest thing in the world, and I definitely don't
No,
like
no.
Burger
It's,
King, but it's like I could go have like a. I mean, was it like you're aware of what Whataburger is? Like you've been to Texas before, like you know what that is.
yes. I think I went to a Whataburger. Let me double check. I went to a Whataburger in Knoxville after your suggestion. The burger was
Yeah,
good.
I think a
Yeah.
friend of mine in Tennessee said you guys have them in Tennessee now.
Yeah, I didn't. The service was terrible, but I think that was more of Knoxville and demographic of the servers. It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't the burger itself was very good. Let me put
Yeah,
it that way.
but it's like,
Anyways,
was it if you go and get like a double, if you go get like a double Whataburger with fries and a Diet Coke or like water, like unsweetened, like the
mhm,
drink doesn't have any calories. That's I think that's like 1,300 calories.
yes, something
And
like
was
that.
it
I saw that.
you? Yeah, you've got a protein, you've got like good amounts of vegetables, you've got your carbohydrates, and so that's a very pretty good average apportionment of calories for like all of those things. If you eat that and nothing else
Mm.
for the day, you've gotten your squares in. Like
There should be
that's
a
fuel.
thing called a there should be a thing called a Kennedy that like all these fast food places have to just make sure they have the proportions that he suggested. And it's just called the Kennedy. And it's
Yeah,
like you want your because there's not I mean there was vegetarian stuff which is like lady food, yeah, whatever, but it's like no, there's man food too. Like men do have preferences that are outside of just the pleasure of eating. It's also like I need to hit these goals, right? Like if
yeah.
there was
I
a
mean,
thing
I don't do the whole goals thing. I focus mostly on like my calories. Now I try to like make sure it's like okay, here's my protein, here's my vegetable, here's my like my carbohydrate.
yeah, yeah.
I try to do that, but it's like if I have was it if I make a steak and I have like some fries on the side and I make like steak frits and that's I don't know, let's say that's 1,000 calories, then I think that that's pretty good. I could probably stop eating there for the day. Like I don't keep a very high caloric
Did you,
intake because I don't do a lot of like heavy activity. You know, I have an
you're like the
office
opposite of
job.
me. It's amazing. I have
What?
the exact opposite strategy, but it's because of the lifestyle. I'm on a farm,
Yeah,
so
like you work a lot
yeah.
harder than I do. It's like, but like I exercise by like like walking and running, and I have like some weights that I'll do like very basic like calisthenics and just kind of like just simple like weightlifting exercises to like just keep my
Mm,
muscle tone up. But it's like if I was like actually trying to like be a bodybuilder or whatever, or trying to like do like the whole like like lean sculpt thing, like lifestyle thing, I would have to have a lot more calories because I would be exerting more like exercise throughout the day, but I'm
yeah.
not. So it's like
I,
if I'm just going to the office doing my shift and then coming home to put my feet up and like play Fallout New Vegas or something, like I could live off of 1,100
that's true.
calories.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't need any more.
Yeah, it's a for me, I am mostly just trying to hit my protein level, and that's because I will be. So all my fitness is not body sculpting, looks maxing, or anything. It's actually
Yeah.
just it's entirely injury avoidance and injury recovery. So for me, it's I started getting serious about lifting weights when I really pulled or something a muscle that's in here. There's like a tiny muscle in your shoulder that very rarely gets
Trapezius.
used. I don't know, maybe. It's I was lifting something like I was putting something on my shoulder like this and then like lifting something else up and the weight shifted and my entire arm gave out and it didn't
Oh,
recover for 3 freaking weeks. Three
yeah.
weeks. I had it in a sling. So I was like, okay, I've got to actually work out now.
Yeah,
Um
exactly. But
and the
it's
other
like
yeah.
I'm not really like trying to do anything. I try to keep myself thin and like have like a little bit of muscle
look,
tone, but it's like the
look
problem is
better.
like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna kill myself, like eating like ridiculous meals and like working out ridiculous hours at the gym so I can have like visible abs for chicks who don't really care that much.
Yeah,
And
it's
like
it was pretty funny because a lot of guys who work super hard for their abs got kind of one shot with that post about a year ago of ladies saying like I don't really like the abs and every dude's like yeah you do
Well,
and so and
I think there's a difference where it's like guys will like the people will be like women don't want this and they'll post like Mr. Universe or something. It's like a bodybuilder who's a ridiculous
yeah
size.
ridiculous yeah exactly
But it's like I
a
pointed
little
something
bit of
out.
abs
It's
would be
like
yeah
do you know who in like the year I think it was like the year 2002 they did like a I want to say it was I want to say it was Rutgers, but I can't remember. It was like one of the like the Eastern like the northeastern like universities, but they did this like study of like men in media. It's like they picked specific actors with not just actors, but like them in specific roles that were popular at the time. And the one actor from the specific character that women found the most attractive was Brad Pitt from Fight Club. And I mean, Brad Pitt's Brad Pitt. He's a handsome man, but it's also like in that movie, he's not big. He's just very lean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's very lean. He's very muscular. And I think women like lean muscularity. And as long as you're like, as long as you're not getting like ridiculous looking to the point where you're like a bodybuilder, because that's for guys. Like guys look at that.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
it's the He-Man thing, the toys.
Exactly,
right?
But it's like Henry Cavill is considered a very like attractive, desirable man by women for a reason. It's because he's handsome and he's he's strong and he's like, but he's muscular in a way that's realistic.
Yeah. By the way, I keep some of these comments up here because I want to get back to them, and this has been up here for a hot minute. Little Caesars guy is an absolute goat. Little Caesars guy is awesome.
Oh yeah.
Fat Electrician has a great. Fat Electrician is now my go-to for American iconography and its history. He's so good. He's so good.
He's my replacement because I got so fed up with Count Dankula's BS that I was like, you know what? I'm unfollowing you on Twitter. I am unsubscribing. I'm unsubscribing from your channel, and so I'm like, well, dang, like who am I going to watch now for like the Mad Lads? And then I found out that like Fat Electrician basically does that, but he does it in a much better, like less annoying way than Dankula does. And so I'm like, I'm just going to watch this guy.
I'm gonna bitch. Can we bitch about Europeans for a second? I'm gonna.
When is it not a good time to do that?
Oh my god, they're so. All right, every time I interact with them, it's the worst. Some Americans have great interactions with Europeans, and we're friends with a lot of Europeans. Okay, so I'm not saying all Europeans. I'm not saying that all Americans. However, me personally, every time I've interacted with a European person, it's the worst interaction I've ever had. I would rather go to the ghetto. I'd rather go to the hood.
Sure.
Than fucking interact with Europeans. If I want to be treated like garbage, I'll just go to Atlanta. I don't need to go. I don't need to. Let
me ask you a question though. Do you like soul food? Like you like eating soul food?
I do love soul food actually. That's
then you will have much more commonality with those black guys in Atlanta than you will with any like effete European.
Well, I was talking to this Irish guy, and he's like, "Oh, you Americans are so below us." I was like, "You're Irish, dude. Like." Did you watch Gangs of New York?
As a guy whose family is of Irish like descendant and like of Irish stock, you guys have been like under the boot of Europe for so long that like you have nothing on us. You got close really close one time, and then you immediately like, threw it all away in the 80s to like appease like mainland Europeans who also hate you. They just weren't as public as hating you as the British were. So it's like,
well, they all hate each other. It seems like, and even inside of their own societies, like you have these towns that hate each other. And it's not just always a friendly rivalry because that's what I thought at first. But if you ever want to see a study in Europeans hating themselves and each other, just watch Clarkson's Farm.
I love Jeremy Clarkson. Any of the Top Gear guys, I love those guys.
Yeah, they're all they do. It's basically. Watch quaint England try and fuck over a farmer for like 4 years straight. It's like what they do to them. I think an American would go killdozer on them.
I love the Top Gear guys. I was when I was visiting my brother over the Thanksgiving holiday, like he was still kind of on the mend from being in the hospital, so like we couldn't do very much. And so like while he was like resting, I was just like watching the Grand Tour, which was their Amazon show. That is such an amazing series. I loved every second of it.
Well, they're in like a tent. They go to different locations and show it off.
Well, except for in the final season of that show, they stopped moving because Clarkson just told them like, pitch the tent on my farmland, and we'll go to the places ourselves. We won't bring our entire like production with us.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
must have been a money thing.
Yeah, when I say I hate Europeans, the Top Gear guys, they're one of the people who get the pass. Like I don't hate them.
This is on the I posted something about this on X actually in reply to somebody, is that a lot of Europeans do not get jokes and they don't understand nuance when Americans are speaking because their culture seems to be about trying to outsmart each other, out clever each other, which means that all they do is like find faults. This is my experience, is that they will try to find a fault in your argument. So I will say something like, "Oh, stars are different here than it is back home," and they'll be like, "Actually, the stars are quite the same where you from." Actually, and I'm like, it's a joke, you fucking. It's a matter. God damn it! It's like
Oh,
talking to.
you are making a joke. We do not do that in Germany.
We don't do jokes. We do clever. We are more clever than you. So I've corrected you, and that means that I am better, actually. Because I've corrected you. You're a very stupid, smart, stupid person.
And that's I think that's the crux of it is Europeans they come from a quote unquote older culture than we do, and so they think that it's like Big Brother syndrome, except they're like the Big Brother who's a complete like foul up in every regard, like just mollycoddled by the parents and like no real achievements, but they think they're better than like the little brother who has to work a lot harder.
Yes, I think they're in a tough spot. I have a lot of sympathy for them, but that sympathy is entirely inversely proportional to the amount I interact with them. The more I interact with them, the less I like them.
I sympathize with the ones who are smart enough to realize why things are the way they are. Yeah. But that's the problem is the vast majority, the reason why Europe is the way it is because the vast majority of Europeans, they voted for these policies. Like they wanted it to be this way.
I'm going to call it the Dankula syndrome. You get the Dankula syndrome where he's fully aware of how fucked his country is, but then he's still going to shit on us. I was like, what are you doing?
Did you see what he posted like on Monday? Like he's basically
followed him. Yeah. What do you hate follow him? That's good stuff. Someone's got
no. Like it's like I don't like. Okay, so my thing on Twitter is I don't block anybody out of general principle. It's if I marginally don't like you, I just won't interact with you. If you have like pissed me off, I will just like do the 3 bullets and be like, I don't want to see posts from this person. And if I still somehow either you're dogging me or I still somehow keep seeing your posts, then I will mute you, but I don't block anybody.
Let me tell you my rules. I will mute you if you're full of shit a lot. So sure. I have a bunch of news organizations that are muted just because I'm scrolling through and I can't. If I have to expend energy on you, I'm muting you. If you're following me and like being weirdly toxic in my comments all the time, even though I muted you, then I'll block you.
Yeah. But no, it's like I saw him. I still saw him in my feed because I guess somebody like in my followers orbit like was liking him or like retweeting him or whatever. But he basically went on this long tirade about how he doesn't like democracy and he thinks that democracy can't work as a structure because it's inherently corrupt.
All those guys feel that way. It's just the anti-democracy stuff, and I'm like, the problem with them is that them not thinking you have to be likable, right? Like being Europeans it's basically a big smug off.
Yeah.
They don't understand that that's very anti-persuasive. Whereas Americans, our democracy works just fine because A, we're dangerous, okay, and B, we're very persuasive. We like to persuade each other. Like I don't actually want to like. As much as I might fantasize about going to a riot with like a flanged mace and a suit of armor and just take care of leftists, I would much rather just take them in real life. I'd much rather just take them to coffee and just like de-radicalize them by being nice.
Like, sure. I'm friends with people who politics absolutely don't agree with mine. You know how we get around that? We just don't talk politics.
Yeah. It's like, and if you want to convert, and it's a very Christian nation, we want to convert you, right? Like we're trying to like convert you, and then that doesn't mean destroy you. We don't want to try to like eliminate the leftists. Whereas like it seems like there's a lot of just wanting to eliminate the opposition, which is what I feel like the Democrats are spiritually European in a lot of ways. Like
no, they absolutely are. Yeah. It's they look at what Europe's doing and they feel like we need to do the same thing. But it's like no, dude, like it's your priorities are all messed up. Europe is so far behind us that we can't even see them in our rear view anymore. Like
Cosma has this theory that I'm going to call his theory Spaceship Earth or Spaceship America. That essentially like whoever's going to get Paula, by the way, feel free to put a question in the chat. Feel free to chat your question. That's out of left field, but I kind of like it. Let's talk about that in here in a hot second, Paula. I'm just going to finish my thought and we can move on because shitting on Europeans is a beautiful dessert, but too much sweet and all at the same time.
Will
make you feel bad.
It's very fun.
It's also cathartic because they're so mean. Like
they deserve it. Like it's
so
like
mean to me online.
It's that one kid in your class who's just like an annoying spurg all the time. So it's like when he gets bullied, you don't feel bad. He deserves it. He brings it on himself.
Yeah, you kind of want to explain to him after he gets bullied, like what's going on.
No, you'll put the kick me sign on his back, and but then you'll be like, hey man, just want you to know, you deserve
Yes,
this,
yes.
and here's why.
Yeah, you kind of I approve this. I don't like
I
this
co-sign,
is
I
happening to you,
co-sign
but I
this
do
bullying.
condone. You said this. I co-signed this. That's so cold. Honestly, I would have been in there with the other bullies, but there's a lot of people there, and it looked like they had it in hand. So
I've got an image to upkeep. You know, girls are
there we
watching.
go. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. I couldn't be bothered, honestly, but I'm glad it happened. All right, to finish up with the European stuff. They're in a bad spot, and until they are willing to take a bit of humble pie, they're not going to improve. Which means they're not going to like America owns space right now.
Sure.
And this is going to be my crappy segue into Star Wars here. America pretty much owns spaces. It would have been between the USSR and America, but a lot of the USSR stuff was unstable.
Can I say like one last thing before we move on to
Oh
Star
yeah,
Wars?
of course. Absolutely.
So you liked my post when you did your little poll about like who should we save if it came down to it, like the UK or Japan.
Yeah.
Like, and you remember my reply. That's what I said. Like it's pretty much what I said about like why we shouldn't save the UK. And I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna be honest. As an American who is descendant of Irish people, I am very biased against the British. Blood memories, it's hard to get rid of them. That being said, the reason why I don't think we should help them is because they won't learn anything. They won't appreciate it. Like they'll just kind of like they'll seethe and they'll resent it because like they'll be grateful for a little bit, but that will wear off, and then
Japan
they will
is
feel
very thankful. Japan has got a lot of gratitude, and they seem to really like Trump.
Well, the reason why that is because like Britons are completely fueled and controlled by their ego. Like it's about their ego and their perceptions of, you know,
which Americans, oddly, for all of our pride, we actually don't mind getting blows to our ego. We'll just be like, we're coming back. We'll try again.
America is a land of cowboys, and
give it another go. Back on the saddle.
We're cowboys. Like a cowboy, if you hurt a cowboy's pride, he'll get over it very quickly. But like that's like the point. Like Japan, like they've always viewed honor and strength as virtues, and like pride and ego as negatives.
Yeah,
if you're very prideful or egotistical, that's considered bad in Japan.
Yeah, their honor is strange in that it doesn't actually lead to long-term resentment. So, but all right, I'm going to move on to Star Wars here because we got some requests here from Paula. Thank you for being patient, Paula. We get into these chats that are before the show starts, and they go on for like an hour, and you get to see the last half hour of our discussions that are start backstage. We just can't help it. Yes, oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. See, I wish people would say that about us in Europe. I went to I've only interacted with Europeans when I'm in East Asia. Like,
Japanese people are awesome. Like once they find out that you're an American, they love you and they think you're the coolest.
I want to like go to Japan. So I heard it's customary to have gifts when you're in Japan. Give people gifts. So I was like,
only if you like. So it's only if you know them or you interact with them. So it's like, for example, if you were like living in Japan and you moved into an apartment complex, it's considered like good manners to like go to the neighbor on like just your not all your neighbors, just your neighbor on both sides, and maybe your landlady, and just give them something small. Like it doesn't have to be extravagant. Just like preferably something that they can like find useful in like everyday life, like a nice like monogrammed like tea towel or something. Something like that is considered like, you know, that's considered good manners if you do that. Like when you're like, or maybe like if you get a new boss or something.
I would show up there and give them big Texas belt buckle belts.
They might like that.
So might like to be like, hell yeah, this is great.
There's actually a bar in Meguro City, which is that's a neighborhood of Tokyo. There's a bar called Little Texas, and it's owned by this like old couple who they just love Texas. They think it's cool, and they got married in Texas. They took their honeymoon here. Cool. They vacation here all the time, and like they love country music. Specifically, they love like George Strait.
George Strait's the best. He's great.
He's awesome. But they basically were like, why don't we have any Texas style honky tonks in Japan? Well, why don't we make one? And so they have a Texas style honky tonk bar where they have like live country music and like everything. Everyone shows up in like their pearl snaps and their cowboy hats and their cowboy boots.
That's fun.
And yeah, it's great. I didn't get to go, unfortunately. I went and they were closed. Like they were on vacation for Christmas.
Oh, so no. I would show up there with some. If I ever go to Japan, I'll let you know. It would be fun. I like to coordinate. I want to try. I'm trying to coordinate a trip with Cosma and myself. Maybe Luna.
I'm going in December of this year, December 26th. I'm going back.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah. So Christmas break is one of the easier times.
That's when I have the most time off of work to where I get the most time off of work where if I want to take a big vacation, I can expend the least of my vacation days.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm stingy with that. For me, the vacation days are like the potions that you get in a game. It's like I'm not using those potions. I might need them for later. You never know.
I'm too
This
busy.
weapon,
Everyone,
good
like all my
ammo.
coworkers, like, why don't you ever use your days off? I'm too busy. I've got too much to do.
I don't want to do. Yeah. All right.
Okay, Star Wars.
Uh,
Star Wars.
Okay, so first off, because we got some requests for like fantasy stuff, right? Like when I say fantasy, is like if you were in charge of Star Wars, what would you do, right? Keanu Reeves play good. They should just put Keanu Reeves in just because they desperately need Keanu Reeves. And if
Well,
they could give
they're
him
already
like
baiting everybody by putting Ryan Gosling in that one spinoff movie
yes,
where he's
that'd be
like a
so funny
starfighter.
if it's Keanu Reeves, Ryan Gosling. Who else is like the Gen Z, the Gen Z's / millennial?
Okay, so you're talking about the literally me guys, right? Like from like the
I want to talk
literally
like
me
Dark
edits.
Unk. You know what I mean? Like Dark Unk, like the
So
Ryan.
it's it's Ryan. It would be Ryan Gosling,
Okay.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale would be so good in Star Wars.
Yeah. Give him the right role, he'd be awesome. What's
He
his
could be
name?
like a
Jake Gyllenhaal. He's like
Jake
another
Gyllenhaal.
one.
Well, he's like a psycho. He's like a psycho. He's got good psycho eyes.
Yes, yeah. He's great at playing like crazy people. Trying to think like who else is like always like used for those edits.
That'd be so funny.
That would be I would see that movie in theater like 8 times if they put all those guys in one movie.
That'd be so cool. All right. So first off, Keanu Reeves, Darth Revan. Is that from KOTOR?
Yeah, that's the guy from KOTOR who's like he was the if I it's been forever since I played KOTOR, but he was like the bad guy in the first one, and then he's like the twist is he's you like you're Darth Revan in the second one, but like you forgot.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good twist.
Christian Bale couldn't be Starkiller. He's too old. Right. And plus, like the guy who played Starkiller, that's just him. What's his name? Sam Witwer. Sam Witwer is just that character. He did the voice, and he was also like the mocap for the face. So just let Sam Witwer be Starkiller in a movie because he loves He is like the biggest like Star Wars advocate ever, to the point where he was so good at mimicking voices that they had Sam Witwer. Sam Witwer did the voice of Darth Maul in the Clone War series, and they had him do the voice of Palpatine in the series because he was so good at mimicking Ian he was so good at mimicking Ian McDermott's like Darth Sidious voice that they just had him play Palpatine too.
Wow. I would
He's a super cool guy if you ever like read into him because he loves like Star Wars. He loves Dungeons and Dragons. He wrote a book, him and his brother. They wrote like a complete collected history of Dungeons and Dragons as a game a couple years ago, and it's a really good read.
Absolute nerds. I love it.
It's great.
I love it. You have to be a nerd. Okay, so
he also has like a Giga Chad jaw, which makes him like makes me jealous because he's like the world's most handsome nerd. Him and Henry Cavill, just like.
By the way, handsome nerd is a species of nerd. I think I have played that role a few times. Cosma, just wave at the camera for me to bring you on. He's waving. Well, I'm not going to bring you on. Fuck you. I'm just kidding. Here you go.
Hey guys.
Okay, now it's Scotch time. It's officially Scotch hours.
It's Scotch time.
Yep.
Wait, am I allowed to reveal the ethnicity of the cast here? What's everybody do?
Sure.
Well, you already admitted to being Irish, which I would not have done that. That's very voluntary.
White guy with one branch deviation on the family tree that was Native American, but other than that, it's pretty much like all like
you would
like
do
white
that,
Irish.
Just met one squaw. One squaw caught your eye.
That's pretty much what happened.
You traded a bottle of scotch. You got yourself.
No, it was buffalo hides, but.
Buffalo hides. That'd be so fun to like find out your family history of like what the bride prices / dowries were. Like what's the transaction?
Buffalo hide.
Bitches my great great grandfather was a buffalo hunter on the frontier, and he did trades with a small tribe of Comanche, like a small sub tribe of Comanche, and that's how he met my great great grandmother, who was from the tribe.
All right, if we're doing KOTOR sort of stuff, Paula in the chat here, who do you think would be a good voice for the was it HK9? The droid?
HK47.
HK47. That's right. That's such a I should remember that. They made it so easy to remember. HK-47, because voice actors are powerful in Star Wars. Historically, they've been excellent. Yeah, so
they'll just probably get Alan Tudyk again.
And you know what? I wouldn't be mad about it. I love Alan Tudyk. He's great in everything he does.
He's better than Will Smith, I'll tell you that much right now. Apparently, they tried to minimize his role, and he was I forget which movie it was. It wasn't Gemini.
Will Smith is like they've got him doing like nature documentaries for like National Geographic now. Like that's how bad his career positioning is.
Yeah, I gotta tell you something, man. You don't want to be an X-star. I'll tell you that. It's you get back into the shovelware. Oh my gosh, and there he is. Okay, so who would Christian Bale play? Because I agree that Christian Bale. Like, okay, so Cosmo, if you missed this, we're picking all the literally me, like male, millennial / Gen Z. I don't know what to call it. I want to call it like there's something ennui masculinity, like masculine ennui.
We just call it that's just we just call it literally me, guys, because that's like that's like the whole joke. That's the whole joke is like it started like with Ryan Gosling like being depressed in Blade Runner 2049. He's like, that's just like me. I do that. I'm depressed just like that.
I'm in the snow. Yeah. Next time it's snowing, I'm near like an old bank or something. I'm just gonna be like in my leather duster, just like laying on the steps.
Exactly. That's why the reason why my profile picture is it's Ryan Gosling from The Nice Guys, which if you've never seen that movie, it is great.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh, it's like a comedy detective movie where
is this the one with what's
Russell
his name?
Crowe.
Yeah, Russell Crowe.
Yeah, he's was it Ryan Gosling is just like this bumbling like wreck of a man who's just like like his wife died and he's like a private detective, but like every time he tries to solve a case, he messes it up really bad. And Russell Crowe's like this gruff, no nonsense like enforcer for like organized crime who like it gets hired to like beat him up because he was like getting too close to a case or whatever. And so my favorite is like when Ryan Gosling is like doing comedy because he's kind of pathetic, but he's also endearing, so you like him.
Is Ryan Reynolds qualify as a literally me?
Not really.
No.
He's too cocky.
No, because he's
too cavalier.
Literally Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, he's too cocky, cavalier, handsome, and just like it just seems like his life is too like good and well put together. Like he's too happy.
Yes, your life does have to be shit. It'd be so sad if someone's like literally me and they're like looking at Andre the Giant or something. He's like,
yeah, I mean, but like all you have to do is like look at Ryan Reynolds when he was doing like all this stuff for Barbie, like just like behind the scenes, he was just acting like such a goofball, and like that's what he is. He's just a nerdy like
powering through the social awkwardness with like absolute positivity. Which
exactly, but he's good. He's good at portraying like these sad characters.
Well, it's a tragedy behind it. That's why there's a tragedy of the golden retriever, right?
Exactly.
Kind of personality. It's interesting.
But, yeah, exactly. But
all right, so I'm putting him in the Jedi camp.
Well, he's already going to be in a Star Wars movie.
That's true. What is his role? I don't even know what that is.
He's going to be I think if I read the presser correctly, he's going to be like an Imperial starfighter who he goes AWOL to go do his own stuff. I don't think it's going to be I don't think he's going to be like a member of the rebellion or anything like that, but I think he like goes off to be like a smuggler or something. I think that's what the press release says.
Oh, okay, so he's going to be roguish, but hopefully he'll be able to bring some depth to that role by being.
He will be. He's a good actor.
He's not going to be the same as obviously the same as Harrison Ford. In terms of that, he was full swarthy rogue. He was a good. He's a man who could keep his confidence even when the chips were down. That was kind of the Harrison Ford. This Ryan Gosling rogue might be more of the I don't know, someone who you bad things can definitely happen, and you're going to see a lot more emotional turmoil, whereas Harrison Ford brought more of like, this is situational. Like,
the reason why Han Solo is the way he is mostly because Harrison Ford kind of sort of had carte blanche on like how to like characterize him, because him and George Lucas were like really good, like close personal friends. And mostly like what Harrison Ford said he like tapped into to like be Han Solo was John Wayne. Like he tried to like channel John Wayne to just kind of like have that cavalier, like macho attitude, and that's kind of that's how he like performed that character, and it shows. Because that, like, I mean, like, that's at the end of the day, like, that's what most people need to remember about Star Wars is it's not this like grand, perfectly crafted epic. The first Star Wars movie was literally just like a mishmash hodgepodge of every genre that George Lucas loved when he was in film school. So it's a little bit of a samurai movie, it's a little bit of a western, it's a little bit of a sci-fi. It's a little bit of a space opera.
And it's a little bit of a like Commander Cody, like old movie pulps.
Exactly, yeah, pulpy sci-fi
4 crawl, like you're coming in on the middle of it.
Exactly, like a serial. A serial is what those used to be called.
Have you heard this comment before? That I've heard that Abeloth might be coming to Ashoka season 2, and Natalie Portman might be returning as Padme. I don't know about the.
I don't watch Star Wars anymore, so I don't know.
We're very sorry. Like KOTOR is kind of where I not got off, but like for this stream, we're gonna reveal why it is we sort of got off the train. I got off the train. I didn't. All right, this is going to disqualify me from a lot of discussion, but I'll still have the discussion because I don't care. I watched Phantom Menace when I was probably 12, 13 years old. I remember leaving the movie theater unsatisfied, and I just didn't see the second and third movie.
I was like 4, and I didn't like it very much.
How the fuck? How does a 4-year-old?
So I have an older brother who's 6 years older than me.
Well, I assume someone drove you, yes, but
our parents took us because like our parents like took us to go see it because like like, oh, it's Star Wars, it's for the kids.
How do you but how do you form an opinion at 4 years old? Like, what is the 4-year-old?
I thought it was boring and I didn't like it because like all the parts where they're doing like C-SPAN in space. Like the Senate, I thought like a little child is not going to like those. Also, I feel like I was very based for a 4-year-old because I did not think that Jar Jar Binks was funny. I thought he was annoying.
Yeah, that's why he's the thumbnail here. Jar Jar Binks, like, do you erase him or not? Like, he's. Do you guys like my work, by the way? Well, it's not my work. I had ChatGPT do it. I got Jar Jar Binks here as the Stalin-esque guy to be deleted.
So I got on the day that I saw Phantom Menace in theaters, I also got a booster pack of Pokemon cards the same day, and the two have equal emotional weight in my memory.
So do you?
I did want, by the way, to say this. I had my way with Nick Fuentes. By the way, nice drink up. By the way, I wanted to, in honor of, we didn't all come on here catching. We did not. Yes, we did not all join at the same time. So I want to have a bit of a simultaneous sip.
Yes. Let me grab my glass.
Are we doing libations to Mr. Adam?
Yes. Get your glass. If do you have your libations, Mr. Cosma? Okay. All right. Yeah, that's true. All right. So, and I'm just going to make this up on the spot. We'll see how it goes. For your loved ones and your lass, shall we all raise up our glass and honor the pass of Mr. Scott Adams with a simultaneous sip? Here we go. That hit the back of my throat.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh. That's bad. That's poor throat discipline.
Going down sideways.
We will have a rhyme for that when we do it. I think it'd be fun to have a ritual at the beginning of the streams, as we all take a simultaneous sip. It is fun.
Yeah, we could think of something like that.
My wife hated Scott Adams. She
for his politics, or was she just not a Dilbert fan?
I think she just didn't like the way he spoke.
Oh, okay,
which I understand that. I actually had to watch him on 2x speed. Because like you must get through this. I do not appreciate the pregnant pauses. They're not purposeful. I know he's thinking, which is a rarity of speakers.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that like that clip from Family Guy where they made fun of Dilbert?
Oh no! Well, I saw it. I didn't have the audio on there, but
he's like, hey Dilbert, what do you call it when a guy in middle management moves all the way to upper management? He's like, I don't know. What do you call it? He's like, a promotion. And he's just like, oh, thanks. Here's a memo. And, like they just walk away, and it's just like apparently Scott Adams went to go talk to Seth. Yeah, he went to go talk to Seth MacFarlane at like a thing like a few months after that episode aired, and Seth MacFarlane thought he was going to be pissed, and he actually told me he thought it was funny because he's like, that's the kind of like non sequitur humor I always try to go for. So I appreciate it. And he's like, oh well, we tried to make fun of him, but he actually liked it. So I guess we failed.
All right, here's what we have to do though. By the way, if we ever create a writing collective, because I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to move on to art because politics is becoming boring, except for like the big moves of politics. Like the Age of Merchants is something that I'm really into.
Yeah, I can definitely get down with that. I'm getting pretty burned out on political talk myself, honestly.
What I want to do is I want to make a bunch of artists who I want to bring back artists that hate each other's fucking guts. And I mean like show up to a book signing with a pistol, kind of like hate each other's guts. That would be so much fun. It's like secretly we're all friends, but like in public, we're just absolutely just hate each other.
So you just want the WWE, but for
yes.
writers.
Yes,
okay.
I wanted Scott Adams to go in there and like punch Seth MacFarlane right in his Adam's apple. That would be funny as hell because it's like
who is it that
Scott Adams did
Wallace
that?
Stevens? Was it shit, I'm blanking on it. There used to be some some literary rivalries in the 20th century that involved the throwing of hands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like that prose sucked. You don't know how to write for shit. You're not an artist. You're not an artist.
Oh, is it Ernest Hit? Like one of my favorite. Like
yeah, I think it was Hemingway.
Yeah, Hemingway. Like he
Hemingway
threatened to box people if they didn't like his manuscripts. He would say like, he's like, okay, what didn't you like about it? And they would tell him. He's just like, that's not a good enough reason. And they'd be like, well, but that's why I didn't like it. It's like, okay, we're gonna settle this. Let's get in the ring.
Could he like
he was Uwe Boll before Uwe Boll.
Did Uwe Boll do that? Like people for movies
so much.
Uwe Boll had a standing challenge to box any of his movie critics, and if they could beat him, he would stop making films. He only ever had one guy take him up on it, and he beat the shit out of him.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great.
He's a wild man.
But Uwe Boll is also like, people don't really appreciate his genius because, like, you know, some of his movies like most of his movies are actually like aggressively bad, but he's not a maestro of cinema. He's kind of like he's almost like a more recent Roger Corman.
Pretty much,
like what he's a maestro of is film funding. And making something that is a tax write-offable commercial failure that takes in national and local subsidies to the hilt and pays out everyone involved like crazy.
Oh, that's so funny. It almost sounds a little bit like what Bollywood would do if Indians start making movies here in America. Like fully exploit this. But what I was going to say though is that me and Benign were having a discussion about this earlier before we went live, and that what was it, Burnt? That movie Burnt.
Yeah. The Bradley Cooper movie where he plays a chef.
Yeah. By the way, we decided that me and Benign, while you were gone, is we're going to do a live stream where we talk about chef movies at some point.
Great.
Ratatouille is obviously number one. But...
I assumed you would be down for it. So what in Burnt though is that there's this lady who's a lady chef who's a bit of an elitist, where she says, "Well, that's not real food," kind of thing. But then there's the artistry behind what is called the slop. This is why I'm not anti-slop. I'm actually like, slop has its place. Stuff that's not art, doesn't have artistic value, has art, not in what it is, but in the production that gets it there, right? Like, how do you have a burger that's like, how do you have McDonald's?
I feel like the menu is so I caught that portion of the discussion. I feel like the menu is the perfect rebuke to that movie.
Well, no, but that's the thing. Like Bradley Cooper Bradley Cooper, he's in favor of slop. Like he doesn't like view like any type of food as like beneath him, just so long as it is prepared like competently, and like like you have passion for like what you do.
You're working with what you got. Right. And I kind of wish that Star Wars, all right. So we're going to bring it back. Paula, I know you've been the most patient saint. Thank you so much. She's a genuine Star Wars fan.
This is my fault. I meander a lot. So this is
oh my gosh. All right. Both of you can talk. Alex goes first because he got here late and he has more words to fill in.
Just a quick chef movie recommendation: Eat, Drink, Man, Woman. It's Stan Lee's second film. So Stan Lee got his start
Really?
in filmmaking because Taiwan had a script writing championship that came with substantial prize purses, which were essentially enough to bootstrap a film.
Oh, wow.
Or not Stanley. Fuck, Stanley's the comic guy. Who's the Ang Lee? There we go.
Ang
Ang
Lee.
Lee.
All right, I'm about to say this is very different kind of. Okay.
Wow, I was like, I didn't realize that Stanley moved like that.
No. Ang Lee. They're people like their names are similar enough that they just get rolled together in my head all the time.
You know what's
like
funny
I'll
for
have
me?
weird interjections on comics.
So
Ang Lee's
oh, yeah.
Ang Lee's first film, I think. So Ang Lee entered this script writing competition and submitted a couple of entries for this national prize in Taiwan, and he won first and second place.
That's awesome.
So I think the first one was Helping Hands, but I might be misremembering that. Eat, Drink, Man, Woman is fantastic. So it's about a chef at the big Grand Hotel in Taipei, and his daughters, and they're coming together around the family dinner table and eating family meals as all of his daughters are like entering full adulthood and starting to move out of the house. He's also slowly losing his physical sense of taste, and his family meals are getting worse and worse.
Oh no.
Excellent film. If we're doing
really good,
chef movies, that has to be on it.
I was gonna say one that I would recommend is called Tampopo. It's a Japanese movie about this widow who she inherits her husband's ramen
We
restaurant.
really need to do we need a Star Wars cooking movie, okay? That's just what I have to
I'd be
happen.
down for it. Make it about Dexter
we gotta have
Jester, the bad
Dexter
guy from the
Jester.
diner. Yeah,
That would be so funny. It's just
I'd watch
the cantina dude. it's like
it's 50s
Obi-Wan
diner
cutting a
on
dude's
Coruscant guy.
yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
With
Yeah,
the
that
giant
guy.
For
alien
some
butt
reason, is
crack.
friends with
Jackster
Obi-Wan
Daxter.
Kenobi. Yeah,
Daxter, my
I love that
favorite
guy.
character, the iconic Jackster Daxter.
Not Glup Shido.
Yeah.
Jackster Daxter.
Slop
I think it's
Cooko.
Slop Cooko. Yeah. Oh no, that's not Jack. That's not Jack. Was it Baxter Jackster?
Jester Dexter.
Dexter Jester. Yeah.
How could I mess that up?
It's something.
What the hell, Jester Dexter?
That's a Dexter
Jet. Jesus.
Well, you don't like the way Lucas makes up names?
Oh my god. Oh, this guy is did George Lucas have something against Eastern Europeans? Because I keep getting Eastern European vibes from all of his odd characters.
He kind of talks like a weird low. He talks with a weird low gravelly almost British voice, not a Cockney, but close to it.
Oh no, this is a dangerous request. Dirty engineers. We'll save that for the dessert, okay? We'll do a breakout.
The Plinkett reviews bring it up, but by the time that he's doing Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith and stuff, essentially the production unit is moving forward in advance of his writing and giving him things like this is going to be in the movie, and he has to figure out how to get it in.
Yeah, pretty much. He did a lot of just kind of flying by the seat of his pants, even though he likes to pretend like he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My God, how is there this much lore over a goddamn?
That is
Star
Wars to a T.
He didn't even have a name in the movie.
It looks
did he?
like it's a billion miles wide, and it's actually 2 football fields, and it's an inch deep.
He's got pronouns.
Every single inch of everything you see is explored in AU material, essentially because
his hair.
He has a mustache. If you look very closely at his lip, he has a wispy mustache.
God, this is world.
I love this character, by the way. This is the kind of stuff that Lucas put in for sickos like me who just like dumb stuff in movies.
And this is also the random diner dude who's go to this industrial scale world clone factory that I happen to know all about.
Ah, yes, me, a humble diner owner, and my good friend, Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This diner is what the fuck? Oh my
It's
god.
it is literally a 50s diner in Star Wars. That's what it is.
Thievery.
Also, George Lucas's like weird like nostalgia for the 50s makes a lot more sense when you realize his first like big film was American
Oh yeah.
Graffiti.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I feel
Also,
like
insane
I read-
George Lucas lore is the fact that he was a when he was a teenager, he was a street racer. He was part of like a greaser gang.
are you shitting me?
I'm not. Look up like just like Google image search young George Lucas, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh. I can kind of see it.
Yeah, he took like apparently he took like a really nasty spill one time during a street race, and he kind of realized that like I should probably do something else with my life because this is not worth it.
Oh, that would explain the pod racing. Okay.
Or it's like the fact that American Graffiti ends with like a street like a drag race, or the fact that there's like the Pharaohs, which is like apparently that was based off the real car club that he was like a part of.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, as much as everyone likes to make fun of him, George Lucas is a very interesting person.
Yeah, he just doesn't. He's an object man, 100%. Which is why he like the story is and the human connections inside of his stories just don't really mesh always when he's left in charge because he's an object guy. He's the gear porn. He's the spaceship, cool looking stuff. He's the special effects. And as all men do in their later years, we become obsessed with fucking trade alliances.
Well, so here's that's the thing about Lucas is if you listen to him talk about the movies that he likes that he views as his like formative films, he is a big fan of like old-fashioned melodrama. Like that's what he likes. He likes that. And he loves Pulp Fiction where like everything is like over the top. And that's why you have like that's why you have stuff in Star Wars where like characters will just like randomly announce how they feel. It's because like that's what he thinks is like interesting dialogue is because like he loves the dynamics of like grand like shows of emotion. Like he thinks that's how you like that. He thinks that's how you like build up the stakes.
I see. So he almost wants to be like theatrical. To be honest.
Yeah, very much so. Like it's like the reason why so many people call Star Wars a space opera is because it is. It like there is very much an operatic angle to like the way the original Star Wars trilogy is written.
You slice off Darth Vader's hand, and it looks like your automated hand, and you start going, no.
Yeah, or it's like in Revenge of the Sith, where like Anakin like snaps and he's like force choking Padme, and she's like, "Oh no, please, Anakin, you're breaking my heart." It's like, really, you think so, huh? It's like I don't think we needed that line of dialogue, George, but like he thinks that's like thematic and like hard hitting because like he likes melodrama.
All right, so Ryan Gosling is this very Han Solo-ish, sort of roguish type character. I feel like it would be fun. He might be, yes. I want to go back to our selection of because I love this literally me Star Wars just fate like
if we're picking literally me guys, by the way, does Sam Rockwell enter into that list?
I think so.
I think so. I think so.
He's got to dance though. That's in his contract. He has to dance at some point in the movie. You know what?
He didn't dance in Moon. At least not that I can remember.
He didn't dance in Moon. Maybe he has a thing for like independent movies, but in a big movie, he's going to want to dance. That's what I've heard. He's got it.
I'm so excited for his new movie. By the way, have you seen the trailer for it?
No, which movie is that?
It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and it's about.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, no, I know that one.
Yeah. He's like he's like a weird like crazy guy from the future. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's the crazy guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. He looks really good in that makeup then. How are people giving it a 6.6? That shit ain't even out yet. Man, calm down.
So I'm looking up chef movies, by the way. Boiling Point has Stephen Graham. He's also a pretty good
he's awesome. I love Stephen Graham.
Great, all right, we might have that as some background literally me's, okay? I think if we had Sam Rockwell in, I think it'd be fun if it's High Republic. Let's say it's High Republic, right? Christian Bale is Revan. Let's just who
are we trying to like cast KOTOR, or are we just trying to make a Star Wars movie?
Let's
could
just
we could
try and make a
Wars
Star Wars movie
Yeah.
because like trying to reinterpret various aspects of the property is like
Okay, so here's my pitch. Like
All right.
here's my pitch.
All right, hit it.
No more Rebel crap. We've had enough of the Rebel crap.
Yes, we
I
have.
want
Let's get to it.
I want an Empire film. Now that doesn't mean it has to be a pro Empire film, but I want a movie where you follow around guys who are like inside the armed forces of the Empire, and you have to see what they deal with from their point of view, because we've never really seen that. Like we see them like stooge around and get like smacked around by Vader and stuff like that, but it's like we don't really know what their life is like. So I want that. And so we've already got Ryan Reynolds as like he's like an Imperial starfighter. So he's like the fighter, he's like the fighter jock.
Boom.
I could see
Empire right there, baby.
Jason Isaacs would be perfect.
Bring his ass in.
Wait, I think didn't he like voice Grand Admiral Thrawn? I think they cast him as Thrawn. Paula might be able to tell us.
That was very interesting. Yes, so it would be all right. So we're gonna make an Empire movie. Okay, we're gonna make an Empire movie. I think that Paula is correct though. Is that Keanu Reeves would make a pretty good Sith, like emplacement. I would use him sparingly, not only because his knees are bad, which is why we're not getting too many John Wick movies, but
sure.
Someone's saying a Jinro in space. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, you would love Jinro. Jinro's that is an anime movie, like a theatrical movie that was based off of a book called The Red Spectacles. And that is it's like a dystopian alternate history where the Axis wins World War II. But they immediately like crawfish like the allies, like they crawfish Italy and Japan, and they basically just like make them like subjects. And so it's the Red Spectacles. It's set like in like an alternate future where like they're still under like fascist Axis control in Japan.
I see what you're saying.
And it follows this like detachment of like military police called the Panzer Brigade.
It would be so funny if. Okay, it'd be all right. Let me give you the story overline here for this Imperial movie, all right? Okay, because ambition is a major part of an empire. All right, so let's go with ambition. Your opening shot sort of thing is going to be like walking behind Boots, low level Boots walking, thonk 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 thonk, comes up, main character. He's the powerful guy. That's what you know. You got another guy who is trying to rise up the ranks of the empire. And that's where Ryan Gosling's character comes in, because this rogue is able to do things that the Imperial Academy or Imperial like hopefuls, the low-level officers cannot do. So there's a bit of a deal made there between this young authoritarian that wants to rise up the ranks versus this rogue who has the freedom of movement and freedom to do things. You know, security codes might come from the Imperial hopeful. They go to the rogue misuses them, hijinks ensue in terms of accesses. It essentially gives you the conflict right there of how do you rise up? Like, one is trying to rise up outside the rule of law, the other one's trying to rise up very much within the rule of law, and there's a tension because one of them can out the other at a time. So there's a tension that's built with the prisoners.
So let me build on that. Like, let me build on that with my other idea I had.
Okay.
So let's make the split like this, because we said we wanted Jake Gyllenhaal to be in it. Ryan Gosling is he's your roguish like fighter jock who's trying to rise up.
Got it.
Now, Jake Gyllenhaal, he's like your junior officer, like in training. Like, he's not fully a vested commissioned officer yet, but he's like being groomed for it. Now, in the middle between these two guys, who's the go-between between their two positions, that's where you put Christian Bale.
These are two psychos. Christian. All right. So who's Christian Bale then?
Christian Bale is a grizzled, just like high-ranking, non-commissioned officer, like a staff sergeant or something he's
working class kind of warrior.
Yeah, he's very like he has to be seconded to the officer class, but he still commands respect from the lower enlisted. But he's kind of playing both sides against the middle. He's feeding the office, like the officer in training's ego by trying to be his like trusted top, and he's also goading on the young guy to like be ambitious, like show them what you're worth. Like, you don't need to play by their rule. He's like he's just like I think that's a good role for Christian Bale, because you don't get to see him do it very often, where he's just kind of like working class and scummy, where it's
And
like
he can
he's
use
like,
his English accent.
yeah, let him be
Yeah,
like, let him
yeah.
be a Cockney, like just let him go full Cockney.
He's gonna go full Prestige on this, where it's like he's
Exactly,
got a
yeah,
trick.
exactly.
He's
Like
got a trick.
like he's basically his character from The Prestige. Like almost no morals. He's just kind of out for himself, but he takes a sort of like
Mm.
sadistic humor and like what happens to everybody else.
Well,
So
his plans have to go
give
awry.
you. I'll
Yeah,
give
go
you
ahead.
a.
Cosmo. You got the floor. Yeah, sorry.
I'll give you a structural build on top of this because I think we're in a good place. If you want to make an Empire movie, the Empire should never be seen to be the good guys in terms of what it is as a totality. Like a lot of the moral arc of Star Wars, and like Star Wars is a way smaller and more limited universe than people pretend it is.
Yeah.
The moral arc of Star Wars depends on the Empire being a force for evil. But if you want to do a film about them, particularly like junior officers and enlisted men, where they have a lot more autonomy and agency or ability to execute, and like that the Empire is huge, so these guys who are the foot soldiers may have to deal with some really unreasonable things. And it's an opportunity to humanize them. So what you do is you focus on the junior officers on some expeditionary force that is governed by out of touch, hubristic imperial leadership.
That's what I was thinking, Dirty Engineer. That's what I was thinking.
They bite off something that's like way bigger than they can chew, that they didn't necessarily know about in their hubris. And the upper brass is kind of like, no. It must be the real world results that are fake. We have the data, kind of thing.
It would be okay.
And these junior officers and enlisted men have to make a series of calls where the Empire prevents some galactic problem that it stirred up that it doesn't know how to deal with.
Right.
They have to pull in an exiled Jedi to get it done.
I was gonna say something. I had something to that effect. I had an idea, and I can't claim this. Is actually a guy I follow on Twitter who, like, he and I, we like to talk about movies a lot. But he had this idea for like an Empire film where it's about like a group of like just low level grunts for the Empire who, and he doesn't like any of the extended universe. He doesn't like any of the Disney sequels. He tries to just keep it as straight to the original like 6 movies as possible. Okay. And so he said that like basically if you like read like the pre-extended lore, the Empire basically made the Jedi out to be like almost like a myth, like almost like they never really existed. They were this weird like harebrained cult that people kind of like talked out. And so these guys like who've been raised in the Empire, that's what they think. They think there are no Jedi. They think they were like a metaphor for like this weird like order of monks. And then like
though, this is one of the problems with the prequels is that, okay, that is sort of the vibe in the original trilogy. The problem is the Republic was 25 years ago.
Exactly.
That's the thing. That's the thing is I think I don't want to count the prequels as official movies when we're making this.
No,
because
either.
Yeah, so it's 3. I was gonna say like 3 movies really.
Basically, what happens is like when they're on their the little thing that Cosmo was talking about that they find that they're completely unprepared to deal with, and they have to report it, and their superiors are like, no, that can't possibly be right. The data says no. Is they find like a hermetic Jedi who's just like out in the woods, and he fucks them up. Like he fucks them up with his lightsaber. He uses the Force, and they're like, what the fuck is going on?
That Jedi. Okay, first off, I don't know if I want them to find a Jedi. Okay, let me give you an alternate pitch, just a real quick alternate pitch, and then I want to expand on what we're finding here, though, because I have some really exciting. Because I've thought about how do I fix the sequels before. Like, what would you do? How do you go bigger? How do you go deeper into this universe? How do you make this universe bigger? Because right now, as I agree, Cosmo said, the universe is very small, actually. All right, so they find some Jedi stuff. All right, so we get to watch this discovery, which is supposed to be mythological. There's like, well, we found some bullshit stuff. It looks like it's related to this. Middle manager doesn't know what it is either. He's flagging it up. It's making a little bit like Deep Space Nine when Quark has a certain code for a Cardassian like biological weapon that he shouldn't have. When he asks the agent in the Cardassian Empire to look it up, it triggers a shitload of security protocols. They go through and say like, hey, what is this? Like what is a Jedi? Like what's this or like what is some Jedi word or something like that? There's some special word that's in the Jedi tongue. It's like what is that? Search it, and it just gets flagged in red. That would create a lot more drama because it's like, did we just get in trouble? Who do we blame? Because that's what we do as Imperials. We're trying to find a scapegoat. No, actually, we found something that was extremely important. So now Christian Bale, so Christian Bale is the junior, not the junior,
No,
he's the NCO. Yeah, see, so Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, he's like the junior.
Ryan Gosling and Christian Bale are all here. 3 different rogues who are all you've already established in the opening scene. Very quickly, they are playing off each other and jockeying for position. Okay, they make this discovery. I want someone who is very high up. Maybe the guy who played Zukov shows up. Right, so Zukov shows up. What's this actor's name?
Jason Isaacs.
Jason Isaacs shows up with a restrained and imprisoned Keanu Reeves because Keanu Reeves is one of the Jedis they did not kill. They kept him alive so that he could decipher what's going on. This puts him as like a Rasputin. This gives him a lot of mystique because Keanu Reeves doesn't have a lot of acting range. He needs to have a lot of mystique. Like, if you want to see like mystique actually making Keanu Reeves awesome, it's entirely what John Wick is. It's just everyone is fucking gassing him up. Okay.
Keanu Reeves being like entering physical infirmity also plays well here because you know you're not going to have jumping and flipping lightsabers. You are going to have like an over the hill Jedi.
But I think that Keanu Reeves is at his best when his character is damaged or troubled somehow.
And he's been in prison for a long time, so he has had time to practice the Force just in his seclusion. So he is not reliant. By the way, this is something I've always wanted. I've always wanted a Sith or a Sith or somebody who doesn't do lightsabers. Is like they are outside of this paradigm. Like the only reason Darth Vader, to me, in my head canon, the only reason Darth Vader uses a lightsaber is because he used to be a Jedi. That's it. I don't think Sith should use lightsabers. He's been saberless. It's not clear if he's a Sith or not. By the way, it's not clear. It's not clear if Keanu Reeves' character who he is. He is there to decipher the text, and Jason Isaacs is there as his warden. However,
I think that would be a good like third act reveal is just try to gas him, like make him look dirty, make him look diabolical.
He's basically feral at this point.
Yeah, give him like prison tattoos, like on his like Russian prison, like like the Russian prison tattoos. Like give him that aesthetic on his hands.
When you introduce him, make him try to use the Force on Jason Isaacs, and Jason Isaacs' character just resists, but it kind of seems like barely.
Or like maybe he has like a shock collar or something to just like keep.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's like Keanu Reeves is like, and then Jason Isaacs is like his eyes are like getting bloodshot. Then you just see like, hit him with the taser thing.
Either that or like maybe like he's weak because he's like separated from it somehow. But like my point is like just make him look dark and diabolical and just dirty. So you immediately assume like, oh yeah, this guy's he's like a dark side guy.
The thing is, what Ryan Gosling is going to see is a big fat juicy steak.
Yeah,
that's what Ryan Gosling is going to see because it's like, oh, this is unstable.
Exactly.
I could play this to my advantage.
But definitely like have that be like just like that's like the third act Turner is like he's not a Sith. Like he's not a Sith. He's just been broken down from like being in prison. For,
so
like,
he seems he seems malevolent.
Yeah, it's like and that's my problem with a lot of movies nowadays. It's like they have a twist, but they tip the hand too early and you see it coming a mile away. Like make him like devious, make him diabolical, and like make it to where it's like, oh, there's no way this guy's a Jedi. Like he has to be like a dark side like influence like user. But like that's the twist is like he was a Jedi and he's just been broken down and this is what he is now.
This is gear porn in terms of special effects, but I'm gonna give this scene because I've thought a lot about what a dark side user, a real Sith user be, right? And I feel like a real Sith user would use fear. The way, if you ever watched the original Benicio del Toro, I think that was the who made a trailer with Darth Maul, where Darth Maul actually spoke. It was about fear and using fear on your enemies. I think a real Force user who is something to contend with would tap into fear that is elemental almost. Like you
Sure.
sort of see like this in analog horror and stuff. You see this in like a lot of like, so he should be putting like this Zukov guy, this Jason Isaacs character should be getting put into a surreal hallucination that is like absolutely terrifying.
Well, yeah, because
and
that's the
what
thing. Like,
he's able to-
it's been established that like Yoda can do that. Like he does that to Luke to kind of like make him face his fears in the cave.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's true.
That's one of the things with like when we go to the prequels, you know, the Jedi and the Sith and all this stuff have sort of been hampered by the extended universe and been hampered by being in the pop cultural limelight for a really long time. Like if you're going back to just the original trilogy plus the novella Splinter in the Mind's Eye, like fighting Jedi is actually kind of terrifying. Like a fully fledged Jedi, like they're like just under ascending to nirvana levels of like physically and psychically powerful to the point where they're virtually immune to attack by conventional weapons. If they're like paying attention, you know, and a lot of their is essentially lightsaber fighting is like duels between them, you know, because their psychic defenses are so good, they have to settle it with unconventional weapons. And a lot of the characters you see wielding lightsabers are actually like, you know, essentially untrained. Darth Vader basically gets retconned to not be as menacing and, you know, as like, you know, psychically powerful and more like he's just a giant with a laser sword.
Yeah.
Right.
But like you can start to re-inject some of that atmosphere and engagement type of like fully fledged Jedi.
Let me give you a set piece, Alex, and let me see if you like it. So let's say there's a bit like in the sort of like the tail end of the second act where the Force user, he's gotten free. He's figured out how to like give him the slip, and he figures out how to get the manacles off. He gets the shock collar off.
Yeah.
He finds a way to like tap back into his stuff, so his force is a little bit stronger.
I'm gonna interrupt. Can I interrupt you really quick? Here's how he gets out. Here's how he makes the slip. They're all in getting induced illusions. This is pretty normal for Jason Isaacs' character. However, when the illusion is over, it's all four of them standing around, and it's Ryan Gosling's character holding the manacles now. Like in this illusion, this tiny amount of time, he was able to get Ryan Gosling, and it's like you don't know if he did it on purpose or if he was manipulated to do so. And he's almost shot on the spot, except the fact they have to go find a rogue Jedi who is
exactly.
Just
so let me pitch this to you. So Jason Isaacs is like he doesn't care. Like he's used to this. He's seen it all. He's done it all.
He's grizzled. He's like fuck. He's just like
he's like I know how to deal with this. And so it's but like he like Keanu Reeves is like he gets into like a cave. And like at this point, all the soldiers like they are at this point in the story, they are realistically like freaking out. Like they're like, no way, man. And he's like, all right, man, forward. And they're like, no way. And it's he's like, I said forward. And like they just don't acquiesce. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself. And he goes into the cave. Like he's got his like officer's blaster pistol. Like he's all full of bravado. And he's like, you just hear like the echoey voices. You hear like a bunch of like sounds just like from like all different sides around him. Like there's no way this could be happening. So it's the Jedi's like he's firing on all cylinders. He's using every trick. And
he's just like the Prestige, the Chinese magician, and just like Christian Bale's character from the Prestige, they hid their power, they hid their secrets.
Exactly.
But Christian Bale is actually, Keanu Reeves actually has a tremendous amount of power that he is not exhibited for decades.
You see the facade just like as he goes further into the cave, like you just like see the facade like crack and crack and crack to the point where it's like he's like deep, he's all the way in the dark. And it's just like I am in control here. I am in control. And you just see like a face, like you see like an outline of Keanu Reeves' face, like his eye sockets are still in shadow, like almost like a skull. And it just immediately leans out, like almost like Insidious levels of like just like apparent horror. Just like leans out like right next to his ear. He's like, do you feel in control? And then you just hear screams and like you see like a blaster shot like echo out in the cave. It's like that's it. You don't see Jason Isaacs again.
I think it'd be very all right. Yeah. So the illusion I think that Keanu Reeves' character would do is that Jason Isaacs shoots him right in the chest, and he falls forward into Jason Isaacs' like arms, and Jason's like shit, and then like the body starts to decay hyper rapidly into dust, to as much to Jason Isaacs like horror, and then the actual like Keanu Reeves, the actual Jedi, reaches around and just grabs him and drags him down into the abyss.
Yeah, and so like
And
that's
it's never-
it.
yeah.
You don't see him again. Like we don't need to see what happened to him. Like that's it.
Exactly. Like, what did he just do? Is he dark? Is he light? What's going on? This is some magic. This is witchcraft, essentially.
Exactly. And that's that's what you need to do. It's like that's if you want to make a character scary, it's better to not show what they can do. And like early slasher movies, they used to be really good at that because they had to work within the confines of what the film association would let them do. And so it's like a lot of the times it's scarier to not show it because then your imagination just runs wild. You think about everything that could have possibly been done. And so I think that's like a lost art is you have to instill enough terror and then just blue ball the audience like right at the end. And like you don't get to see the gory payoff. And so it's like then the people they're all worked up, the adrenaline's going, and you don't get to see the payoff. And so now they're imagining every awful thing that could be happening. And so like that scares them more.
Yeah, I think Keanu Reeves' character would have to be at one with the darkness most of the time, but to give him some onus because he needs some motivation here as well. He has to have seen the Jedi writings while he is in his manacles, like while he is captured, and he is seeing it, and you have to see the director is going to have to like get Keanu to show like some glimmer of some light in his eye that he is reading something that's very amazing, and then immediately hide it. So he has a motivation because there's something now. It's just like this is important. Whatever it is they found,
this is
important.
This is going in a direction which is important to flesh out, which is okay. We've established the criteria under which we can have sympathetic Imperial characters. We have established a big reveal like high mystique Jedi character. I think the actual answer to what has hubris wrought is probably cosmic horror. This is criteria under which you have full creative license to make, as it were, the Nazis the good guys, and to establish a reluctant ally with morally ambiguous Jedi like this. As something that would bring these forces together. You can establish the moral arc of your protagonist by essentially reconciling forces, in the face of something greater and in the face of administrative incompetence. So the question is, how do you create cosmic horror here?
Got it. I'm going to take it from here. Is it all right if I take it from here?
I was gonna say one thing, and I'll
go for it.
So one thing that I really like when directors do is when they invoke like Renaissance art in shots, like when they try to like craft a shot to where it vaguely resembles Renaissance art.
Oh, so you're giving us some. It's
another set
Saturn devouring his children.
Yeah, not that, but but so you said like something that like you need a visual representation that's like what. What the Force user is seeing is it means something very visceral to him. I think there should be a bit where he's still fighting back after he's killed Isaacs. Maybe he's got. So who do we want to be the sympathetic one? Ryan Gosling or Jake Gyllenhaal? Who's the sympathetic one?
So I don't know the answer to that.
Gosling is like the king better. Literally.
Okay.
Me,
so let's say during the rampage.
Proper psycho. Gyllenhaal's a psycho you respect though, because it's like he can make it at the end of the movie because it's like, damn, you were a devious motherfucker. Like he is so devious, he survives whatever horror has been wrought, like cosmic horror. It's like, damn, you actually like Gosling is the person that you think is like, wow, that's literally me. Gosling is the guy who's like literally me. But the man who played what was it, Nightcrawlers. Nightcrawler's
Jake
here.
Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal. Nightcrawler's here. Is like, okay, yeah, he's an Imperial officer through and through. Like,
But let's say it's like at the end, like the Force user, he's been like rampaging, like he's got these guys by the balls now, and he's going ham on them. But it's like there's something at the precipice of where the Jedi writings. Like let's say it's like a temple or like it's a stone wall or something.
Here's what I want to tell you right now is that this is what I want to get at, right? I'm going to make the conflict, and then inside of that, we can play with it. Because right now, the conflict is not super well defined. Mm-hmm. This is the true conflict of the movie. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Keanu Reeves, for a small smidgen, at a glance, he saw these Jedi writings. He can decipher it. What he realized is there is a cosmic horror that will be unleashed because this is an Outer Rim. Like, this is a mythological Outer Rim system, right? Mm-hmm. The Outer Rim in Star Wars is horrifying.
Yeah.
There are stuff. The Mandalorians have fought beings in the Outer Rim that no one talks about. It's like they're mythological. They destroyed them before they even figured out what they were. Right? There's mythological in their levels of like horrors that are out there. That weird worm that was in the asteroid belt. It's like that's barely. It's nothing. That's nothing. Mm-hmm. Compared to what's out there. These darkness beings. Keanu Reeves sees this as an opportunity for him to redeem himself with the Jedi. Okay, everyone doesn't know that he's a Jedi. They're wondering if he's a Sith. They wonder if he's trying to unleash this thing. Keanu Reeves needs help. Okay, to do this. This creates a conflict. This allows. All right, so Keanu Reeves needs someone to help him out, which means he has to interact. He can't just be like Michael Myers, but he is trying to redeem himself. And it is going to be horrifying because he has to destroy this. He has to come to the conclusion he has to destroy this monster. All right. Which no one wants to summon this monster, but Keanu Reeves is like, I need to summon this monster to redeem myself.
So I can kill it.
Yeah. Everyone, he's not going to tell anybody that because that's horrifying. Everyone has to figure that out. He needs help, and his allegiances are going to change based on the situation. The characters that are there, if you want to bring back. Oh gosh, who was it? Who's the star from Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die?
Sam Rockwell.
If you want to have Sam Rockwell in here, you would be like a local that is prophesizing.
Sure. Yeah, he's like a local, like a street prophet or something.
Yeah, like he's been here for a long, long time, and he is secretly telling the truth, but he just sounds like a madman.
Sure.
So no one takes him seriously until the audience just thinks he's crazy. But it's
so
like,
that's actually perfect, and that works into what I was about to say. Like, great.
All right, one last thing though for the setup. The system, Keanu Reeves does something with the ritual. The system is now cut off from the rest of the Empire, and they are on blackout. They are completely. It's now just them. So I've taken this universe and made it a very small place for the purposes of this.
That's good. Yeah,
okay,
there is no reinforcements. They're not coming. Like,
they look in the sky and they see nothing.
Or maybe they see maybe they can see like the light from like a comm satellite or something. It just stops.
That's it. Yes, and they see it disappear. That'd be so fun. It was like it got a certain distance and then just disappeared. What I'm saying is like it's as if the system has just teleported outside of the galaxy and someplace else.
Exactly.
As far as they're concerned, they're on their own.
Essentially, it's like the Empire just like black bagging an entire like solar system.
Yeah, and what this is like the bridge is out kind of thing in a horror movie.
Yeah, exactly. But so like what I was gonna say is like
go for it.
The shot of the Force user realizing this code means something, which in your case it's like he realizes that it's like this monster or whatever. But before they tell us that, like the piece of art that I was wanting to like recreate through a shot is like have him strangle the sympathetic one, which we said was Gosling. So he's like got him like pressed up against the wall, just like choking him out. Like the other guys like can't stop him fast enough. And like over his arm, you just like you see it framed like it's his eye reading the like whatever the text is on the wall. And like while he's just got this like look of just like anger and just like hatred in his like on his face, you just see like a tear start to form and fall. It's that like oil painting of like Lucifer. You know which one I'm talking about, where it's like the like Lucifer like looking over his arm and crying.
I don't know, but I'll educate myself now. Lucifer,
like Lucifer crying painting. It's pretty iconic. It like a lot of people reference it.
Oh yeah, damn, that's some like Slaneshi shit right there.
It's like I think I say it's a Renaissance painting. I don't think it's actually from the Renaissance. I think that piece of art was inspired by Paradise Lost. So that was written in, or that must have been painted.
Right, yeah.
But it's like that, like just kind of like that, like look of anger. It's like he's angry and he wants to kill these people, but he's seen something that has like moved him like so like viscerally that like it's like painting him that he has to like let go of his vengeance.
Let me tell you something, right? What happens if he takes Jake Gyllenhaal's character, right? And Keanu Reeves induces madness by showing him what he sees.
That could be good. Yeah, that could be.
Because then he's like, he's horrified. He's completely on board. Because the thing is, what I want Jake Gyllenhaal's character to survive this and be a psychotic, high imperial officer who is preparing for a war that is beyond the galactic scope. Like he is now
that kind of reminds me of the Green Mile, like with what happens to Percy, where it's like he's just like this piece of shit the entire movie, and then like he gets like shown the reverence of God, and it breaks him. Like it just ruins him. Yeah, I could see that working perfectly.
That'd be interesting. And you could pull from Astartes. That's a really good when they're doing the visions, when the psyker is doing the visions into the spheres. That's actually not a bad representation, because
that could also like that. Yeah, honestly, that could be another good thing you could do. Like have a couple of like death troopers in there, like who are just like along for the ride, and like you think like, oh, like these guys are just like commandos or something. So these are like the special forces. But then it's like show a few low level like background nobodies get influenced by the thing, and the death troopers just light them up with like no remorse whatsoever. And it's like, oh wait, these aren't just commandos. These guys know something.
All right, I'm going to undo a death. Jason Isaacs' character's death is undone. I'm going to undo it. He comes out of the like he looks like he dies, right? Because it's very ambiguous, right? He looks like he dies. He does come back. I want him to be killed by our character, who is now motivated by these horrific visions. Like,
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
That might be good. Even if it's an illusion or something like that.
Wait a minute. I have another idea. Can you put up a like side by side? Can you put a side by side of Jake Gyllenhaal and Jason Isaacs?
Let me do it for a second. I got streamer is a bit silly, so I got to figure that out.
Because I want to see if this could work. I have an idea where that like I saw that painting you pulled up, and I think I have an idea of like maybe that could work a little bit.
All right, so you said Jason Isaacs and
Gyllenhaal, yeah.
Okay. Wait, Jason Isaacs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the name of the actor who plays
Zukov.
Zukov. Which Death of Stalin, by the way, great film. I love Death of Stalin so much.
Death of Stalin is a comedy that's horrifying. It's a horror comedy.
Good. Yeah, it's so good, but it's just like watching like this the Soviet like apparatchik just like behave like they're in a Monty Python bit it's amazing. It's a perfect movie.
Right. You said Jason Isaacs and who?
Gyllenhaal. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Hillen Houlihay.
My gosh.
The Family Guy bit between Jake and Maggie Gyllenhaal. I'm the worst actor. No, I'm the worst actor. No, I'm more off-putting. No, I'm more off-put. Okay, do you think they could pass as like father and son?
At their current ages, maybe.
At the very least, like maybe they could be brothers. Okay,
that might be a little cheesy. Make it from the same house. Make them from the same house. It's like
maybe he's an uncle. Maybe he's an uncle.
The thing is that if you make it from the same house, is because one of the first opening things like your house. So and so of such planet.
Yeah,
your house Koto. Are you not? It's like I am. So you must know that the grant, they'll recognize some things. The thing is, it's some familiarity of like, yes, we are of the same bloodline, actually.
Yeah,
and it builds the fact that the empire is built of bloodlines, which is very interesting.
Some kind of sentimentality in witnessing that is like you need some kind of connection past just like they. I mean, I guess maybe they don't have to be related. Maybe it's just like maybe like Jason Isaacs is like a quote unquote war hero. Like just make him like make him like a plated Soviet general where he's got all these medals, but he
is
hasn't
this
done
creates
anything.
conflict? Is creates conflict if they're in the same house because he's going to say like you are unworthy of this house.
Something like that.
No,
But it's
you
like
want-
I think there has to be a connection where Gyllenhaal wants to impress him. It's like
Uncle,
this guy,
Uncle
this
nephew,
general is like everything he's ever wanted to be.
Yeah.
Uncle
and he, like,
nephew.
needs his- he needs
Gyllenhaal
his
is
approval.
Gyllenhaal is from a cadet branch, and the difference is Isaacs is a plated Soviet general, and Gyllenhaal is a guy who has actually been on the line.
Yeah, he's been in the shit.
Yeah,
All right.
much
I'll
lower
diagram
rank.
this
They have
later.
a difference. We have Gyllenhaal die.
Okay.
He could die.
By the way, any good story has a good character matrix that has the relationship between the characters. You do want to build a relationship between the characters because if it's just like, oh, we all met one day, it's like we all met is the same as and then.
Yeah,
Like, we all
I
met
think him being some kind of like imperial poster boy works. If you don't want them to be related, okay, it's a little overdone. I grant you. I grant that. But it's like he like make him an imperial poster boy, and like Gyllenhaal's like, I know this guy. Like I've seen like I heard the stories about he did like
He's
such
a-
and
yeah,
such on
he's a
this
hero.
planet. And he's like, this is I
There
wanted
you
to be
go.
this guy. Like he's why I joined the Empire's army. Like
Well,
this is everything.
The
I
original
wanted
Star
to
Wars
be.
does this. The original Star Wars does this actually when Princess Leia addresses Darth Vader, right? It's like because she calls him a sort of like, oh, the Emperor has let you off your leash, has he? Sort of thing of like you have to establish a relationship between these characters. Like they have to. I guess what I'm saying is they have to already know each other or know of each other enough, and that's why the house thing or the military rank or the military status of hero is really really important. Because it allows the characters to know each other and have a bigger universe. In other words, what I'm saying is that you don't want the characters to meet each other at the same time as the audience. Really,
Yeah.
The reputation should precede them.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need some kind of something. You need some kind of like build up to where it's like, oh, this guy, like I can tell this guy's important even though you don't know who he is yet.
All right. So here's a shot I have. Okay. So over Keanu Reeves' introduction. This is an example I'm going to give. Okay. He's being dragged. Okay. He's like this. He's like being dragged past the camera like that. All right. Over the right side of Keanu Reeves' character, one of the Imperial officers catches Keanu Reeves giving a look. Just like that. And in that moment, in that look, Keanu Reeves is able to inspire a fear that the audience has not shown, but the whoever it is, whether it's Jake Gyllenhaal or Ryan, whoever,
Gosling.
Gosling,
Gosling.
they should have a reaction that's like, "Holy shit, that was very scary!" Like me just meeting this man's eye was frightening, and it would explain all the explanation you need later for him to be afraid of this Force user.
I thought of another good set piece for that. It's like, what if there was like a bit where it's like when they first like introduce him to like whatever the writing is, it's like it's like them just like whacking him in the ass with like a swagger stick or like a officer's cane or something. He's like, well, go on, decipher it. And he just like looks at it, and like before he even has time to read it,
like a witch doctor, like an imperial officer of like the British or Belgium would treat a witch doctor, but the witch doctor sees a magic spell that is horrendous.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, well, go on, go on, dog, hunt.
Boy.
And so it's like,
Colonel Sanders, actually, I just want Jason Isaacs to be Colonel Sanders. Like, go on, boy.
Yeah. Before he even has time to like read what like it actually says, like the connection of the force within him and the force behind this, like almost like it's an incantation, the powers connect and he just like recoils in pain, and his pain is so great that it causes like the force to harm everyone like in his near vicinity, so like all the soldiers feel it too.
This would be almost. Okay, that's a very interesting point. Let's say he's in before these scripts and you see the Keanu vision here is the scripts actually start to move as he concentrates on the force. It's like you looking at them with your basic eyes is not seeing the whole thing. You're seeing depressions and things created. Keanu then asks for a person and then asks the terrified officer to come over, and he just puts his hand on his heart, and you just sort of see the life force getting sucked out of this officer as Keanu starts sapping it to see more and more of this. This sets up all right, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up conflict, okay? Because Keanu, I want him to need somebody, but I didn't have a reason for him to need somebody. If he actually has to sap the life force out of somebody, that creates a what's called I would call it like a secondary need that allows for a roguish person to sacrifice somebody else to satisfy this if they wanted to be in cahoots with Keanu's character. This means what I'm trying to. The thing is, once you create, what you want is a conflict, okay? Whatever your conflict is, man, nature, whatever, man himself, you need to find tendrils to drag other people into it. That's the meat of it, and then have those interactions. So everyone is trying to drag each other down into here. The issue that you have to have is just making sure that you don't expand the scope of this conflict too much. It should be it should be tense but not complicated.
So have you ever seen a film called The Treasure of the Sierra Madre?
That's a classic film that I have not seen.
I highly recommend it because that's one of the best movies I've ever seen. And that the conflict of that movie, 90% of it comes from three men who don't like or trust each other, having to trust each other with their lives.
Okay, so this is what made Star Wars great in the first place, is they would ape conflicts off of other movies. I am fine with that. The first thing, like the first act's conflict can be one movie, the second act's conflict can be based off another movie, and then finally, once you get going, now you're on the Treasure of the Sierra Madre thing. The Jedi is loose. Jason Isaacs is properly dead. You have one rogue and one Imperial sycophant.
Yeah, exactly.
And there you go.
I think that's perfect. And I think the three works that should influence this script the most would be The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, Gunga Din, and The Call of Cthulhu. Like the actual the original short story.
Right. Yes. Okay. So here's the thing: is like, what is it that Keanu is? And this is what I've wanted to explore before in other like Star Wars. When I'm like sitting here doing a fan fiction Star Wars of my own that I'm not releasing online, is like, on the outer rim of the Star Wars galaxy, there should be cosmic horrors. Like there should be what's called oh gosh, my memory is terrible. What's the interstellar? Should be interstellar levels of visual spectacle with these horrors, right? Like black hole renderings of like there should be absolute madness of like, what is it like to orbit a pulsar at 90 hertz? Like,
have it kind of like have it invoke that thing that used to be on like old maps from like the High Regency age, like at the edge of the map, like here there be monsters, like that kind of feel.
Like what I would say is like there's a pulsar in your vision, and you are orbiting it super fast, right? And it becomes like a rotoscope. You know what a rotoscope is?
Yeah.
It's when and it's a rotoscope, and then the image starts to become clear as you get into the orbit and into the period of it, and you start to see actual monsters like under the I guess what I'm saying is proper cosmic horror is underneath the physics there be monsters. Underneath the things that your mind can barely comprehend, there are things your mind can absolutely not comprehend, and they are proper monsters. That is what Keanu's Jedi character sees, and he sees an opportunity to close a portal that has not been properly closed. Like this, what he's reading is a warning that this thing is on a knife's edge and the galaxy may be consumed.
Does Keanu Reeves have to die in the end? Like, does he have to die to like actually see his mission done?
I think so.
Okay. So here's like that little card turn I talked about. Like he's like, oh, this guy was never a Sith at all. He was a Jedi the whole time. I think that's like when he finally like reveals what's going on, but then you see that he's the one making the heroic sacrifice to try to stop it. I think that's where you get into like auditory homage, and like that's where like play the first few bars from Twin Sons by John Williams was like do 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 do, like just like have that be very slight, and you realize like, oh wait, this guy was never the bad guy. It's like he was always
like wondering if he's bringing this forth. Actually, is like, and it would be funny if the characters that are remaining, one of them is trying to stop Keanu because he thinks he's evil, and one of them is trying to just capture Keanu because he thinks he's out of control. But it turns out that it was neither of them were right. It was Keanu needs to be left alone to do what needs to be done to make the heroic sacrifice to stop this incursion. It'd be funny if there was this place between worlds. That'd be a good John Williams. That'd be a good name for a John Williams track too. Is like is place between worlds, where it's like, no, this is the in between that was warned about. This is the place where one universe meets another, and the incursion would happen if you allow it.
I think like another good one that like another good little like red herring to like kind of throw people off is like maybe there's like a scene where like maybe like Keanu Reeves gets like hurt and he has to be like patched up. It's like, well, we can't let our bloodhound die, so like fix him up. And you see that like while he's like while they're doing the stitching, like you see like buried in all of his like endless tattoos, like very briefly you see like the outline like deep into the like the root of the like where the prison tattoos start. You see like the old Republic symbol, like the lightsaber, like the wings on the side, like that logo. Like you see he has a tattoo of that, and like he very quickly just like swipes the guy's hand away, and like it loses focus. It's like,
yes, if you're not,
you have to throw like little like red herrings in there to like build up to it.
I think it'd be really interesting because the conflicts the characters would have is, do you contain magic or do you use magic for your own ends?
Yeah.
It's like, are you motivated by ambition versus fear? And that to me is what the Empire is all about. Ambition versus fear. And
to be honest, if we just want to only make this like set in the world of the first 3 movies, we could get really evil with this, because like there's an entire element of the Jedi that you could just like, you could do wonders by like bringing in like sort of like the feel of like old hermetic magic from like the Middle Ages. Like if you wanted to apply that to the Jedi, like we could get like really evil with this, where it's like, maybe like make the Jedi seem like more sinister, or not sinister, because we don't want the Jedi to be evil, but it's just like at a glance, like this is like so.
All right,
like,
Jason Isaacs' character. All right, I'm gonna just make it really horrific right now. Jason Isaacs' character is now been transformed to what's called a living ward. His body is essentially splayed and displayed out to stop this thing. So it's like veins and nerves and stuff are now branched out, and you see like this almost Vitruvian man of like, here's his arms, here's his veins.
I've got a way to do that. You want to hear it?
Yeah. So
okay,
like,
so
this is
so
a
you know how
thing.
you know how Vader would always start with an open hand and close it. What would happen if you started with a closed hand and then opened it?
Oh damn! Oh yeah.
Like just show that. Yeah, you could do that. Like just show it from Keanu Reeves' perspective, where he just like raises a fist, and you just like you hear like the just kind of like that weird like wobble of the Force, and you just like as he slowly opens like finger by finger, you just hear like horrific screaming that you don't get to see the result of.
Yeah, I think Jake Gyllenhaal's character would have members of the Empire at his command, which would be good fodder to show that Keanu Reeves' character is quite fearsome. Right, like you could almost have him sit there and do like a Force Haka or something like that, where he's doing different moves because he doesn't have his lightsaber, or anything like that. Like
I think that's like that's another red herring. It's like everyone else, he just kind of like he fucks him up a little, but he doesn't kill him. It's like the only person who meets a horrific end is like by his hand is Jason Isaacs, and that's for like even then it's for a purpose.
It's for a purpose. Yeah, it's to stop this. It's to clog this portal, which is inside of this caves, and it's kept in its infancy state. Probably because it hasn't been fed enough bodies or something like that, right? Like it's a proper eldritch horror. It hasn't been worshipped.
Just an good old fashioned blood god. Like
exactly. And he can stop it right now and never allow it to continue. Which is why he goes on a killing spree. So that's his motivation. Jake Gyllenhaal's character is trying to just get a promotion. Ryan Gosling's character is somewhat trying to get at the truth, but is very much like a step behind, I suppose.
Well, I think at the end of all of this, you have to leave an out for whoever the lone survivor is, whether it's Gyllenhaal or whether it's Gosling. In the end, it doesn't really matter. It could be Sam Rockwell. Like maybe the crazy guy is the only guy who ends up like surviving.
All right. So one of the things I set up though before is that this rock is now by itself. That's a precaution. That's actually part of the wards to keep this thing from spreading should it actually tear open.
Sure, but
Um,
it's there has to be a reasonable out for whoever does survive. Like that's not to say we
well,
have
no,
to
no,
see
yeah,
them like
it's
fly
yeah,
away, but
yeah.
you
They
have
could,
to leave that one thing where it's like, oh, he could like, well, he lived, but like that's the point is like, don't show him flying away, don't show what happens, just show him like shambling back to like the ship,
well, he should
and
just see the galaxy. He should just see the stars are there again. It's
yeah,
like,
it's
no,
like
you're
something
now free
something
to
has to
leave.
happen where
Yeah.
it's like, yes, he lived, but my God, what are the consequences of that? Like what
Right.
like yeah, like what are the consequences that he lived like through this? Because like that's the key to good horror is it's like you can't just have him live. It's like there has to be some kind of consequence for living because at the end of the day that's the ultimate terror. It's like what if like you lived through this but like you have to suffer because you lived through it.
Right. I would almost pull imagery from Subnautica of the horror of the gigantic, like megalophobia kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that
It's
the survivor? I think that the Jake Gyllenhaal character has the psycho eyes necessary to be properly traumatized and be a threat after being traumatized. Like
sure.
there's a response to trauma, and one of the
Have it
responses to trauma is to become neutralized. The other one is become very not neutralized. Very
have him
very
be
muted.
have him be Bruce Campbell from the end of Evil Dead. It's like, oh my God, I lived, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, he should be crazy. He should.
Yeah.
You now have a guy who's on the general track, who, like our Admiralty track, who is properly insane. And what is that implication for that? Like, what happens when you have an admiral who is aware of the cosmic horrors beyond the outer rim?
Congratulations, you had a Rommel, and through misadventure, he became a Mengele.
Right. Yeah. Now it's like blood, and like what magic is he trying to ensue to bring this portal through, or like end this thing? Yeah. Whereas Ryan Gosling's character is just trying to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, he just like just wants to live versus like wants to exploit, and
Well,
that's
and
fair.
I agree with Cosmos that you have to go cosmic horror with Star Wars, and there's been a
for this specific
this
tale,
story,
yeah. Like
because if you're telling an Imperial story, like where you can go and preserve a Star Wars feel is actually surprisingly limited.
Yeah, like
it has to be. It almost always either ends up. It has to be horror or it has to be a morality play. Like, and there's not really that much outside of. And granted, I think not to toot our own horn. I think we've done both because we did both. Like, this is a horror and a morality play.
In the original Star Wars, the Empire was the insurmountable horror. Like they blew up a planet to introduce themselves.
You can't come back from that.
You had Peter Cushing. Is just
abject evil.
Yeah, and what's a horror to the horror is you have to go more horror, right? Like you have to have like cause something above the Empire that would make them lose their minds. I think yeah, I'm glad there's no rebels in this. There's no rebellion. This is just containment, because this is what it is. This is a story of the burden of ownership. Is that now you have to defend from everything. This is actually a pretty good axiom as wish to you must crush the rebellion.
Like, I want to go back. I almost want to go back to the beginning because I had another good idea. It's like make it to where there was like a scout outpost on this world, and like that's how this started. It's like we received like the scouting data like a couple weeks ago. We need to go see what's going on, and it's like who's our point of contact? It's like Staff Sergeant so and so. It's like give me like
crazy Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, it's like give me the details of his service. It's like not highly decorated, but decorated enough to where it's like,
he's a good guy. Like he's reputable until he got to this planet, where he's become a complete fucking nut.
Yeah, exactly. They get to see him like after like living on this planet for like 2 months. He's a fucking wreck. He's a gibbering moron. Nobody else who is on this outpost is like to be found. And like,
he would be really funny as a character. Like who is Willem Dafoe's character in The Northman?
The shaman. Yeah, the shaman. Yeah.
Yeah, like he would actually be a pretty good shaman, where he's like he actually knows the Jedi. Like you start to realize that Sam Rockwell's character knows exactly what these Jedi texts say. Like he figured it out.
We completely needled out like Christian Bale's character. I think speaking of Willem Dafoe, I think you could use him as sort of like Willem Dafoe's character from The Lighthouse, where he's just like this he's this experienced guy, but he's also kind of an insane piece of shit. And so it's like maybe it gets to the point where the Jedi doesn't
he's
even kill.
he's doing
Maybe the
the
Jedi doesn't even kill him. Maybe like the other members of like the survivor group just kill him because they're
that.
tired of his
Well,
they're
I
tired
mean,
of his like shit.
I'm just gonna look up. Like he could start becoming the Patrick Bateman that like the nervous energy, the nervous craziness, like the composure is being lost. Right.
Yeah,
That
it's like
Patrick
he
Bateman
kind of like
like
he loses his like he kind of comes unglued first, but it's like he doesn't get got by the Jedi or by misadventure. Like it's just like eventually like the rogue and like the junior officer who are like at odds with each other realize this guy's sabotaging us. He's undermining us at every turn.
well, he sees
And
an
so
opportunity, yeah. Like
eventually he just gets too out of line and they just kill him.
well,
'Cause
what's his
he's
character's
just insane.
motivation? Like why is he fucking with them though? Or like
Yeah, it's like he's well,
has
it's
he
like
been
I think he
touched,
won't
or-
like it's so that's what I said is just like his outline of his character is he's a decorated NCO, but like he keeps having like all these personality problems that like stop him from getting any higher. And so like that's like the point is like he's just bitter that he never got above his station. Like have you ever watched the series Sharp with Sean Bean?
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Make him Obadiah Hakeswill.
Yeah. Well, okay, so you can make him an Obadiah pretty quickly if he's under the influence of Keanu's Jedi character.
No, just make him
Like, he's-
Obadiah in general.
well-
He's a bitter sergeant that like never actually made it anywhere, and now he gets his jollies by like fucking with people below him and fucking with people directly above him.
Well, the thing is, the Jedi character could see that as a weakness and then start affecting him, making him like a
Okay, okay. Now I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like
that could be good. That could be good.
Yeah, so he's the muscle of the Jedi's influence. And the thing is, this Jedi is completely untethered from anything that makes him disciplined at all. Like he's pure. He's both imprisoned, traumatized from the imprisonment, and also desperate because now he sees a threat that is the greatest threat he's ever seen in his entire life. He's like,
for the most part, his outline should be like he has no code. He's just trying to make it to see tomorrow.
Yeah, he's anything he does to try and stay centered is just for the moment, so he does not succumb to his power.
Exactly.
Because the dark side is so close. Another thing is that we never like the cosmic horror has to be the dark side. Because the dark side speaks like a power lending, hyper tempting, and endlessly corrupting thing. Right? Yeah. It's like a god of the outer rim. So he's
make it a very attractive blood god.
He is now more exposed to the dark side than he's ever been, probably in his entire life.
And I think that would be like the good thematics for like the Christian Bale character is just like when they kill him, like when he's become like so influenced by like whatever the greater evil is, he's so insane and so happy about it that like when they kill him, he's still happy as he's like being murdered because at the like even then like even being killed, he's still getting what he wants. Like he's still ruining these people. He's still like lowering that. He's bringing them to him like to his level, even though he's dying.
So one of the things that that started to spell the death knell of Star Wars is in addition to being a small universe that most creators who operate in the space don't recognize that it is is reification and Flanderization. Is essentially that that the concepts Star Wars plays with and a lot of what actually goes on in the original trilogy of Star Wars is alluding to things like the Clone Wars sort of by name without diving into specifics,
right.
And letting sort of the insinuation do a lot of the creative heavy lifting in lending what is actually a pretty tightly constrained drama the illusion of depth. Now, sort of what happens with Star Wars around this is George Lucas is actually really free with sort of creative additions. Like essentially if you write a novel and it doesn't break this like set of hierarchical rules, we can stamp the Star Wars stamp on it. And you start getting derivative works that take things from this series and put put meat on the bones, but not in a way where it's really fleshing them out. It's almost like dressing a dinosaur skeleton where the skin just wraps the bones.
Sure.
It doesn't have added depth. It's sort of just thingifying it by derivative creators, and eventually it turns into almost a sort of self-parody.
Yeah.
This is written all over the prequels, by the way, and like is massively out of control of the sequels, to the point where moment to moment becomes overt satire. Is the things in the original trilogy are not taken as illusions but taken as literal. Like every Jedi becomes a lightsaber man, not a contemplative monk knight with esoteric powers.
So I was
Actually
gonna say something to that actually like plays into what you were talking about. There's a really good video I've seen where a guy who's like really good at like doing video editing, he did a thing where it's old Ben's monologue when like he's talking to Luke. He's like, "Tell me about my father." And it's like him doing the exposition of who Anakin Skywalker is, and it's like interspersed like in between his pauses are like clips from the prequels where it shows like the good times between him and Anakin and that's the best part, is like it's only from 2 and 3, which are the only like watchable prequel movies. But it's just like it's like him like remembering the good times like between him and Anakin. He's like, oh, he was the best starfighter in the galaxy, and he was a great Jedi warrior, and he was a good friend. And it's just like, how did my father die? And it's like the way like Alec Guinness like looks away, like he looks down and then away. I know that was not intentional because Lucas has admitted in the past that he didn't have the twist ready yet that Vader was Luke's father. So that was completely that was just Alec Guinness like adding like Shakespearean just like desperation to like remembering.
Alec Guinness legendarily hated the project and thought it was going to be trash.
Yeah, but he like looks down and away, and the guy who's making this edit, he very expertly like spersed in like a bunch of smash cuts of like Anakin like becoming evil, like storming the temple, like killing the younglings, like all that stuff. Like it's like it's a very fast like flash forward, and you see that like the point of this edit is like Obi-Wan is coming up with the lie in real time.
Yeah,
like he was killed by a young evil Jedi named Darth Vader. It's like he's making up a lie to preserve Luke's innocence so that like Luke could become a Jedi Knight. And I think that's good editing, but that's all. Like, that's all the prequels are good for. It's like hype beast edits. Like that's all they're good for.
Wait, so it's brilliant. It's brilliant editing and artistry on top of what is ultimately subpar material. The prequels very much suffered from Flanderization, and while they are watchable, they're not good.
Literally, I can count on one hand all the things I like from the prequels.
Yeah. The Plinkett reviews at the time they were created rightly panned, what were bad movies. These are bad movies. And
they're not very good now.
Wait, and the thing is, relative to what was on offer at the time, these were like abysmal movies. I think one of the things that's and they suffered deeply from Flanderization. The Jedi's all being lightsaber guys and stuff like that. Like essentially the mysticism was lost in favor of the fan baiting on camera literalism. And it folds back into itself in like a sort of self-undermining a self-undermining pop culture influence, like the thing is essentially destroying itself with its own image.
So this is a behind the scenes thing, but originally Lucas always even though he calls them Jedi Knights, Lucas always envisioned the Jedi as samurai. Like that's what he always envisioned them, because it was like that's why I talked about earlier. It was like he loved samurai movies. Famously, the hit, like a lot of people say that he plagiarized the Hidden Fortress, which it's not a plagiarism. It's just an homage because it's different enough. But it's like the Hidden Fortress is like a direct influence on Star Wars for like narrative structure. It's like he intended
and a lot of
them
visual
to be
aspects, even the original poster.
Yeah, and he planned for them to be samurai so much, like so deeply down to the fact that originally George Lucas wanted Toshiro Mifune to play Obi-Wan Kenobi, the guy
Right.
who
Yeah.
was in Yojimbo and Seven
Seven
Samurai and
Samurai.
Throne of
Yeah.
Blood, like, and the thing is, like, we got very close. We got really close to that happening, but Toshiro Mifune, like, his English was severely limited, and he, like, through an interpreter, he basically told George Lucas, like, even if I learned my lines phonetically, I couldn't properly do this justice, so I am afraid I have to refuse. And so, like, he had to pivot to getting Alec Guinness, and so, like, it kind of takes on a whole new characterization when you have a classically trained British actor say we were knights, to the point where it's like it's what you talk about. It's Flanderization, where it's like in the prequels they literally become knights in shining armor, where it's
Mhm.
like they wear like the clone armor. Now, granted, I'm not gonna lie,
I mean, that's a
I'm a
pretty
shill.
that's
I
a
love
pretty awesome, like, playing
yeah.
with your visual cues, though.
Yeah, like I'm a shill. I love seeing like the details of like Ewan McGregor wearing like the clone armor, but like with like the Jedi Knight like tabards and stuff like on it. Like
Mhm.
I think that's a very
No, yeah,
terrific
it's
visual.
baller imagery, especially when you take what the original trilogy sets up as visual indicators.
And that's one of the things I can say I like about the prequels is like when it comes to
Mhm.
like Ewan McGregor as
Ewan
Obi-Wan
McGregor is such
Kenobi,
a
it's
good
like
Obi-Wan
it's
with
like
really
I
subpar
can believe
material.
I can totally believe this is a young Alec Guinness. I can buy
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like all the good stuff that comes out of like prequel projects. It's people who don't really like the prequels, but they love the
Mhm.
originals. Like, if you've never seen the animated series Star Wars Rebels, there's actually a really good scene where it's kind of like the bridging. This is before, like, this is after the prequel trilogy, but before like before the original trilogy, and Darth Maul and like a middle-aged Obi-Wan, they have their final duel on what's the planet,
Mustafar.
not Mustafar, the planet that that Luke lives on,
Lava planet.
Oh, Tatooine.
Tatooine. Thank you. It's like like an old grizzled Darth Maul has tracked down his oldest foe,
I
and
remember
he's
that
ready to
scene.
have like one final like duel. And Obi-Wan is like, he's middle aged. He's like, he's sounding like his vocal intonation is sounding more like Alec Guinness and less like Ewan McGregor. And there's like a bit where like Darth Maul just like he kind of like kicks dirt into like Obi-Wan's like campfire and like puts it out. He's like, "Look at you scrabbling around here in the dirt like an animal. Look what's become of you." And Obi-Wan just like without missing a beat just looks at it. He's like, "Look what I've risen above." And they activate their lightsabers, and you see at first like Obi-Wan does like an elaborate flourish, like he's like, you're ready to see like the backflips and the force pushes or whatever, but it's like after he does the flourish, you see like Obi-Wan kind of like remembers himself, and he switches back to the old sword stance from the original trilogy. Like he goes back from like weird like pseudo sci-fi samurai stuff to just like old like longsword duelist stance. And within two strokes, like he deflects, and then he just like stabs like Darth Maul in the chest, and like it's over. Like within two swipes, it's over, and like that's all it takes. Like that's like, and I think that's what Lucas is missing. Like in the prequels, is like, we don't need these big elaborate sword fights. Like, yeah, they're cool
Right.
for a second when you see the flashing lights, but it's like
Yeah.
when you see a master swordsman effortlessly defeat a foe, it's like it's got the exact same intended effect. And it's like the whole thing of like Cosma. You and me were watching Kill Bill the other week.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like the big bad blood splatter from a samurai sword that actually comes from a Kurosawa movie.
Mhm.
In Yojimbo, there was a scene where Toshiro Mifune's character, he does like a quick swipe, like he draws and swipes in one motion, and the other guy's chest just bursts open with blood. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah,
It was supposed
that was a malfunction, right?
Yeah, and they just, yeah, but they didn't have time to go back and refilm it because it would have cost too much. So they just played it straight. And it's just like that's samurai. Like that's what people think samurai is now. It's just like when you cut a guy in the chest with a katana, it's like a big blood splatter that like goes
One
everywhere.
thing. Yeah.
And it's like that's all it should take. Is like that malfunction crafted what a sword fight in cinema should look like. Is just like a master of the form can draw and in one swipe he can destroy his opponent. That's a master.
That's what I'm saying
Mhm.
is that it'd be interesting if in this story right now that we've crafted is that the dark side picks an avatar, and Keanu Reeves' character has to fight the avatar, right?
So-
Because that
so
would make it more
here's-
personal.
Here's somewhere where I had intended to go with this, and the reification / flanderization thing is, is there textual evidence in the original trilogy that the dark side is anything other than the abandon of discipline? That it is a definite metaphysical object, and not a spiritual disposition and relation to the universe.
I think it is like embracing like the negative aspects of life. I think it is a like evil anti-life belief system, and just restricted completely. Just like asterisk there, just like completely restricted to the original trilogy. I think it is just like abject evil and just like rejection of like life. I think that's what it is.
Well, I think to me, what I'm going to add to that is I think that the dark side is actually the manifestation of the human will, and which is the opposite of discipline, right? Human willpower.
Right, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like the force is something which flows through and around all living things, etc., etc. Like is there an object called the dark side, or is it a spiritual disposition of the self who is attuned to the force, that is the active like nihilistic abandonment of discipline?
I think that's what it is, because it's like when you look at what like Obi-Wan does and what like Yoda can do, it's like these are very careful, very like effortful, very like balanced men. Like these are men who have spent their entire life trying to adhere completely to a discipline to where they are calm, they are at peace in any given scenario. They don't
don't have attachment. That's an important part of being a Jedi.
Yeah, it's not detachment. It's temperance. It's complete and pure temperance.
Right,
and like that's what they show.
And it's why Luke is also a risky bet, is because he's still young, impetuous, and attached, and not really in control of himself until he completes his training.
Whenever Obi-Wan uses violence, it's only ever to protect his own life. He never resorts to violence to solve a problem. He never thinks it's like this, like I'll intimidate them and I'll show them what I mean. He only ever like resorts to force when like his life absolutely depends on it. Now compare that to the only two original Sith that we see, Vader and the Emperor. They are callous. They are sort of proud.
You'll use your magical
wizard
powers
relish
on
in their
coworker
they relish in their vulgar displays of power. Like it's the whole like when that one guy just like speaks up against Vader at the first meeting. He's just like, "Oh, Lord Vader, your adherence to that silly old religion," and he just just starts choking him to like show him that he means business. Like this ostensibly this guy has a seat at the table. Ostensibly this guy is very important. This is a very special general or something to the Empire who, if he's at this like conference, he's somebody important. And like Vader just like makes a show of like humiliating him and just like trying to kill him, even though he has no intention whatsoever on following through. And make it even worse. Like the Emperor, when Luke comes to him ostensibly in like peace, in negotiation, he just laughs. He thinks it's silly. He thinks it's funny that this young man is trying to take a higher path, and when he tries to corrupt the young man and he doesn't take to his like situation or to his suggestion, he just starts using lightning to shock him.
Right.
And like while he's shocking him to death, he's laughing. He thinks it's funny. He thinks
Well, yeah.
like the fact that he has so much power that he can exert over
to
like
bring us back to
lessers.
our own fan fiction, though.
Well,
brings us back to our
because I have something on the Emperor point, which is very important, which is also the way in which evil is portrayed in the scene with the Emperor. It is actually quite Dracula-like.
Yes, very much so.
In that the Emperor's original assertions of power are, he essentially remains seated throughout, basically the whole scene. Of I am demonstrating power because I have control over others. I am demonstrating this facade of sophisticatedness where I have, transcended or seem to have transcended immediate physical violence, essentially through controlling others, to physical violence. And then as soon as the facade of sophistication is challenged, the Emperor drops it and goes to straight bestial violence. It's just like
the moment when Luke's lightsaber strikes towards the Emperor and then Vader stops it and the Emperor is laughing. That is actually the very last layer of that sophistication. Like acting, right? Like once you're past that, once you're past Vader, like Vader is essentially his ticket to sophistication. And this I want to bring this back to the story that the fan fiction we're writing right now is that the dark side has to work through somebody, and Jake Gyllenhaal's Imperial character would actually be pretty damn good at this. Is that he has to end the story as the mastermind of the conflicts and then escape as someone who's now like properly embraced the guidance of the dark side. Like he shouldn't deserve to live, but he lives nonetheless.
Can I give you a set piece built off of that?
Yeah, sure.
So, like one thing I said like immediately is like we can only let Keanu show like negative emotion to like make you think he's like evil, like he's a Sith. I think like at the very end when he's trying to like kill the creature, I think Gosling should be on his side because he's the sympathetic one, and like in doing so, Gosling also dies. But I think there should be a bit where like the evil tries to influence Gosling and it fails because ultimately he is pure of heart. And like he still dies, but it's like I think there should be a moment where like it shows him being influenced by the evil, but he fights it off and he resists the temptation to evil in like a big flourish. And like upon seeing that, you like Keanu Reeves' character sees that and smiles. I think that should be the only time he smiles.
It'd be funny if Gosling's resistance to evil is actually just he wants his own free will. It's not even that he's good.
Like, I mean, like even then, like that's good enough.
Influenced by anybody else.
Like that, yeah. Even then, that's good enough. But it's just like you seeing it like that's when Keanu Reeves smiles, and like maybe it's like right before he dies, but it's just like I think that's like the last show of like goodwill because I like stories.
You can do a smile and turn into like a happy resignation to fate.
Top down shot. It's going out, it's going up, it's spiraling, and it's showing Gosling with a blaster and Keanu with a lightsaber fighting off an endless hordes of dark beasts.
Sure.
You only see in silhouette.
Or maybe it's like a giant creature that like it's like you see is like there's no way they're gonna win this, but it's like that's not the point. They're not gonna beat it with martial force. They beat it with like fortitude within the force.
And you never that's how they win. It should end with Jake Gyllenhaal's character like closing the sepulcher and then leaving essentially over that scene of like there's no closure to that. As far as the audience is concerned, they're still fighting the eternal fight.
Exactly, but it's and like that's the thing. Like I'm a sucker. I love it when very abject, dark, nihilistic stories end with like a kernel of
it's very Gotrek and Felix.
Well, it's just like so. My whole thing is like I like it when you can show something that's very like nihilistic and like drastic, but as long as like the character progression, like the characters, like the hero's journey of this story is that they remember that like having faith in humanity is ultimately good and they should do it again. I think that's enough. I like it when stories do that because like since we're talking about like cinema, you guys might kill me for this, but like the Zack Snyder DC movies, I like those. I like those because they're very dark and they're very nihilistic, but that's the point. It's like they end with hope and humanity is the ultimate message. Because like that's what like a lot of people hate Batman versus Superman. I'm not saying it's like the best like superhero movie ever written, but I like it because it ends with like it shows like Bruce Wayne is in a like Batman is like a very dark path. Like he doesn't care what happens to the people he fights. If they die, they die. That's not his problem. He's kind of like he's gotten a little loosey goosey with like his no kill code because like he's lost everything. And ultimately it's the optimism and the like the sort of like just like overwhelming force of goodness that is Superman. Like contending with that, it shows him that he needs to learn a lesson. And at the end of it, he gives a speech, like he gives like the men are still good speech, where it's like Batman has ultimately realized that like no, like there is still good in this world, and I need to do better because I've lost something from myself, and it took meeting like the the best of us to remind me that I've been doing wrong. And that leads into the and like that leads into like Zack Snyder's Justice League is just like he's trying
So-
to overcorrect like from like how bad he's been going, that he tries to create this force that's like the ultimate good of the world to defend it from like the ultimate evil. And like a lot of people don't like Man of Steel. Man of Steel is like that's a very optimistic story if you actually like sit down and watch it, because it's the world is dark and like very just kind of like nihilistic, and it's a man rising above all of that to still do the right thing, even though at the end of it he has to contend with something that he wasn't ready to like actually do.
So
Well, I'm gonna add a little bit. I'm gonna be very quick. Very quick. I'll be very quick.
Yeah.
Superman pisses a lot of people off, especially on the left or whatever. Like the people who think that all absolute power corrupts absolutely. Is that he is actually a counterexample of that? Is that you can have absolute power,
Truth,
and
justice, and the American way, baby.
Yeah, no, and I believe it. I believe you can have tremendous amounts of power. It's one of the reasons why America can kick ass and the Europeans are afraid to. They can get on our level anytime they wanted to, if they wanted to, but they're afraid of power. It's all this Lord of the Rings bullshit. Fuck it, put the Ring of Power on, kick some ass. It'd be so funny if there's like an alternate edit where it's like Boromir puts the ring on and he's just like
he's just too good.
He's just punting, like he's absolutely guts. He just Gatsu from like Berserk. He's just killing tons of orcs and just fighting his way and just Aragorn.
Have you read Berserk?
He's parts of Berserk, not all.
You need to read Berserk, but I think you would really like Berserk.
Yeah.
I think you would really like Berserk. I think you should read it. I'm not fucking around. I think you would actually really like it.
It'd be so funny though. It's like if someone puts on the Ring of Power and they're just like, you know what? I'm not swayed by evil.
Actually, I can comprehend the horrors just fine.
Yeah, it's actually not a big deal, guys. I just kill him. I just put my sword in that Sauron dude. It's not a big fucking deal.
But like, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
Yeah, go Cosmo.
Just to touch on the Snyder thing, I respect the opinion. I don't fully agree, and I think there's some contextual.
Be right back.
I think there's specific cultural context where like, okay, I don't agree with the assessment, but I see the trajectory. Which is, for instance, the way that the symbol of the character Superman has changed over time. And I think it might be like culturally mediated, that essentially like Superman being the good transcending the misery of the world is a story that one tells now, because the world is very different from when much of the mythology of Superman was sort of made, which is that the world is actually basically good, and that the cultural context of like the American way is sufficient to take a total ostensible alien, but you raise him in it, and what can there be but goodness? I will say, on the nature of the comparison, just based on our discussion of Lucas as a filmmaker earlier, I think actually, like, if I was to pick who is the filmmaker most similar to George Lucas, it's Zack Snyder. And not just that their storytelling resembles one another in some ways, but that also their production style sort of resembles one another in some ways.
Well, like Zack Snyder, he's a visuals guy. That's what he
Yeah.
likes. He likes visual. I'm not gonna say that I think that Zack Snyder's like the greatest filmmaker ever. I like some of his. I like a big old asterisk. I like some of his movies. Namely, it's his DC stuff. I like his DC stuff. I like his remake of Dawn of the Dead. Very good. But like I look at a movie like Sucker Punch and I'm like, there's a lot of stuff that could be here. It's
Yeah.
not here. It could be there.
Sucker
but it's
Punch.
not.
Sucker Punch is so promising, and it fucking sucks.
Now, I did not like his quote unquote Star Wars movie he tried to make. The
oh no.
It was
Is there
close.
is there any director right now that gives you a satisfying story? Like honestly, just
But-
satisfying.
So the answer
Not for
to
his
that
Star
is
Wars movies,
no.
no.
And
Rebel Moon
Wait,
was
wait.
not good.
so I ran into a quote the other day on Twitter as one does. I gave up on movies actually like maybe a couple of years ago. Like I don't
Yeah.
watch movies like generally
I love
unless
watching
it's
movies.
with you guys and at a strong recommendation.
I love movies. I love going to movies.
Oh no,
I-
I used to love movies.
I think
Still
us
do.
three are gonna make better movies if I like subscribe to some professional AI service and just like let us just like make the movie. Just like over
There's
time,
still plenty of good out there, but it's
I-
just
I- There is, but like I stopped going to movie theaters and like seeking out movies, unless it was with people. And like I
Yeah, I'm gonna
used to
go to-
work for like a foreign and indie streaming film company. Like I have seen thousands of movies all over the quality map and like obscure stuff that, like probably most people won't have seen and like experienced a lot of the good, the bad, and the obscure. But like this quote I stumbled across: read old books is not a snarky command, but a very serious program to remove the chains of modernity. Like that's sort
good, I
of
guess.
when I watch movies, I will watch them like I will generally watch older stuff and I will watch them in that way because like I've even given up on like EFAP and stuff like that. And like I don't really watch
those
Critical
guys
Drinker and
those guys
stuff.
got
It's
to be a
like,
chore. Like it's
well, wait, it's not just that they're a chore because even like Critical Drinker's 7-minute videos is like I cannot bestir
care.
myself.
it was shite. I hated it. It's like, oh, thanks, man. Thank you.
All right.
It's not
tell you
just
about
that. I can't bestir myself to muster 7 minutes of emotional investment in what's being produced now.
So
here's the thing I
you
find-
know how I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like I cannot find, this is the most surreal part of it. So surrealism, right? The most surreal thing is I could not find this video that I once watched at 2 a.m. as I was falling asleep, and it was the most dreamlike video to watch as I'm falling asleep, and it was about surrealism in cinema, and I cannot find the video anymore. But it gave me so much. Like because it was this amazing Technicolor, absolute insanity. And I was like, why don't I see this in cinema? Like we have so much leeway to do absolute crazy shit. And it's like, why is there no surrealism in cinema? And
Because we're wasting it on people with no imagination or talent.
yeah,
Well,
it's
I
like
mean,
they're all just trying to be shocking and weird. It's like,
that's not the zeitgeist anymore. If you want that, like go back and watch like German expressionist stuff. Like that's
Well,
where you're gonna go watch the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. That's where you're gonna see it.
I mean, sure, but it's like, why? Well, I want to see it now, and because it can be applied elsewhere.
Okay,
Like,
so it's very difficult for a director to have vision because you have to have a pedigree to have vision. And
Right.
it's basically the filmmaking version of like we want a 20-year-old with 35 years of experience. It's
Right.
like
And it's also filmmaking is a corporate endeavor. So like, having vision is a necessary but not sufficient
honestly, like
component.
well, and like I'll ask you a question, Cosma. When you watched Batman versus Superman, did you watch the theatrical cut or the director's cut?
I have watched both.
Okay. So like that, like the whole thing of like when I first watched the theatrical cut, I didn't care for it very much because it felt like it felt like they were leaving stuff out. Like I feel like I felt like I was missing something, and then I found out that's exactly correct. The WB like testing department, like, oh well, the test audiences didn't like this, that, and this, so cut it out. And then like
Yeah,
I
I
was
think
like,
you just
and
need
then I
filmmakers are
watched the
willing to put.
director's cut, and I was like, everything that I had a plot hole with is explained here, and like this just makes way more sense. And like this is just like this is the problem. Like you can't have a good superhero story because people want an MCU movie. Like that's what they want, and that's not how you make good stories. And that's why I
Sure.
liked that's why I liked Zack Snyder, because when I watched those, I was a man, and I'm a guy who's I've read Batman since I was like 4 years old. I watched Batman the animated series. I love Batman. I'm like the world's biggest like Batman mark ever, and it's like I felt like I had not seen, because I had seen all the classics. I had seen like the 80s Batman movie, I'd seen, or the Tim Burton movies, I had seen like the
Mhm.
Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I'd seen them all. I'd seen the Adam West Batman because my dad liked the Adam West Batman. But it's
Adam
just like,
West Batman is a gem.
no, I love it. It's great. It's
It's
amazing.
it's
It's perfect.
ridiculous, but it's a
No, it's perfect.
treasure.
But it's like it's as I grew up, as I grew up and I was an adult, I was like, I feel like this medium isn't growing with me, because
Mhm.
at the time DC Comics' editorial was writing garbage. Like they were writing terrible shit that like nobody wanted to read. And it's like all the stuff I liked was the Frank Miller stuff. It was like year one, The Dark Knight Returns, Long Halloween. It's like all the quintessential Batman stories were serious, and they were sober, and they were like somber. And it's like this is not a happy feel good character. This is a guy who he acts with desperate means because he lives in a desperate world. And that's why I think that's when Batman's at its best. Batman in and of itself is almost an existential horror, because Gotham City is a horrible place to live. But the point is, like, I was watching all this Batman stuff. I was like, I feel like Batman isn't growing with me as I understand like what he could be as a character. And then Zack Snyder kind of gave it to me. It's like this is a dark, desperate world, and this is a dark, desperate man. And I was
So
like, this is good.
What's your opinion on the Batman?
The one with Robert
yeah,
Pattinson.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so this is like my answer gonna take a minute. So I actually tried to write my own Batman series.
Mhm.
I tried to write it myself because I wanted a grittier Batman when I was about like 19 or 20 years old. I wanted a gritty Batman that kind of actually he had to wrestle with the implications of what he's doing, because I
Mhm.
wasn't given that like sophisticated storytelling by DC editorial at the time. They were doing a good story. That was when they tried to do like the whole like Commissioner Gordon as Batman thing, and that's an interesting concept, very interesting idea. They didn't do it right.
Mhm.
Um, but I tried to write one where it's like, okay, what if I wrote Bruce Wayne as a guy who like he has eschewed himself from all of his wealth and privilege? Like
Mhm.
what if he is like he's tried to like drift into society because he's like, I need to like wage my one man war on crime, and I need to avenge my parents, and I need to do it on my own terms. And so he's living just in the filth of Gotham City under an assumed name, like just kind of like he's doing Batman, but like his Batman is like a guy wearing like a gray shirt, like a gray sweater with like the Bat logo on it, a leather jacket, a pair of jeans, and like a cowl. Like he's wearing like the Bat mask and like a pair of goggles, and he is beating up criminal, like he's beating up mob guys with like his bare hands. Like this is a like from the ground up Batman who's gritty and raw, and you just have to see what he's doing. And I never wrote this, I never published this anywhere. This is just like something that I kind of like conceptualized in my own mind. And so I was just like, I kind of like wrote this up as like, okay, like what's the like, where does he go from here? And so it's like Commissioner Gordon thinks he's a crazy vigilante, and then like he has to slowly over like various meetings with Gordon, he has to like win him over. He has to convince Lieutenant Gordon that like I'm not crazy, like I'm what I'm doing matters, and like what I'm doing is right. And eventually Gordon realizes like, okay, he's right, like he's right, like this is I can agree with this. And then eventually, like, I would work in a thing where like Gotham is like eventually, like, the way I wrote it, it was he batters the mafia so badly that they're like, this Batman character, he's got us in ruins. We've got to do something about this guy. It's like he's like, we can't do anything. Like, we sent everything at him. He just keeps shrugging it off. And so then they hire a mercenary from South America to come do the job, and it's Deathstroke.
I'm gonna say Bane. All right,
No, not Bane. Bane's easy. Bane's been done. But no, it's Deathstroke, and he rolls in with his entire mercenary army, and they lay siege to Gotham. They cut it off. Like, I always assumed that Gotham is like the size of like Manhattan. Like, there's no way Gotham can be too big because it just doesn't work. And so it's like, but they're just
no. Gotham is a smaller city across the Delaware Bay from Metropolis.
Sure, I mean, it can be.
Metropolis
It can be wherever
is in Delaware, and Gotham is canonically in New Jersey.
Yeah, Gotham's in New Jersey, but it's like it has to be like cut off for like the stuff like that happens in Gotham City to happen.
Yeah.
But like this mercenary army comes and like they're fucking up the cops, they're fucking up the citizenry, they're letting they're raging like psychological warfare by like letting all the loonies out of Arkham Asylum. They're just like they're laying siege, and the mafia guy's like, "Hey, what are you doing? This isn't what we hired you for." He's like, "You hired me for Total War, and Total War is what I'm giving you." And like Batman can't possibly contend with all of this by himself, and he's like pushed to his limits. But because he's acted righteously like heretofore, and like Gordon like rallies the GCPD to like around him to help Batman, he eventually does overcome. And now Batman, he's not officially a hero, but unofficially the people of Gotham know the Batman, he means business. He's a hero. He's going to help us.
It would be funny if Batman was a bit inspired by there's a bit of Fight Club behind, like,
I mean,
a
little bit of grittiness like that. Yeah, like that's kind of
like a little bit of like delusion and loss of like masculine prestige. Is that his parents killed him?
Okay, well,
boy.
Let me get to the next part. Let me get to the next part. So it's like, and like I incorporated like the idea of Robin isn't like his trusty ward. It's like the Robins are like a street gang. It's kids who have lost their parents, and they kind of like drift together because of shared things. It's like Batman sympathizes with them, and he kind of teaches them like, here's what you really need to be doing. Like, you don't need to be robbing people. Here's what you need to be doing. And he kind of treated it like, so like the Robins, like it's Tim Drake, Jason Todd, and Dick Grayson. Like, they all kind of like accumulate around him at about the same time. And it's like through mentoring these young men who are like hanging on his every word, he kind of like rediscovers like some positive emotions in himself, and like that's him reawakening to like his humanity. It's like, so he likes spending time with these kids. Like, you know, Barbara Gordon, like, she's in on it too. Like, she wants to like be a ward of the Batman. And like, he kind of, at first he's like, no, go away. Like, I know your father. Like, I don't need this. But like, she shows like promise. So he's like, okay, maybe I can show her a thing or two. And so it's like, I'm building the Bat family like very loosely as just like a very gritty way. But it's then, okay, so Batman's riding high. He's just saved the city, quote unquote. Like, Gordon's the one who saved the city. Like, he gets all the legitimate credit. But it's like all the people know that Batman, he's the one who did it. Like, through like doing what he did. And so like he's feeling pretty good, but then there's a wild card. There's one last guy from Arkham who wasn't rounded up, and he decides he's gonna burst onto the scene, and he's gonna do it big. He's gonna do it in theatrical style, and it's the Joker. And so I wrote in.
The problem with Batman is like the more he puts the screws on it, the more
it gets crazier.
Yeah. The thing is, let me see. I just want to make sure I'm keeping pace of the show here, because I know the Dirty Engineer wanted us to react to a certain lady losing her shit, and I want to make sure that's happening. Dirty Engineer, are you still there? Put something in the chat, and we'll talk about this lady's losing her shit.
That's my bad.
Well, no, it's all right. It's all right. Batman fanfic is something we're going to go into later on. I think this is a Star Wars thing. We'll talk about the Batman stuff later. The only point I wanted to make was that for me, just personally expressing, is like, I think surrealism is something that we have not explored in cinema for a while. and characters that are losing their grip on reality.
Sure.
It's actually pretty important.
And I'll eschew the rest of the plot synopsis for another day, but essentially, like back to your original question, I liked the Batman a lot because it took a lot of what I thought Batman should be and like a lot of like what I wrote. And of course, it's completely just like parallel lines of thinking, but it kind of did for Batman everything I wanted to see, just like a very gritty working class Batman. So I was big fan. I
There's
liked it. I
also
thought it was good.
early career Batman with like letting you in on like the inference that this is early career Batman, but not making it feel somewhat contrived like Batman
because like
Begins.
for me, me and my wife have also talked about Batman, like early career Batman. I was like, what does that even look like, right? Like, because there's going to be a lot of trust issue. What I think is he's going to build up is that he has to build up self reliance and reduce his trust circle down to a small amount.
The key structure of like the way I wrote Batman. I'll give you guys like the full play by play eventually someday, but it's just like it starts from like he's gritty, he has nothing, he's like doing it all himself, and then he builds up a little bit and like he's a little bit more refined, but he's still limited. And then like he builds it up a little bit more, still refined, but he's like you're starting to see the mythos, and then eventually like when my thing ends, he is the Batman. It's the man in like the gray tights with like the black cape. Like he is the Batman by the end of it.
What I liked about the animated Batman the animated series is that it seemed he'd reached a level of balance between Batman and Bruce Wayne. They were both functional characters. And I am kind of sick of seeing like the Bruce Wayne and Batman persona just being at odds or imbalanced. I was like, no, the animated series Batman would just like he'd just be Bruce Wayne to gather information or provoke something to get what he wanted. Yeah, like
he is Batman.
He's not at conflict with himself at that point.
Well, it's so have you ever you've seen Kill Bill, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So the bit at like Kill Bill Volume 2 where it's like Bill tries to make his point about how Beatrix is just like pretending, and he says Superman. That's where I disagree with Quentin Tarantino. Is like what he was describing is not Superman. Superman is not Superman. Superman is Clark Kent. At the end of the day, when all is like stripped away and done,
that's what he wants to be.
Superman is Clark Kent.
You are what you want to be. Like your identity, your anchoring identity is actually based in desire, not who you actually are.
It's not even like you're like quote unquote your identity. It's just like who you are. It's like viscerally in your bones. You don't even have to think about it. You are this person. Superman is Clark Kent, but he can't tell people that he has these powers. So Superman is the play pretend character. Superman is he's the Giga Chad with like the little curl of black hair and
it comes to the integration issue with immigrants as well. Is like are you the new you or are you the old you that has the certain powers?
But it's
I face that a lot too. It's like
when it comes to
am
Batman,
I American? I was like, good. Yeah.
No, go. No,
I was gonna say like, am I an American first or am I a member of some Chinese tribe that played empires like fiddles? I was like, no, I'm an American. I have powers.
Exactly.
I have powers that can play empires like fiddles and understand the underlying layers of them, which is why I'm not made a fool of very often. Any of my consort that were made a fool of are dead already.
But Batman is like Batman is Batman. He's Batman. Like, I mean, he's still Bruce Wayne. Like Bruce Wayne, like in his mind, he knows his name is Bruce Wayne.
Well, it's about who he develops, right? Because he doesn't develop Bruce Wayne really. He just uses Bruce Wayne.
That's the thing. Like, I hate the thing they do when it's like, oh, Batman's he's just as crazy as the people he. I hate that. I think that's terrible.
Batman is very much bounded by law.
No, Batman is Bruce Wayne, but he's the real Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is what in his mind when he wakes up.
The reason why young boys love Batman is because it is showing that there is a character that is an archetypical manifestation inside of all of us that we really are and not ourselves. Like in other words, the male journey is that we are not ourselves. We are a thing that we uphold. Batman's almost like an office at that point. It's like
the whole point of what I'm saying is like Bruce Wayne is Bruce Wayne. When he wakes up in the morning, he knows his name is Bruce Wayne. He knows that his mom and dad are Thomas and Martha Wayne. But it's like the way he behaves, like the things he thinks and the way he behaves, and like the things he wants to do. That's what Batman does. but he's not like Batman isn't a personality. That's not in his mind. He's not like, oh, there's a separate personality named Batman. Like that doesn't factor into his thinking. He knows who he is. There's Bruce Wayne pure, and there's Bruce Wayne in quotation marks. And Bruce Wayne in quotation marks, that's the character. That's the mask that he puts on every morning when he goes to work. When he goes to like Wayne Tower and he approves, projects and like signs grants and signs off on like expense statements or whatever. That's Bruce Wayne the character. But Bruce Wayne the person is the guy who puts on the mask and goes out and beats up bad guys every night. That's Bruce Wayne. Like that's the real Bruce Wayne. But like can't tell him that. So it's like Batman is the myth that he's made up to scare criminals, to like stop them from doing criminality. Like that's the thing. Is like,
well, it's the shadow part of Bruce Wayne is what operates outside of man's laws, right? Like that's the kind of duality of Bruce Wayne and Batman, is that Batman operates outside of norms and laws, which is
I think that is almost a universal across every like empire and every ideology that's ever like lived and died. I think that's a universal concept of where is the intersection of what is right and what is legal.
Well, and the thing is, like, what he does is he operates outside of norms and laws to uphold norms and laws.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like he knows what's right, but like because of like a completely secular like law like inundated society like ours is, it's like, well, you might want that mobster who killed 5 men to go to jail forever, but that mobster who killed 5 men, he might have the dirt on 3 other mobsters who did way worse than that, so he cuts a plea bargain, maybe he's out in 5 years. It's like, well, that's morally abhorrent to like everyone, but the idea is like, do you want to do what is legal and gets you a good legal outcome, or do you want to do what is right and you beat up all 4 of them who are malefactors who have done something against like the good and like what's good and moral?
Yeah, the draw of a superhero is that they're morally uncompromising.
Well, it's right. But it goes more than that. Like they're morally uncompromising, but they do what we know that like won't happen in real life. Like pulp heroes from like the 30s, like the Shadow. Like people loved the Shadow because they understood in the 30s that like mob violence was rampant and unending, and it made them feel good to know that like at least in the very least in fiction there was this cloaked figure who was morally pure of heart who would just go out and kill all of those guys.
Yeah, oh shoot! I was going to say like a bit of a side remark of like, actually Bruce Wayne is an interesting symbol of the merchant class.
I believe you. I think you're right. No, I think you're absolutely correct, because I mean, in modern Batman, they try to make Bruce Wayne also good, but originally like the whole like concept of Bruce Wayne is he's like this piece of shit. Like he's a womanizer and he's a drunk and he's like all he cares about is being a party boy. And like he's always like going on these like extravagant vacations, and it's like, look how much money I'm spending. It's like he's like a pseudo influencer before there was an influencer class. And like that's how he assuages like the mythos of Batman, is like, because he knows the cops would be like, okay, well, Batman obviously has to have lots of means and lots of money, but who has that much means and who has that much money? It was like, well, could it be Bruce Wayne? It's like, well, no, Bruce Wayne's a piece of shit. He wouldn't do this. It's like, that's kind of the point. But it's like, but now in modern Batman, they feel like Bruce Wayne's like, he's a philanthropist, and he's like, oh, I'm building the Wayne home for like the poor, like the Wayne home for the addict. And it's like he tries to do like all this. Like,
I kind of find it funny that if Bruce Wayne was actually an outlet for his own selfishness, was that he is selfless in his alter ego as Batman to the point where he's willing to die. But like as Bruce Wayne, he's just fully gives himself carte blanche to be a piece of shit capitalist. Like absolute, like I am taking them to the cleaners. I am making a lot of money. Fantastic. Because that would be a fascinating character of like, okay, he's super charitable when it comes to whooping ass, and he's going to give himself all to that. and he's very selfless and heroic. But as his Bruce Wayne alter ego, he's actually a massive scumbag.
So there's
That
actually
was
there's actually a joke that I make like to my like all my buddies who like love Batman like I love Batman. So the joke I make is like in canon like Bruce Wayne like pays all these like models and actresses to be like, oh yes, he's the greatest lover I've ever had, and like he's such an animal, and he pays them to say that because like it makes his like appearance as like this like rich like scumbag playboy better. It's like the joke I make is like, well, yeah, the canon says he pays them to say that. My personal iteration is that he actually sexually satisfies all those women to make them say that, just so he creates a paper trail.
I mean, women will like you if you're dangerous. That doesn't really matter.
Sure, and
Yeah.
there's a
They
little bit
understand.
of
They
James
see it.
Bond in Batman too, where it's like
Yeah.
he's a jet setter and like he drives fast foreign cars, and like so it's like women are attractive. It's like I choose to believe that like I don't think he's not doing it out of kind of like any kind of like moral like failing or kind of like morally incorrectness. It's just he's a human man. If he enjoys like the prospects of his lifestyle, and he finds a woman like not just physically but also mentally stimulating, like yeah, he might have sex with her, but it's but that's the point, like him having like he's not married, like him having these like trysts with women isn't morally incorrect if he does do them, and he does do them. He does it with like Catwoman and like
Well, I
Talia
will
al
say
Ghul.
we are eliding over the best Batman movie, which is Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh, Mask of the Phantasm is amazing. I love that one.
Is it the one where the lady's involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Cosmo
did that come out before Batman the animated series?
no, after it was
after. Okay, yeah, but
yeah,
it's a
it
prequel.
was when it was at its
But
peak, and they wanted to do a theatrical.
We're on a prime segue here, though. We're on a prime segue to a request from Dirty Engineer
Sure.
to talk about a certain that's a lot of damage specimen here from the world of ladies and men.
Tape.
The contention I've had internally is that if men start to learn about psychology and learn about like how women think, it's going to be a Oppenheimer level disaster for
Men
ladies.
do know how like that's the thing, men do know how
it's going to be an Oppenheimer level disaster for feminism.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with Cosmo. Like it's men do know how people behave almost on a level that's better than a therapist.
You have to be the psychopath this woman's date. So I'm going to pull her up here right now. So you guys seen this one before?
Lord. No, I don't think so. Play it.
Yeah, I saw this.
All
yeah,
right.
I haven't seen this. Play this.
I'm going to see if this actually plays. Can you hear that?
No.
Can you turn up the volume a little?
I hate this.
Okay, well, wait. Does she have subtitles on? Because I can just read the subtitles.
No, she doesn't.
Her pain is actually part of the message.
Oh,
why
the
fuck do we not have?
That's frightening almost.
Do I have to share the tab? That's so annoying.
But yeah, Cosmo, how much did you hear what I was saying? While
share
you
audio,
away?
yes. You stupid.
Oh, I was following.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had something to say about that.
Yeah. If you check the chat, I was chiming in.
No, I'm sorry. Like I can't see. I'm still in StreamYard, so I haven't been seeing the chat.
Oh no. If you go to private chat and then comments, Hero with an integrated shadow, absolutely right regarding Kill Bill Part 2. Who you are is what you do reliably. People clown on a billionaire for beating. This one's a bit more satirical, but people clown on a billionaire for beating people up with his hands, but low key he's a stand-in for the failures of the carceral state and the justice of reintroducing.
Okay, so I want to say so. I want to say something here real quick while you're doing your tech fixing, Alex. There's something that pisses me off lately more than anything else is all these damn libertarians trying to be actually the average person hates what ICE is doing and we're gonna lose in the primaries. I was like, I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so even a little bit. Because we have been living through 6 years of almost abject lawlessness where there has been no check whatsoever to the left's stochastic terrorism. So this idea that people would be mad at a billionaire beating up insane, like literally like violent, insane schizophrenics, I think people would be cheering for it, honestly.
And there's also the left is right about one thing, which is the carceral state is actually fundamentally unjust. Because the only tool it has is stealing, years off of people's lives. It's like the
Sure.
torture machine from The Princess Bride. And that's all they can do. The problem is it doesn't punish people, who have low time preference. And the only thing you can do to them is steal more and more of their lives. And if you recognize the injustice of that, the only thing you can do from there is say, oh yeah, stealing years of their lives is unjust, so let's not punish them. Like, fucking bring back caning. Just punish them immediately.
So there's
because if you don't punish them, you create the illusion that they are above consequence.
Yeah, there's actually a really funny thing about people who talk to me politically, is they think that I'm very moderate, because I say that I believe in things like prison reform. But when they hear that I'm like pro prison reform, they think I mean like, oh well, we need to like take it easier on those guys. And it's like, actually, I think as part of the prison reforms, we need to take it harder on them.
Yeah, they need to be breaking rocks. And
they need to be almost inhumanely separated, like cattle in pens, so they can't form prison gangs.
Their anime intro is beginning now, and they're going to be given a sledgehammer and a bunch of rocks to break.
Yeah, they need to be like systematically separated to the point where they can't form prison gangs.
We're going to commission the Japanese to create an anime about prison reformation, and they're just going to live that. Like, we're just going to play it in their cells all the time. It's going to be like the Ippo and Dragon Ball Z mixed together. I'm like, no, this is how you're going to reform yourself. It's like, no, it's. I'm actually a big fan of suffering, and I know you're Catholic, so that's probably a thing that you believe in too. Is like suffering is actually required. Suffering is a human condition that must be a large part of your life.
There has to be a physical to the spiritual. That's what I believe. Yeah. And a lot of people think that a lot of people try to disagree with the church because we believe that you have to do good works to go to heaven, and be like, no, you just need faith without works. It's like, well, my counter to that was, if you had the faith, you would do the works without being forced to.
Yeah, correct. And that's the correct thing. It's like the faith, the works are the symptom of good faith.
If you believe in Christ, you will behave as Christ, and you will do the works. That's why I know that you liked it, Alex, but like, whenever I have the time, I always volunteer for charities of some kind. In my local parish, it's usually like we go to a kitchen and we make soup or sandwiches or something for the less fortunates, and we give that to them. But it's just like, you don't have to, like, if you think it was like, oh, I don't want to give that guy money, he's just gonna buy crack. It's like, don't give him crack, give him a sandwich. You can't buy crack with a sandwich. Just give him a sandwich and a bottle of water, and that will sustain him for another day, and you've done the right thing. But it's and if you don't even want to do that, just say a prayer for him. That's what you have to do. You have to do the works. If you actually care about humanity, you will do something to care for them. That's you need the works. That's the thing. It's like, at the same time, if you've done something wrong, you can't just say, I'm really, really sorry. You have to suffer for it. You have
to cut off a finger or something. Show me.
Well, I don't even know. I mean,
I'm just fucking with you. That's the Yakuza way.
Well, but it's like, if you've done something bad enough, then yeah, cut off a finger. But it's like, that's the point.
Yeah.
If you actually believe you have done something wrong and you want redemption, you have to suffer for it.
Yeah, being a Christian should suck.
It's hard.
It's not like the problem. Like, a lot of Christians is they'll say, like, they'll adopt Christianity, and it's like they give us some authority. It's like, it doesn't give you any authority, you dumbass.
Absolutely not. No.
You're.
It's like, I've explained this to you multiple times, like the way I view like being what an American is, but it's not a privilege, it's a responsibility. It's a conservatorship. Yeah. And Christianity is exactly the same way. It's like, yes, Jesus died for you and he died for your sins, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You have to follow the rules. This isn't a golden ticket. It's a conservatorship of just law and just behavior that you have to carry. You have to, if you're really sorry, if you've done something wrong, you have to suffer some kind of consequence for it, whether it's physical, it's mental, it's monetary. It's like you have, like, if you've done something wrong and you actually want to atone for it, you have to suffer some kind of consequence for it. Like, it's
Yeah.
like that's the way it works.
You'll be called to pay the price of whatever it is. And
yeah, like, that's like, I'm not trying to like throw stuff around, because I know that you believe differently than I do, and I think that
I think
trying
you'll find that
to,
we believe more of the same than we don't. Like,
well, but it's just like, I know you're of a different denomination, but I don't like to browbeat people, because I think that's counterintuitive. But I think there's like I think there's this problem where it's the idea of, a lot of people don't like the idea of like confessional of sin, because it's like, well, God already knows. It's like, yeah, he does know, but
you
that's
have to
not.
say it. You have to say it. Like, God knows what you need too, but you have to pray for what you need.
That's
Yeah,
like a lot of people use the
it's
phrase
about
humiliation ritual.
it is
That's
a
kind of
humiliation. Yeah,
that's what
it is.
confession is. It's a
So what do you
humiliation.
think it is? Being a Christian is a giant humiliation ritual. Do you think like being on a cross is some badass shit?
But
It's
it's
like,
the
first
idea,
off, you're
like
not
the
gonna
idea
have,
of like, well, it's like I'm alone in a room by myself, and I know what I did wrong, and I know
yeah,
what
no, they're
God.
like, no, you're on
No,
display. You're actually on display for shit you didn't do,
and that's
and it's you're gonna be as a John 15:19 is one of my favorite parts of scripture. Is like you're gonna be called a fool and you'll be humiliated for stuff that you didn't do.
exactly.
Everyone's gonna hate you,
Yeah.
especially as a Christian. So it's like, no, you're gonna suffer the worst fate ever, and
And
you
that's
just
like that's yeah, that's
yeah.
why, priests can like absolve you of sin, because they do it like in person, like they do it in persona Christi, which Christ actually granted to the original apostles, and that's why the priest can do it, is because they're following their example. But it's like, that's the thing, like, if you, like, back in the old days, like when Christ was still like stomping the terra, it's like, if you wanted to like actually submit to him and be sorry to him, you had to tell him what you did wrong, and he would absolve you.
Yeah, it makes a difference if you say it. Speaking of people who say it, you ready to move on to this lady?
Yeah.
Do we
If
have
you've got
audio
the if
for
you've
her?
got the sound on, let me hear it.
No, it's just fucking StreamYards. I got it. Like, all right, so let's see how it goes.
Currently on my
Is it still not on? Fuck me.
No.
No,
It's
we
on. I
can
can hear
hear
it. I
it.
can hear it.
way home
Oh,
from a
all
date.
right, audience, can you hear it?
First date of 2026. And I have no problems posting this because he told me he doesn't have TikTok. And honestly, even if he did, I wouldn't give a fuck if he saw this. Because this man decided to psychoanalyze everything about me.
Man, he's living the dream.
Well,
Yeah,
he wasn't psychoanalyzing. He was just noticing.
He's just noticing. He's
Yeah.
noticing.
but also you'll find she is mad that he is increasingly accurate on the basis of very little exposure.
Also,
Okay,
before you play again, I'm just gonna say, like, I know this was like a hot topic a couple weeks ago with like you and Luna about like feminine intuition. Feminine intuition is like, it's like a razor fine line, where it's like, feminine intuition, it'll work or it won't work, and like, that's it. Like, there
you got to
isn't.
tune into it. It's like a radio. You have to tune in. If you tune in too hard, it's going to be like a big screeching ee in your ear, and it's going to blow your brains
Yeah.
out. If you're not
Yeah.
tuned in enough, it's going to be too quiet. You won't notice it. And that's
It's
the thing
like,
about feminine
this
intuition.
guy who's actually good for me all along. No, I was like, he gave me the ick
Red
on one
flags.
very specific thing. I'm out.
By the way, throw some shade. I'm gonna throw some shade. Weak men are very similar to the
Oh,
ladies in this
absolutely.
respect.
Like,
they will go on vibes and intuition.
they'll
Um,
they'll throw away a good woman just because, like, it wasn't exactly the super special way they wanted it to be. Like, no, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah. So intuition can actually be inseparable from insecurity. All right, this poor lady. Let's go on.
Play the rest of it.
Everything. He and I met in the wild. We met playing kickball. And we had a really great
What?
time. And I was like, oh my God, he's like kind
Kickball.
of cute. And like, we were having fun.
How old are you?
So we decided
Fun is fun. Okay, it doesn't matter the age. All right, people can. I didn't know you could meet ladies playing kickball. That's funny.
Okay,
as
look,
fuck.
who are they playing
Awesome.
kickball with? Like the fucking 10-year-olds?
I mean, this lady
So
was.
kickball is totally a thing as far as like recreational activities go.
We We were playing
there are
full-contact
kickball
hockey.
leagues, adult kickball leagues out there because it's a great way to meet up with people and be outdoors and do something physical and then go to the bar afterwards. Like I've had a number of friends
maybe
who are
this
in
is like
adult.
my
So this man is a socialite, or what I'm saying is,
maybe
this
like
man is a
maybe this is
socialite.
just like my
He knows where to
geometric
meet people.
thing. Like maybe it's like a geometric thing because like around here it's like
Anything.
it's like pickleball or like golf or racquetball, but it's like kickball. I haven't seen that one. I don't think I've seen kickball for adults.
Kickball is like those things, but you can have large scale teams and groups. It's a really good way to get competitive but low stakes mixed sexes together to do something outdoors.
Okay,
and fun
yeah,
and
I guess
exciting.
it's just like a geometric thing. It's like a geometric thing because like just in my area it's not a thing, but I guess it is. I guess it is a thing. It was just like not in my area.
What about soccer though? Is that also similar co-ed?
I've seen some
Okay.
adult co-ed soccer before, so I guess
Well, ladies are pretty good with lower body. Ladies are pretty good with lower
a
body.
close equivalent is ultimate frisbee, because ultimate frisbee actually like really thrives on
disc
co-ed
golf. Yeah,
environment.
I forgot to say that one. Like disc golf. That's another like popular one.
All right. Okay.
Play the rest of it. My bad.
I had to go on a date. So we did. And as the date's going on, we're having a lovely time. I'm having a great time. But then he starts getting a little drunker. And that's when the truth starts to really come out.
Yeah, it does.
And he was like, psychoanalyzing me. And literally was like, I bet you're on
Yeah,
anxiety meds. And I was like,
oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah, I am. Like, how'd you come to that conclusion? He's like, you just gave those vibes. He's like, you're clearly a very sheltered person. You're clearly somebody who thinks you know everything and like has seen the world, but you don't know anything.
He is filling those words. That man did not say those words. That is an extrapolation. I know this. I know this very well.
What's that?
He said something very simple, and then she extrapolated all of this stuff. Like, you don't know the world. He probably said something like to the effect of like, you probably reach a little farther than you should, right? Like you probably think you know stuff that you don't actually know.
I wouldn't be surprised if he cut very close to that. And she's mad because he started describing her too accurately. I saw somebody make a comment.
You've got a little too close to the true Seamus kind of thing.
Right. So I saw somebody comment on this video. That essentially women can go most of their young lives without hearing anything that they don't want to hear. Somebody describing them accurately is a massive fucking threat.
What's that old Roman phrase? In vino veritas.
Yeah.
That's actually why I'm
once you get off of once you're drunk and you get off of the nicety train, you will just say the realest shit ever.
Yeah, probably. This is why men are. By the way, this is why men are speaking is the way it is. Like I was gonna stream like Thinky Drinky Fridays or something like that.
Yeah,
it was like
men are drinking, so therefore men are speaking.
Yeah, like no, men are drinking, therefore men are drinking, thinking, and then speaking. I was like, you don't. No. We don't filter this. I don't want to play these games. I would have a 5-drink minimum if you had gotten into a debate with
I'm already past the minimum then. If that's
I don't even count. Man. I don't even count. So the problem with this lady's running into though is this guy he's reaching, and he's probably done this a few times before. I'm guessing he's a Chad. Do I have any disagreement on that? Is this man a Chad?
Well, I guess in the Twitter sense, like yes,
dude, he is. Chad. He is no. She wouldn't care if this guy was an ugly toad. He is a catch. Therefore, she is upset.
Well, okay, sure. Yes, what I'm gonna say is you're quantifying as like Chad as in like the whole like Twitter meme thing. Well,
he's a
no, I guess I agree, but it's like I do think he was probably a handsome individual that was quote unquote to her standard, because like that's the thing is like.
I feel police report thing to say. I don't know why I said police report, but it's very clinical.
I feel like I'm talking that way because I feel like there's like an internet dating aspect to this. This is the
No, she met him at
attitude.
Prequel.
Like this is the attitude. Well, she says that, but it's like that could be like their first date. But it's just like this is like the attitude and like the physiognomy of like a woman who's like she's like the quote unquote queen of like internet dating. And so it's like
Here's the deal. Like I've been on dates with when I was so me and my wife had a break before we got married for about 9 months, and I went and free range dated for a bit.
Sure.
And I was like, okay, I'm a pretty well formed guy. I was very Howard, like Mr. House from
Howard Hughes,
well,
yeah, Hughes, like
yeah,
Hughes,
Howard Hughes, Fallout New Vegas. I was very much
Hughes,
that. I was very like high on the tech stuff. I was also very like ladies would feel. By the way, there's a certain relationship between ladies feeling uncomfortable around you and them wanting to satiate you. I was like, I was not an easy person to be around, and that was to my benefit in dating. Mm-hmm. And what I found is that the power dynamics would shift drastically if they understood what you were.
Sure.
And if you're in other words, there's desirable and undesirable. It's binary, right? If you are desirable, they're going to tear themselves apart like this woman in this video is doing.
It's passive versus dynamic. It's passive versus
yes.
dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. Is she an aspirant, or is she just because if she had just rejected this guy, she wouldn't make a video. She wouldn't care.
That's the whole thing. Like I hear a lot of guys try to talk about dating.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why him describing her increasingly accurately is so alarming.
Just properly. Yeah, just properly.
That's why I want to set the stage. This is
wait, and just to comment, like what the guy is like is actually probably returning to our earlier conversation is a literally me type.
He's like any of us.
Wait, it's not just that he's any of us, but that he is somebody who has been specifically hard done by and like pushed out in a way where he starts to notice the pathological nature of
no, absolutely.
Well, the thing is, if any man who's at his selection of women once a man starts to select women, usually women select men, right? In the deprived state.
Sort of, women actually don't like men selecting.
Yeah, once you're in a non-deprived state, which I used to be in before I got married, it's like, no, you're going to judge women very harshly, and this is exactly what I would do.
This is not an ego thing. What I'm about to say, this is not ego. This is not like being self-absorbed. This is just the facts. I am not the most attractive guy ever. I am very average looking in my appearance. However, that being said, I'm very thin. I have a good square set jaw, and I have a good head of hair. I am not hurting for female attention as long as I pursue it. And that's the whole thing. Like, was it you?
Yeah, you're
Cosma, me. We are all we are all handsome men. We are all conversational. We are all learned. We are all catches in our own right. Now, was it Alex? You're already married. Cosma, you're in a relationship, I think. Something like that. Whatever, doesn't matter. But that's the point. We're none of us if we were released in the wild without previous tethers, we're not hurting for female attention.
Yeah, we're not.
We know how to attract female attention, and and that's the thing is every young guy I find who is in the mid to lower Gen Z bracket, they're paranoid about everything. It's I'm not strong enough. I don't have my hairline's not good enough. It's
you could be so good, and if you're insecure, women will sniff it out. Don't ever be insecure.
Yeah, it's I guarantee you, it's oh, I'm too autistic. I guarantee you, if you own that thing that you're autistic about, if you own it, and you can find a way to make it charming, and you just believe that you're the coolest guy ever, you'll get attention. That was my whole problem. Even when I was a little bit more heavyset, I still got female attention because I just have an air of I don't care. I'm not out here for anybody's approval. I'm out here because I just enjoy life and I'm just living my life. That's the air I give off.
I think we all took different routes to this.
It's very fascinating, actually. Yeah.
Because Alex, you got married relatively early in life. and you had a rocky road, and you went from being sort of a narrow specialist and a bit of a monster to discovering social
complete monster.
tools.
I was genuinely abusive boyfriend very early on, which is a very interesting story because the gender dynamics are not what you think they would be if you're an actual monster. Which I'm not anymore.
I am not surprised by the dynamics of monstrousness.
It's actually kind of psychotic, and it's like not being a monster is way harder than being a monster. I can understand why a lot of men are monsters.
Oh yeah. It's our default state, and this is why I say like it's a blow against feminism, because overt monstrousness is I'll say either men's failure state or sort of low technology men.
I can see it.
Monstrousness is a hyper visible low tech male state. Feminism is a low tech female state, and it encourages a massive technological regression.
Well, it's almost like harkening back to like witchcraft.
It's saying not only are your worst impulses, not only do they not need taming, they're right.
I think the most naturalistic state is a lot of guys think the most naturalistic state is you are a woman, so therefore you are the inferior. That's not the point. It's you should look at it from more of a
beyond that. I'm gonna tell you beyond that, in the monstrous state, I am powerful, therefore what I say is truth.
Well, you're sure might always doesn't make right, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that in the sort of like Nietzschean sense of like what is self and like what is society, it's you you're a man and you look at a woman and you say you are sufficient in the areas in which I am deficient, so therefore we are compatible. And that's how like relationships I think should flow, is just kind of like you like each other, you have like a similar enough interest, but it's like if you're missing something, she should bring that thing to you, and therefore the thing that she is missing, you should bring to her. And it's like puzzle pieces. Like you should fit together. Like that's how it should work.
Well, for me, the only thing that worked to me is that I am subjugated to God, and my oath to my wife is part of my oath to God.
Sure, and that's fair.
So therefore,
you can take it Abrahamic, and that's not less incorrect, because the Bible does say something that is very similar, but it's just like I think that like it's just something that like it's the movie Rocky. You've seen Rocky. It's like Rocky's like he's like this big built Giga Chad who wants to be a boxer, and like the woman that he loves is like she's very small and she's kind of mousy, and it's like this chick who like works in a pet store, but like she's nice and she's decent. And it's when they're like, "Hey, Rock, why you want her?" It's like, well, it's I got some holes, she got some holes. We're filling holes.
The thing is, like, men are looking for something that's not a metric.
For being into pegging.
Well,
that's a good representation. It's like it's the person that you love most in the world who's like going to be your partner. It's like it should be that person that like you compliment, but like you also compliment them.
Let me put it this way: is that I think that a woman's good role is that she helps you escape the extremely metricized nature of our reality, right?
Sure.
Like everything that makes us good no longer matters. You're just you and she's just her. Sure. And that's how you escape. It's like, this is by de facto valuable, because that's the basis of family. Like, your son could be like a crippled retard or something like that. It's like, you still gonna love your son? It's like, sometimes I'm a crippled retard. It's everybody's a crippled retard once in a while. It's like you can't have this conditional, like hyper parametricized love. It's like at some point, someone who's very able has to just say like, no, you're good because you're you, and that's all there is to it. And I'm swearing an oath to you, and that's it.
So that's how I landed there, actually, is not necessarily someone else granting that. I spent essentially the entirety of my 20s and some of my 30s living a basically a monastic existence and just figured out how to generate that internally.
Yes. Because it's the men's job is to contend with this unjust world.
Mhm.
And then
Sure.
from that injustice, you're supposed to be able to process that and produce proper righteous justice, which is
Well,
you are valuable per se. Like you don't need to produce so many widgets per day to like justify your existence. We do. Like we're willing to take that on, the burdens of life. But it's like, no, to for the people that we love, they're allowed to be as unproductive and inefficient as they want to be because they are, and that's all you need.
I mean, it's like, was it like my life story was basically, I had 3 relationships that ever really mattered, like from adolescence to like where I am now, and it was when I was in high school. I loved a girl very much, and we loved each other, but we were both young and we were both very stupid, and it turned sour, which is very common story.
Yes. Yes.
It's like you both love each other, but like you don't like really love each other because you don't know any better, and like so it
My
just
first love, Lauren, is she wanted to go party in college, and
well,
it's like
no,
it
wasn't
to her
even something
detriment
like that,
because she's
yeah, but like it's like this kind of like how like it's that's the way it goes. Like when the first time you get something that's very valuable and very fragile, like you want to protect it with everything you have, and then of course you always end up messing it up because you're young, you don't know any better. That's just the way it goes. And then I had the very quintessential second love, the great second love of my life. It was strong and it was passionate.
it was booze.
Oh,
Hey, just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
yeah, it was like it was strong and it was passionate, and I fucked it up. I ruined it because I wasn't ready because I was still too immature. So it was like that's like the quintessential like the woman who got away. It was her. That was the second one. The third one, I was much more mature than her, and eventually it got to the point where I was at a further higher level of like maturation than she was emotionally, and it just didn't work because she was not ready to move on into like the phase of life that I was in, and it just didn't work, and that broke my heart. Like that's the one that like broke my heart worse because I thought it would work and then it didn't.
Yeah.
And so from there, I just kind of like had this like year period where it was just kind of like, I don't care. I'm just going to be a playboy. I'm going to be a womanizer. I don't care. And then I realized like that wouldn't sustain me either because it doesn't. It's not emotionally satisfying.
And this is when you discovered Warhammer 40K.
No, I discovered that around relationship number 1.
It'd be so fucking funny. It's like
I've been playing Warhammer since high school, so that was in relationship number 1.
I had a high school buddy who was like the guitar guru of high school, right? And I didn't chase after him. I actually developed my passion in guitar separate from him, but he started my journey, and I was like, man, he was such a fucking nerd, and maybe I should just stayed a nerd with him, like doing Warhammer 40K.
Sure.
Because he was like, here's some motorcycle dudes, Chaos Marines. I was like, that's all right, I guess.
Did you meet the Doom Rider?
That was 2003, brother. That was fucking early, man. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
it's
like the point. It's like after that third relationship where it's like, okay, this is gonna be the one that works. Like this is this is the one that's like real true love. Didn't work, and like that kind of broke something. And it's like after that, I just became like a playboy.
You gotta get a bomb collar.
I don't care. It just got to that point, and it was just like, and like now I've kind of like matured past that point. Like I'm trying to like actually find something that works.
Well, the thing is, once you've got your own style and you've got your own understanding, it's fairly easy if you get to the right geography. Right?
Well, like this thing, like the style that I cultivated was like, I'm looking for something that like will last until the following Monday, but like that's not what I want now. So like now I need to realize something else because I'm actually trying to find like the real thing this time.
I saw a funny
story. That's the point. It's like that third like that third revelation I came to, like I'm just gonna like do whatever I want. I'm gonna like be a playboy. That wasn't right. That's not the right outcome you want. Like that's something that you do when you're hurt. It's like you want the real thing, and like that's the thing. Like I'm a very romantic man. I'm a very romantic person. I like grand displays of of affection and like romance, and so it's like I don't want that on some random broad who I'm not going to remember like 2 weeks from now. I want that on
It's
like
funny
the
because
woman who's going to be my wife. I want that.
the funny thing is like the most successful I've ever been is when I've taken it least seriously. Almost always.
Well, sure.
like-
It's like I've been taking it seriously in the wrong direction. Is the point?
Oh,
Like that's what I'm getting at here. It's like my defense mechanism against like failed relationship number 3 was to do all of the wrong things. And so now that I've learned my lesson, I'm trying to do the right thing.
all right, what you gotta do is you gotta let us me and Cosmo being real like impractical jokers. We're like, all right, you gotta show up in a Goomba costume.
No.
Mario.
I was like
You
attracting
gotta-
the women. Like attracting the women is not the hard part. It's like it's getting it to work. Is like that's the hard part.
Yeah, so no, we're gonna filter them out by being extremely effusive. All right, go ahead and spray more clove essence into the air. You gotta smell like clove.
I'm gonna tell them about
hard.
all of my weird theories about Zack Snyder as a filmmaker.
Yeah, dude.
See if
Lean
they
into
laugh.
that. Lean into that. What do you think about that? Like, I started asking, I was like, should I be 1,000 Suns or Blood Angels? I don't know what to
Okay,
do.
it was okay. I want you to go over to my DVD case. I want you to pull out the first Criterion Collection
which-
DVD you see.
No. Which Nicolas Cage movie do you want to watch first? Raising Arizona or The Color of Space?
Bad
Oh,
Lieutenant.
Ghost Rider. I just pull out a notepad and just like
Go full retard.
Yeah, I see that
you're retarded, and I think that's pretty awesome.
It's that's how you can make anybody insecure. Is just like, oh, you chose that, huh? And just make a very disapproving hum, and then like write something in a notepad.
You've chosen Ghost Rider. You had a lot of choices in there. You decided to go with that one. That's interesting.
I had Gone in 60 Seconds in there, and you chose
Gone in 60 Seconds. It's like we don't watch that movie here. Okay, it's a little too personal.
What? You want to watch Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance, but you don't want to watch Gone in 60 Seconds?
Not fucking around. I'm just making a pun on the title. Listen, we got a heartbroken broad right here on the screen. We want to hear from this heartbroken broad some more or not. I think the audience
Let's peel her back to the start. Because this is actually a coherent picture.
Let's just like peel this onion.
Let's all shut the fuck up. As Cosmo told us to do. All right, let's go.
Currently on my way home from a date. First date of 2026. And I have no problems posting this because he told me he doesn't have TikTok. And honestly, even if he did, I wouldn't give a fuck if he saw this. Because this man decided to psychoanalyze everything about me. Everything. He and I met in the wild. We met playing kickball. And we had a really great time. And I was like, oh my God, he's like kind of cute. And like we were having fun. So we decided to go on a date. So we did. And as the date's going on, we're having a lovely time. I'm having a great time. But then he starts getting a little drunker. And that's when the truth starts to really come out. And he was like,
she's getting mad.
Psychoanalyzing me. And literally was like, I bet you're on anxiety meds. And I was like, yeah, I am. Like, how'd you come to that conclusion? He's like, you just give those vibes. He was like, you're clearly a very sheltered person. You're clearly somebody who thinks you know everything and like has seen the world, but you don't know anything. And then he just starts going on and on and on about all the things that he's decided about me.
All the
In
things
2
he
hours,
accurately
decided all of
observed
this about me.
The prick.
To make me feel bad about myself, I have no idea.
And
he was like,
he's just saying
trying to
stuff.
question me. Oh, how many relationships have you been in? I'm like, it's none of your business. He's like, I bet you've been in a lot of situationships, but don't ever have a boyfriend. And I was like,
ooh,
wow, you really sent me all figured out.
that's the nuke right there.
She confesses that he's right.
So we're starting the year off really strong, and I wish I could like make this funny, but at this point, like it's not funny. It's just mean.
It's just mean.
It's just mean.
Oh,
so this is also betraying of something that's super important. which is
the only real. All right, no. I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you very rudely. The only real feminine journey is against the self. That's all
yeah.
it
Oh
always
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. That's
Well, I mean,
exactly why
I would
she's
argue the
mad.
only
Is
valid
he
male
Oh,
journey is
I'm
against
starting a
himself.
fucking quorum here.
Oof.
he tore her out of her self concept and the story she has narrated around herself by describing her accurately on the basis of her person, like on the basis of her behavior, and
We could do that
saying,
on some. Yeah, we
oh,
could do that.
this comes from this comes from this comes from this.
But
And
the
she's
thing is,
clearly seething and she's furious that it's right
Well,
and describing it, like characterizing it in not the most a maximally generous
non-flattering, like
self-interested light.
non-flattering detail.
I'm willing to-
It's not even non-flattering, it's characterizing it in not maximally flattering and maximally self-interested terms.
Yeah.
Makes her feel bad about herself.
So Alex or Cosmo, whichever one of you knows more about
You should refer to me as a nigga.
psychology more than I do, like is there like a specific school of psychology that like prioritizes like how the self feels over like the truth of like the matter?
I'm sure all the psychologists were beaten to death by a horde of women.
Well, because
Um,
that's the thing is like everyone knows like Nietzsche, but like Nietzsche's whole thing is like objective like self-evaluation, where it's like
Yep.
like the base facts.
All
And,
right,
like,
so first off, with this woman, she does not have brothers. I can already tell, because brothers would have already torn her apart in this manner. Having lots of brothers is good. Like having lots of siblings of the opposite sex is and of the same sex is very very good. I had a video early on in my channel called I forget what it's called, but it's essentially the networks of families are actually inherently weak because the nuclear family is weak. What you want to do is like if you're let's say you're one of 10 children, some amazing number of children, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be one of 10 children, you're going to need to have like 10 children or whatever to balance that, right? Like 2 different siblings of the 10 children are going to need to have 10 children.
Right, yeah.
Right? So the thing is, that's actually much better because you have the maximal number of siblings. Siblings are a part of the support structure and the socialization. A brother who is a middle brother of both older brothers, older sisters, younger brothers, younger sisters, actually understands how this psychology of men and women work. Whereas if you're an only child, you're completely clueless and you're probably not going to do very well. If you're like I had my way with Nick Fuentes, which is still hilarious. 4 sisters and no brothers, you're probably in a pretty good position to understand female psychology. Okay. Unless you grow, I don't give a shit what your formal training is. If you did not grow up with it, you are severely weak to the other gender.
I'm gonna throw it out there. If you've grown up with a separated household, like divorced mom and dad, if you have grown up with like a mother isolated, you also have a good sort of like snapshot into like the female psyche. It's a very different form of the female psyche.
Right.
But you have it. You have it saved for later.
What you have to know how to do is for women, they need to understand how to be talked to by men. That is from your male siblings. Right. So large families tend to do well. It's actually better that few siblings have children, but those siblings that have children have a lot of children. It's actually I have isolated as a very good mathematical way to make it in the world and get the best of both worlds, right? Like you get lots of single income or dual income earners per childbearing parents, but the childbearing parents give the experience to the children that allow them to adapt to the to the world, right?
Yeah, sure.
So this lady has never heard the truth because this lady, if I was her brother, if I was her older brother, I would have told her. Yeah. I would have told her this shit long ago when she was like 12 years old. She would know this. It was like
I would contend that like this. I don't think there is like some kind of competing ideology like philosophically because none of us can think of one, but it's like the competing ideology is like Nietzsche's like idea of like the Übermensch, like the self like idealization, whereas like because even though it's called the Übermensch, I think it like means like men
No,
in like
yeah,
the classic like Roman sense where it's like mankind.
it's wait. So we're too in Roman is in the Roman conception is actually specifically gendered.
Yeah,
We're too is specifically masculine. I mean, the
but
point that you're driving at that, like, yeah, the Superman is a gendered expression. But Nietzsche does not
well,
generally
but
talk about it in a
I don't
gendered
think
sense.
I don't
And
think it
for
should be I don't think it should
right,
be a
right, yeah,
gendered
yeah, yeah, yeah.
expression.
For
Yeah,
him, it
I
is
agree with
this. For him, it is the superhuman. Now, some uncomfortable things. The discipline of psychology, outside of behavioral psychology, is extremely retarded and heavily corrupted by Marxists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
concept of
No question.
left-wing authoritarianism was not admissible in academic literature until 2020. So,
Yeah.
like, just to give you some
Mm.
scope
But
on how deep the damage is. Beyond that, the discipline of psychotherapy is also deeply retarded and suppressed by neo-Marxists, to the point where the only real two valid disciplines of psychotherapy that actually have demonstrable like signal in their effects are cognitive behavioral therapy, and I forget what the second one is, but it's literal physical vision based therapy and
oh my God.
monitoring and changing eye
Are you sure
movement.
it's not the other kind of CBT? That's not cognitive behavioral therapy, or it's just not the other CBT?
Yeah.
No, it is not letting the Aztec corn demons rewire your brain.
No,
Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying. CBT. What
Oh,
does yeah, there's
Relying
another
on
one like
drugs to fix your brain is very fraught with
yeah,
danger.
there's another one that people use, and it's not very good.
I think
But no, but that's
at,
my point. Like that's my point. Is like,
at all ends, like, you will not find psyche being soul. Um, it's hard to find quality psychologists, which Nietzsche describes himself and his prospective future students as being psychologists. They're actually a relatively rare breed.
well, that's because his philosophy is not allowed to flourish because his sister, like after he died, his sister gave a very bastardized version of
Yeah.
his philosophy to the Nazis to like sell so she could make money, and like Hitler liked the very like highly special or highly edited, highly censored version of quote unquote Ubermensch theory that he
Mhm.
liked presented to him
yeah.
so she could make money. And so everyone's like, oh, Nietzsche is like, that's the Nazi ideology. It's like, no. If Hitler had actually like tried to like interact with Nietzsche while he was still alive, Nietzsche would have hated him because Nietzsche would have viewed Hitler as lazy and grasping and just like a pathetic parasite that latched on to something that was real and actually existed. And that's the point. But but that is the point. Like Ubermensch theory can apply to the opposite gender, but it's like you
Well,
have to do a very deep cutting
yeah,
self-assessment of yourself, and you have to cut out what doesn't work. And that's
right.
the point. Is like this woman, she gets very offended by like someone pointing out like, yeah, you've got a lot of bad qualities, and here what they are. Like here's what they all are. And she's like,
Women
why
are
would he say that?
well. That's the thing. Women in current modern day are operating at a significantly lower technological state than men are, and they're operating much closer to their failure mode
Well,
actually
tech-
than men
tech-
are.
Yeah, technology is actually determined by the number of criticisms and failure modes that are found pre-failure, right? Like if you finding failure modes pre-failure means that you are criticizing, reviewing, discoursing it.
You're correcting it before it goes on to be fully socially damaging.
Yeah, by making something unavailable to the larger discourse, you're actually making yourself a caveman, and you're not going to make it.
Sure.
Like if I mean, if
But that's where women are is they are essentially isolated from the broader discourse by an extremely permissive social pathology
right, lack of
that
self inward leaning or inward
but yeah,
looking,
and that
Yeah.
you cannot criticize or in this woman's case even accurately characterize their behavior without it being perceived and societally recognized as an unwarranted attack. This is
Well,
essentially not engaging in a in a beneficial Russell's conjugation and getting called an asshole for not doing it.
and this is the thing is like when you're suffering, when you're outward suffering, you're crying and whatnot is considered a stop to the discourse. Is you will never get discourse that actually makes you upset. It's the
Yeah.
I don't know the paradox of the coddled. I want to say is like
Well, it's
if you try and make yourself
it's just a it's just a like bastardized version of like the whole like friend enemy distinction. Like like by my principles I am strong. Like by my principles you are weak. Like by like by your principles you are strong. By my principles you are weak. It's like it's like that kind of like A/B testing.
No, yeah, yeah.
It's
This,
that kind of thing.
numbers. This is exactly why I say that Russell's conjugation and the friend enemy distinction are actually the same phenomenon.
I would reckon so because like it's bad. Like it results in
very
a net
third
negative.
world. Yeah, it's very third world coded. Very
Well,
garbage.
that's the thing that gets my goat about the whole like heritage American people. It's like, okay, I get it. I understand because because I am like quote unquote a heritage American. My people were here before there was an America. That's not the point. The point is like the way you're trying to use it as a cudgel
Yeah.
is it's the exact same way that like Indians like wield their like caste system is just
Yeah.
like, oh, you will never be on my level because I'm of this caste. It's like that's not how it works.
It's a
That's a
quasi magical instrumentalization of words for social effect that does not have a profound interest in truth.
yeah. Or merit. Like
Yeah,
that's the reason
exactly.
why I'm very much
Or
against the
merit.
heritage Americans. I'm very much and I come off
I'm
as like
for
some sort of-
heritage Americans that admit ADOS people are also heritage Americans,
Sure.
it's like
or admit
for-
that more recent emigres whose lineage in the country is like, I don't know when we got
I'm
here.
you can't
It wasn't
not you
1776, but we've just forgotten when it was.
you can't not take pride in this country if you were of it from its inception. Like that's impossible.
well, the
Like,
thing is like the pride.
Oh,
the,
it's very possible. I know shit libs who hate that.
well, okay, well,
the pro- that's
me-
the problem.
who
is,
are
let me
heritage
rephrase. Let me
Americans.
let me rephrase. It's
I know a direct Mayflower descendant who seethes about it.
if you want to draw of that for like political nationalist sentiment, I understand. I can't take that away from you. I get it. I understand.
I'm so
If
much
you
more rapacious than my philosophy.
Well,
I'm
it's
so
like
much more.
if
I'm
you
so
want
much
to draw
more like
if you want to draw from it, I understand. Like it's I get it. It's like it fuels you. It if you're a
Mhm.
nationalist also, like if you're a patriot, it gives you power also. I get it. I understand. That being said, if another person who wasn't a heritage American also feels that like drawing power from the stars and bars, from the national anthem, from like that American sentiment, if they feel that even though they're not as old of of an American as you and you think that you're above them somehow, you're in error. That's the problem. Is like patriotism isn't a it's not a tiered system. It is a actual performative sentiment that like you can see if someone's actually a patriot, if someone actually loves this country, you can see it. Like it permeates throughout their entire being. Like it's very obvious. Like if someone hates this country, they're going to tell you because it's easy. Like it's easy to hate America. It's easy to be like, oh, America's not doing this or that. That's the thing. It's like my family's been here since fucking 1776. Like my great times 16 grandfather took a fucking musket ball to the shoulder to make sure that this country stayed free. And like he raised his children to be Americans, etc. That being said, there's a Korean guy who owns a liquor store that I love. I love him dearly because he's my favorite liquor store that I go to for my liquor. He's a Korean guy who came here in 1981, and he's like the most American guy that I know.
Yeah, it's
East Asians are legendarily good at East Asians are legendarily good at joining the society without
Well, sure, but
fully
it's like
assimilating within one
he
generation.
loved even before he moved here. It's like he loved baseball. He loved Elvis.
Yeah,
He
the
loved-
East Asians. The East Asians understand they are the subjects of an empire and must pay fealty to it, and that is to the benefit of themselves as well as the empire. So
well, it's not even necessarily imperial fealty. Like in many circumstances, like the weeaboo phenomenon, like us and
Sure.
Japan have a special language to describe
that's the
our
opposite
weird
direction. Yeah.
our weird cultural affinity. But
Are
we recognize that other people have that for this, and it's not uncommon amongst East Asians.
Are you guys familiar with the podcast channel Talkernet History?
No.
So they're like I think you guys would like them. They're a great podcast where they every episode is they talk about like a different alternate history scenario. Where it's what if this happened instead of this, and they talk about it and riff on it. There's a book called Alternate Dictators that was written back in the late 90s, where it's what if a few people who were granted power over another group of people became dictators, and one of the scenarios, what if Douglas MacArthur became the dictator of Japan, and he declared himself emperor. As the idea of Douglas MacArthur just walking out of a kimono, demanding the Hitokiri bonsai. I would love to see that. That would be so funny.
Yeah, to Dirty Engineer's point here is that monarchism and imperialism are very un-American because they include entitlements, and we hate all right, reveal. Like I said before, that I don't speak for Americans. I just look through their media and I look through what takes hold, right? Like American media is like throwing spaghetti at the wall, and it's what spaghetti actually sticks. A lot of it is anti-entitlement. Take the stereotypical I don't know, South Park ski movie thing where it's oh, there's the entitled ski guys who have all the good equipment and everything, and they don't like the community center, and the community center
want to close down the rec center.
Yeah, they want to close down the rec center. Stuff no, Americans are going to root for the rec center on their merits. And the thing is, we have a movie where the rec center loses called Rocky 1 and Bad News Bears. We actually have an avenue for the loss of the populist people who are trying their hardest, and they redeem themselves later on. But no, Americans actually will just, instead of saying oh, death to tyrants, we'll just say all right, let's let the tyrants and the peasants fight. Let them fight on the equal ground.
Well, I think the most American sentiment from a movie that I can think of is it's from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where Indy's remembering when he was a kid, and he tries to fight that grave robber who at the end Indy loses. He doesn't win. The cross, the treasure gets taken away. But the bandit, he appreciates that Indy tried. He appreciated that he showed gumption, and he takes the hat off and he puts it on Indy's head. He's like, "Hey kid, you lost today. That doesn't mean you have to like it."
Yeah, this person right here probably could learn from that.
Yeah, it's that's the American identity. Is you lost today, you don't have to like it. Yeah. And now, granted, America's won most of the time, but that's not the point. The point is Americans appreciate grit. They appreciate like grit and persistence.
That's the reason why like people, Europors on X will point out like, oh, what about Vietnam? What about this? It's like we don't
We
give a
won
shit.
Vietnam.
Well, it's like, all right, let's say even if we lost something, right? It's like, no, the loss is going to help fuel a greater win later. It's like, in other words, Americans don't feel bad about losing something.
That like that loss was like fucking 18, 20 to 1. Like for every GI that got killed, like 18 or 20 more like VC got killed.
It was
It's a
Walter they conquered Walter Cronkite. They didn't conquer America.
We lost the war, but we did not lose the battle.
No, and Vietnam wants to be like I've spoken with H-1Bs from Vietnam.
Vietnam is the least communist, ostensibly communist country on earth.
Yes. They're more nationalist than we're communists. So it's
they're far too French to be true Marxists.
I interviewed like via like telecall because like that's the only way I could find him. I interviewed like a few VC guys. Because I tried to write a novel.
It'd be fun as fuck.
Well, I tried to like write a fictional novel about like Vietnam, and I wanted to I wanted to make it authentic. So I tried to find some VC people like who were like ex VC that like immigrated to America. I couldn't find any in Texas, but I was able to find like a forum like where they would let like ex VC from Vietnam like do telecalls with Americans. I tried to talk to them, and the thing I found about the ex VC is it's not hysterical gloating like I thought it would be. I expected to be like he's like, yeah, we went, like we won, like we beat their ass, like it's like, oh
the Europeans do more gloating. The Europeans do more gloating about Vietnam than the Vietnamese do.
I'm very touchy about Vietnam because like my uncle died in Vietnam. Like my dad's older brother, who he learned how to like be a man from, died in Vietnam. And so like I'm very touchy about like the VC like killing GIs in Vietnam. But like I tried to listen to these men and like I want to hear what they have to say honestly and openly so I can be objective. And I was surprised. These were men who were conflicted. These were men who did not have pride about what they did. It was just war, and they operated and they did what they had to do. And there was no dishonor. They did not try to say that like Americans were Satan. They didn't try to say that Americans were evil. It was just like these were men who fought hard and fought honest, and we overcame.
Be nice if the Europeans knew how to lose. It'd be nice if the Europeans knew how to lose that gracefully, like lose life, not lose the war, but like fucking hell.
Well, they used to, and then we had 2 back-to-back massive genetic selection events that killed all the good people.
Yeah, well, it's like the Europeans will remember shit from like 1,000 years ago and hold you to it. And it's like I don't know or give a fuck about that. Like, what are you doing?
I don't know who you are.
Like what is
like that's the thing. It's like I think I've said this like in text before, but it's just like the idea that you can't ever forgive your foe in war is like that's very third world. It's like the idea that you have to create a blood feud, like that's third world shit. My grandfather who fought in World War II against the Japanese, he went to Japan in 1951, and in his personal war journal he wrote, "These are no longer the same people. I can't hate them." It's like this is a guy who like for 3 or 4 years of his life, all he did was live in fear of like what the Japanese like soldiers would do to him if they caught him.
Yeah.
And he wrote like less than 10 years after the war was over, "These are no longer the same people. I can no longer hate them." There are people who hold on to grudges they've never fought for longer than that. How ridiculous is our society that like that's the way it is?
Hey, listen, man. I used to hate them back in the war, but then they showed me that Yu-Gi-Oh.
They showed me that Astro Boy in 1905, and I thought it was pretty good.
I revved up one of them Beyblades, and I was like, "This ain't the people. I'm been here to kill. Just fucking
could you like honestly as an American could you imagine going to like Tokyo in 1951? Like what would that look like?
Well, it would look like North Korea. Japan was basically North Korea back then. It was absolute fanatic psychos. And there's nothing you could do because the emperor didn't tell them to stop, right? Like,
well, no, like that was like
in
that
the
was when like
50s, though, it's a
that was
different
when
creature.
MacArthur had like the reins.
oh,
Like he was like rebuilding their society like from the ground up, like without the military junta.
I think once MacArthur entered into it and the war was over and the surrender was finalized and the broadcast was made, it was just all over. Like, and it was a new day.
Oh yeah.
That's
Also,
fun
fun fact that you guys might like. My grandfather was a paratrooper during the Battle of Luzon in the Philippines, and one of his squad mates was Rod Sterling, the guy who created the Twilight Zone.
Cool.
I'm not kidding. Like it used to be like back in the 60s when my dad was a kid, my grandfather would just like
It'd be so amazing to be like that'd be so amazing to be like in the military theater of World War II and just like you're just meeting the Avengers cast of like the pop culture icons that would be there. Like,
it's
man, I was in
it's
Germany
like the
and I met
opposite of
Johnny
today.
Cash. That fellow was, and then I went to Asia and Rod Serling was there and he was fueling us up.
It's the opposite of today. Like the the expectations have never been lower. It's like, yeah, your competition has never been stronger and times have never been better, even if you rank like midfield or like lower midfield. Like
you were basically just
great. My grandfather used to like whenever like the Twilight Zone was on, like back in the 60s, like when my dad was like a little kid. Whenever the Twilight Zone would come on and like Wednesday or Thursday night or whatever like of the week it like aired, my grandfather, who was like a grown man, like he would be reduced to like a little kid, just like tapping my dad on the back and pointing at Rod Sterling. He's like, I used to jump out of airplanes with that guy. And that's true. Like that's the truth. They were both paratroopers in the 11th Airborne.
He's there for his monologue. The Americans in the coming age are going to be a fascinating thing, because the Americans in the coming age have back to our discussion before the show started. Like, what are we now? Are we lesser? Are we more? Are we pure? I'm of the opinion that we are just pure Americans without all the trappings of bullshit.
Right now we are at a very dangerous gray zone. We are at a point where on one side of a trench split by barbed wire, there's a very fervent left-wing faction, and on one side of the fence there is a very fervent right-wing faction. Now, I don't think that's bad. I think when stakes are high, that's the way it's going to be. I think so. The problem is once the fight is over, I'm worried that the ferventism will not die down. That is what I am worried about. If the right side or the left side wins, the ferventism will not die down. That's what scares me. That's what keeps me up at night.
There's where me and Howley Dooley tend to differ, I think, is that I think that our fight with the left is actually on the wane. I'm not really concerned with the left at the moment. I'm more concerned with our ability to stay coherent in the new form that we're in, and then oppose the real enemies, which are foreign in nature.
The thing is, if you don't actually like fully end the effective political power of the left, you're fucked.
The foe at home.
The thing is, like, I don't think it'll ever actually end because they will always be there. It is a cancer that is never fully in remission.
Yeah. I mean, yes, that's the thing. We've talked about this before, and we even alluded to it over the course of this conversation. Like the actual answer is the well integrated society. And you can't fight your enemies serially. You have to fight them in parallel in order
But
to achieve a
non-numbers,
well-integrated society.
I'm
but
not.
non-numbers.
I'm
What we're
not.
talking
I'm
about
not the
right
guy to
now is
ask.
having lots of right-wing chads go in there and get them left-wing Stacys and just
What?
bang them crazy till they're not in the streets no more.
I say that kind of stuff. I'm not the guy to ask. I'm a very moderate person. I believe in very simple American concepts. I believe in democracy. I believe in
I
strong.
don't, but that's
I believe in
it's a nice
democracy.
enough thing to believe in.
I think
I believe it
democracy is
was.
fucking awesome.
I
think
believe
it's
in.
great.
I believe in democracy. I believe in standardized rule of law. I believe in I believe in like strong police forcing capacities. I'm not a radical person. I don't like to deal in radicals because that betrays everything that I believe a society to be.
Sure.
And granted, I've lived through the 2020 quote unquote mostly peaceful but fiery protests. Like I've lived through that. I get it. That's that's the point. Like this is society is worse. I don't think that's what society should be as it is, but it is like that is where we are. And I don't want bad things to happen, but they're going to happen.
Listen,
And so I just try to believe in like the things that I know to be American. I believe in patriotism, I believe in democracy, and I believe in rule of law. That's what I believe in.
I believe in all those things. I also believe that the man who said he's had his way with Nick Fuentes is an extremist and thinks we should use military to be way more brutal. I absolutely understand that from a guy who's had his way with Nick Fuentes. Man who's throwing like a peace pipe.
That's that's kind of like that's where I have a difficult time. It's I know that the average American citizen is done with rampant lawlessness that we've had to deal with because of the Biden administration. I get it. I understand. I want it to end, but I'm not happy that it has to end because I know how it has to end, and it's because of police overwhelming vulgar displays of power. Like that's how it has to end. I don't like it, but that's where we are. That's the hand we've been dealt.
To me, there's a certain play and back play between it, which I think is going to get us what we want unequivocally. Is that we just have to continue provoking the enemy to overact. As the rules for radicals, and now it's going to be the rules for radicals.
I guess I don't know. It's just I grew up I grew up in quintessential Americana.
Norms are for children. Benign. We're in the wilderness. We must provoke the madness.
It was a simple town. It was a small town. Everyone was, it was polite. They obeyed the rules. We all know the policemen. The policemen all went to church with us. The firemen all went to church with us. It was America. It was America. Like that's what I grew up in. That was life. We were just people. We were just American citizens. And now it's just different. And I don't really know how to contend with that because I don't want to go away from that. I know we have to, but that's not what I want. And I have to contend with that every day. Is what is America? Where do I choose to draw the line? A lot of people don't like where I choose to draw the line because I know what the Constitution says, and it's difficult. That's the problem. Is I don't. The problem is not the difficult nature of it. The problem is that people will judge you by taking a stand.
So we're pushing on 4 hours, and I think there's an entire rich conversation in this that I'm probably too drunk to have tonight. But I will.
I'm just drunk enough.
I will respond to your observation, which I think is fair and legitimate. With the flippant and then the true. The flippant is we're not in Kansas anymore.
Hell yeah, that's where I live. I'm the flippant.
the true is whether we like it or not, Anita Sarkeesian was right.
Everything's political.
No,
everything.
no, I refuse to believe she was right.
So here's the thing. Anita Sarkeesian was right in that everything is political. This is not a nihilistic message of despair. This is an observation in the sense that, like, you know, one goldfish asks another, "How's the water today?" and the other goldfish responds, "What's water?" We live like any art assembles a metaphorical, or at the very least representational, ordering of affairs. This can symbolically, and does symbolically, have implications upward for what is the right ordering of affairs between human beings. You know, just as a baseline observation, if one man and one man only exists, no morality exists. Society, art, representation, communication, and morality are all interpersonal phenomena. And any symbolic representation of reality that you create implicitly has within it an assumption and representation of what the right order is. This is why we can talk about Star Wars and Batman, and where they fail, where they succeed or fail at various iterations to create a symbol set which tracks with the reality that we experience. This is why Zack Snyder's Superman resonates with you on an emotional level, whereas me, as a slightly older millennial, it sort of washes off. Everything is political. It's an unfortunate thing to hear, but it's true. You can't win a war that you don't know you're in.
Your boomer elders should have been fighting the secret war.
Oh no, yeah. The boomers
are
the boomers are the biggest motherfuckers for their renunciation and transmission failure. Like, fuck those guys.
Yeah. My greatest fear, like my greatest fear that I live with every day is eventually, as America, there will be no more America. Like that's my greatest fear.
Is that America as long as there's a man who's willing to kick a little.
Well, no, it's like that. Like, you know, that's what you say. Like I agree with you, but like my greatest fear is that one day there will be no more America. And one day I will just be a corpse who died draping himself in the flag of an appeal to heaven flag, like hoping that like America would persist. Like that is my greatest fear, is that I would die fighting for my principles.
Ironically, America is the greatest anime protagonist, because it is what America is a great man that dies wishing a greater man could have challenged him to take the mantle. We tend to be
the perennial Goku.
Yeah, like we're fucking Goku Nation, man. Like we're trying to make a nation that is great, that allows people to reach their potential, and then unseat the man who's in charge. I think if Trump met a better Trump, he would actually probably take the back seat, fight for his life until that point. But he would accept it.
That's the problem. That's the good dream. The good dream is that you die, or at the very greatest, you live fighting under the stars and stripes forever. That's what you want. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like that's what I want. I would love that. No one would love that more than me. But at the end of the day, like, that's the greatest fear that I have, is that I just have to go out fighting under an appeal to heaven.
A bunch of dirty goblins instead of a rightful successor. A bunch of filthies who aren't worthy of the mantle of American. Yeah, it's every generation though, isn't it? Dude, I guarantee you the greatest generation thinks everyone. Look at Cotton Hill from King of the Hill. He thinks everybody's dog shit. And as a millennial,
I just got back from the wax figurine museum. I had to stop and give FDR the finger.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly. tell your wife. It was his son.
Hank's
Better
wife.
Hank was like, your mediocre looking wife. He's like, well, that's the thing is like Americans are unable to attain their own mantle. That's going to always be a problem. It'll happen in cycles. That's why I'm mean. That's why I stay mean. I never stop being mean.
That's why.
By the way, all the mean stuff I got was from my mom, who was American, Kansas native, right? Like she's proper American, 6 foot tall woman. That my dad was totally chill. Asian dad, chill. Like doesn't happen. Did happen though for me. It was like, no, I'm going to beat the bricks off you to help you prove that you're an American. At the very least, I'm just going to be inquisitive. Honestly, just like this date, all he did is ask a bunch of questions and tore her to pieces. That's all I do. That's all I do with Gen Z American boys. So I just ask them some questions and it fucking tears them to pieces. They're just a bunch of goddamn women, as far as I'm concerned. They gotta get better.
I keep 4 flags. The 4 flags that I keep are number 1, that nobody else will ever be seconded to is Old Glory. You know, the old stars and bars. Nothing else will be seconded. Second, Texan flag. State of Texas, it's where I'm from. It's my home. I've never lived anywhere else. Hopefully, if God loves me, I never will live anywhere else. I love Texas. It's my home. Third flag, the yellow live or die flag. It's a great flag. That's how we remember that we are Americans, even though we are states. We are all in this together.
This is where your Texanness enters controversy territory, because it's 4 flags and not 6, and we're already out of room.
No.
Spain, Mexico,
I don't acknowledge the 6. We shed those. 4th flag, the appeal to heaven flag, because the appeal to heaven flag is may through you, my God, this union never waver, because that's what I want. I don't want some future where it's some totalitarian state. I want some future where we balkanize and we're just the Republic of Texas again. I want America. I want America. I want the United States of America, and I won't stand for anything less.
Yeah, to the dismay of some, we are not a theocracy. Christianity of its very nature, does not compel one to convert. That is not who we are.
But that's not the point, though. The appeal to heaven flag is not that people commune with God. It's that people will not stray from the United States of America. That's the point of the appeal to heaven, is that we will have something that is justly and so far unifying in and of our existence.
And this is why, by the way, coupled with the Second Amendment, that a lot of the internal traitors of America are scared to death, because it is in our blood and in our creed that traitors will get their just desserts. So yeah, you'll see this. By the way, you don't see this in Europe. You'll see this in America, where a lot of people who are trying to compromise us. Yeah, they are scared. I'll tell you something. Democrats in the United States are scared to death of bad polling. That is not something the people in the UK will see. They are not scared to death of bad polling in the UK. They think it's funny. In the United States, it's dead ass serious.
Yeah, if you lose the popular polling, you're fucked. You're gonna lose that year's election.
That's why I'm saying you and I, we should all three. I think we've got different ideas of of if there was an American Civil War. I think it'd be pretty quick.
You have to believe in the electorate. If you don't believe in the electorate, you don't believe in this country. That's just a fact.
Well, you also find out who the real votes are, because they're the ones who are willing to hop out and make a ruckus, right?
Yeah,
like
the,
if
the,
you're
the
just like a
idea
little,
the idea that we quote unquote live under a uniparty, or the fact that like we quote unquote live under like, oh, it's like, well, it's like these people tried to like do everything you voted for. Well, people don't like that. They're gonna lose this midterms. It's like that's a bunch of bullshit. Nobody actually believes that.
yeah. Oddly enough, we were actually able to. So okay, we should probably end soon because we've been going on for a long time. But like to give a shout out to Stelios and a bit of a gigantic pile of shit to the Brits. I was like, the 0 seats thing was stupid because they're just going to get another party with all the same people in it, right?
Is Stelios watching?
No, he'll watch later, maybe.
Okay.
I usually just talk to Stelios asynchronously. But like the 0 seats thing was an entirely very Gen X deconstructive, cynical thing to do. It was like, oh, if we
Well,
just
it's also very easy to buy into if you're not fully prepared for what living through the consequences of that are.
Correct. That's a good point. Because the thing is now they're getting reform filled with Tories. I was like, well,
but they're getting 1 year of no mandate labor going ham, which is already more than they bargained.
Can I get a minute? Can I get just a second to tell a Briton if he's gonna listen to this, if Stelios is like actually gonna like listen to this and actually take something from it, can I tell him what a Texan thinks of what a Briton used to be?
Sure.
A Briton, in my mind, when I was a child, before I had been exposed to any other Britain export of culture, to me, in my mind, a Briton was a man of high culture. He was a man of high learning. He was a exuberant sportsman who had excellent lay of the land when it came to stalking his prey, and he would relish the privilege to hunt across the land a big open range game beast, or he would stand in perfect unison with his fellowmen to hunt the birds of the sky. He was an exuberant sportsman who would honor the culture of everywhere that he went. And now in the 21st century, what I think of the Briton is that he is a weak-willed, limp-wristed urbanite who doesn't even know the meaning of the word hunting. That's what I think.
Child.
That's what I think of the average Briton. They're urbanites.
Child.
They're urbanites who don't know anything about anything. My old-fashioned way of thinking when I was a child is that the average Briton, he was an exuberant man of adventure, like Alan Quatermain. That was to me when I was a kid reading my grandmother's books. That was the quintessential Britisher was Alan Quatermain, and that's not what they are anymore.
I'm gonna call out
all those men bled out in
right.
Flanders in the Marne.
That's right, as their duty prescribed. The for me and Alice Cosma, we have a conflicting duty about literacy, but like for me, my family had remnants of the Victorian majesty, and Cosma has a lot of the good readings and learnings, which is why I lean on Cosma. And I think the reason why I'm interesting for Cosma to talk to is that we respect a lot of the sportsmanly parts of the Victorians, and they're just not that anymore. Like we want men. In other words, we were left abandoned as imperial remnants, waiting for the men to return to teach us more, and we just never got them because they were all gone. And it was a tragedy, and we tried to make the best we could, and the best we could do was a merchant empire of duplicitous Ferengi-like beings attempting to make the best out of a horrendously untrustworthy peoples that is the Southeast Asians. So we were essentially become the Jews of the Southeast Orient, and we didn't want to be that way. We had a chance to ascend to proper manhood, but it was cut short as it is. By the way, of all men in tales of ambition, their childhood is cut short. Their mentorship is cut short, and they have to fight a little longer to bridge that gap.
Can,
that's yeah.
Can I tell you a story?
Quickly, because we're running out of
So
time.
the lion's share, like the lion's share of my family that like ended up in Texas, and you know how I got born here. They came here after the Mexican American War. Like they fought here and they realized kind of like it here. I'm not going to make any kind of like bold assumptions that I'm descended from Alamo defenders because I'm not. But the men who fought the Mexican American War down here that were shipped off from the East Coast, they realized, I like this place. I'm going to defend it. And they did defend it. They became Texas Rangers. They became the premier law enforcement agency in this state before it was even a country.
Mhm.
And they kept going and they kept on. And that's the point. It doesn't matter where you end up. It matters what you make of yourself.
Mm.
You
Yeah.
know, my ancestors, they were Irish people fresh off the boat, and if they didn't care anything about what they ended up as, they would have stayed scourgy in the bay of New York. But they went out, they made something of themselves. And that is the American spirit. It's you want something more than what you have, and you want to earn it. It's not you expect to be given it, you have to earn it.
Yeah.
It's a
Yep.
working right. You have to fight and you have to scrape and you have to get it, and then once you have it, it's it's a responsibility. You can't let anyone ever take it away from you. And that's what they like, that's what they knew. And everyone was just like, oh, you know, the Irish never they never really fully integrated. They did, they just did in a way that you don't understand. It was long and it was hard and it was spread out, but they did it. My
And you
people
also
did it.
got out of the urban ethnic enclaves to do it.
Sure. And like,
You
no,
mean
they
the
had
frontier?
to. And that's
The
the
front.
point. Like
Yeah.
no, they had to, and that's the point. But it was spread out and it was old and it was hard. But they carved something out of nothing. And like they kept doing it. And like that was like that's the spread of my family in this country from old to new. And nobody seems to understand this. Like, well, you know, somebody else may be able to might be able to do that. It's like, yeah, because most people don't care to try as hard. That's the difference. Is you have to care. You have to be completely and unwaveringly willing to forsake your entire ethnic heritage, your entire everything before you got to this land. You have to be willing to cut it off and
Yeah.
tie it to the American flag to be an American. That's what you have to do. And that's why I'm so fervent about everything when it comes to immigration. And people don't seem to understand. It's like my people didn't come here and like kept being Irish Americans. There is no Irish American in my family. There's only American.
It's
That's it. That's the rub.
it's a very Hagakure type like perspective.
Explain that. What do you mean?
Oh, the sort of seminal text for Bushido. Warrior shouldn't die with any weapon undrawn. In entering battle, one has to accept that one is already dead and then pass through.
Well,
Yeah.
so I mean, like, but it's like every like Irish member of my family that came here, like back in the old days, it's like they did already accept they were dead. There was no Ireland. It was just
Yeah.
a
Taking the journey of the new world was pretty.
well,
Yeah.
it's like there is no quote unquote Ireland. There's just a prospective England that they own across the river. It's that attitude. It's like that's the that's the thing. It's just like the quote unquote like Irish identitarianism, like that didn't happen until like the 1800s.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like anyone who was like born before like the big like reformations, like
Well,
it's just like, well, we're subjects of England. If we don't like it, I guess we can go to America. But like, who wants to do that?
right. It's a complicated road to becoming an American. That's a subject that me and Cosmo have
You
explored quite a
have
bit.
to you have to do something for it.
There's we should have a separate discussion sometime about the score chart for being an American. I'm going to commit though. This Sunday is going to be the Sunday where I propose the New Deal for marriage for women in the modern age.
This has been
Oh, good
threatened
Lord.
for a long time. I'm
It's
excited.
been
for
threatened.
it.
Yeah, and I've, by the way, spoiler alert, I've actually presented this before, and every time I've presented to a woman, they've just changed the subject or just muddied the waters. It's a complete fucking disaster. It's like okay, fine. You don't want to talk about it, fine, whatever. So us men are going to talk
Well,
about
yeah,
it.
because any covenant includes accountability.
Yeah.
Well, the women don't want to talk about it, so it's a man's job.
Well, it's kind of how it is. Secretly, how I think about things is that it's kind of our job is subterfuge and politics. That's why
Hey,
it's
man.
one of the live the gold tier live calls I had about a year and a half ago. No, a year ago. It was winter. I was sitting in my incomplete greenhouse. I said that like being the man of a house is actually a political position.
Yeah,
And that
of
was
course
like-
it is.
And
Obviously,
then it was like it was kind of like crazy. It like hit Harry Robinson's ears like it was like a crazy thing. It was like, no, you are a politician. You have
Man
to
of the
convince
ranch.
people.
That's a job.
Yeah,
Man
You
of
have
the
to-
ranch is a job.
and you have to get buy-in from everybody. You know,
well, you're also fundamentally like the shot caller for what is a right ordered state of affairs. Like that's
Sure. Yeah.
initially political.
shot caller, but you're also the carrot as well as the stick.
Yeah.
It's like you have to,
You're
exactly.
both.
You're
Carrot and
setting-
stick.
you have to set the stage. A bit of like Jefferson designing Old Dominion University. You ever seen that? Thomas Jefferson just showed up. The entire thing was designed down to the design of the columns of the main hall. And it's like everyone just had to quibble about the different details of what he designed.
Well, it's like
He
Alex,
did-
have you read like what my Twitter like description is? But what I think a man is.
Twitter bio.
Nope. What is it?
If John Wayne or Ernest Hemingway wouldn't have cried about it, you shouldn't cry about it either.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
my philosophy. It's like, yeah, life is hard. Life is real hard. But you know what? If like the manliest men to ever live wouldn't have cried, you shouldn't cry either. They
Yeah.
probably did it.
All the complaints that people have about ladies is like write them down and then put them in a folder and meditate on that, because you're going to find that there's a lot of the same things you do with God regarding what they do, like the unfairness of ladies. Like, get over it. In other words,
I mean,
like,
ladies, it's just the unfairness of life. Life
Yeah.
is unfair.
yeah.
It'll do you
Why
in.
would ladies be any different? Because they're part of what adapts.
They are the vitrum of life. Like they are
Yes.
life.
They're selecting for your ability to contend with life, and if life is unfair, then what do they think their selection is going to be? It's going to be unfair.
Hey man, life
Exactly.
sucks. Oh, sucks. That sucks. Get better.
But like getting good gives life meaning.
It's,
If you don't-
I find that a lot with guys. It's like it's just like oh you told me to like get good, like that makes me mad. It's like, you ever play football? You ever play baseball? You ever play any kind of like organized sport at all? It's like you're gonna have to go get good or you're out.
Yeah.
That's how
We're-
sports work.
We're Americans, as Patton would say. As an American, we love a winner, but we hate a loser. Do not be a loser in America. We will leave you behind. It's a very cruel. It's a cruel nation that we live in, but it's a fair nation, I think.
Work or die. That's the basic comparison. But it's like there are kind of subtleties depending on which philosopher you ask between Patton and MacArthur. But it's just work or die. That's That's your life. Like, do it or don't.
It's
and
embedded
die.
in the physical nature of reality. You can't escape it, and anyone who tells you can is delusional.
Can either of you, like Alex or Cosmic, can you name me like one specific section of American history where men did not have to toil unendlessly to like keep the machine rolling? Is there any time
Pretty
where
much
like that was real?
only
Today, welcome to the present, my friend.
only before
All you
tremendous
need is a
downfalls.
quality leering center, and you're good to go.
Yeah, only before
I
tremendous
wish to leer
downfalls.
more. Can you give me the link?
I'd say 1928 was probably a good time for that kind of man.
Well, but no, but that wasn't even like I don't have to leer anything. Like 920 is like you're gonna hammer pylons into a wooden stake in southern Kansas.
No,
Go do it.
And an inescapable thing of about the tendency toward physical material progress is at a certain stage of development you actually start outrunning need to comport oneself to material factors of existence. This is a relatively new phenomenon, historically speaking, maybe 300-400 years old is when it was basically first allowed to emerge in a sort of large scale. Unfortunately, it's a mindset that actually retards the progress of physical understanding of the universe and physical capacity to have life in the universe. Is essentially the cultural and technological development of the soft boy is something that you will hit historically as a result of technological progress, and it impedes future technological progress. Like, sorry, it's a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that your ancestors from about 1,000 years ago maybe never had to meaningfully confront, but you now have to confront it as a matter of day-to-day existence.
Yeah.
Well, I think I saw a YouTube video where it was like, yeah, like Gen Z is like currently existing in like the pre like warlord like Chinese landscape.
Oh
And it was
yeah,
like,
yeah. The Song Dynasty of China. Yeah, like
and
a
I was
lot
like,
of
interesting. I don't know if I agree. And then I thought about it for a second. I was like, maybe that's true.
It was the fakest of times. It was the gayest of times.
That's every time I open.
Yeah, my job is not to weigh the souls of those who I must contend with, but instead to take power when I have to. So it's like when I look at the Gen Z and stuff, it's like I don't really care what you've been through and what you're going through.
It doesn't
like,
matter.
If you're not able to shape up to what you need to, you'll be replaced with Infinity Indians until stock market value
That's not
begins to plateau. It just is what it is. It's like I can't stop it.
I think eventually a war will be inevitable, and it will be either with Mexico or Canada, and nobody else. Either of those two. And here's my point.
Okay, no los dos.
Might be. I doubt it because I doubt it because there is no shared output there. The point is Europe. If Europe wanted to declare war on us tomorrow, they couldn't do it because their navy is not up to the task, and their air force is not up to the task. They could not fly all the way across the Atlantic. It wouldn't
They would
work.
get humbled pretty quick, I think, if they.
No, they would get blown out less than halfway across. That being said, the only people who can actually declare war on us are China and Russia. And I don't really think they are in that position to do that because China is a piece of shit that has produced nothing, and Russia has been in a 3-day military exercise for 3 years.
Yeah, the paper tie. If America had, the thing is, a war is a calling of the bluff. Playing Texas Hold'em, everyone shows their cards. It's like, what do you really have? I don't. The Chinese are like have been shown to have like water in the liquid fuel tanks of their ICBMs. It's like it's not a high trust. In other words, we're fighting a bunch of low trust nations. They're going to be paper tigers. They have nothing. Whereas that's what I'm saying is like me and Cosma have this theory. I've decided, by the way, Cosma, I've called it Spaceship America. It's like unless you're on board, you're just not going to make it to the next level of human evolution. You're just like as soon as America gets one asteroid, it's like the GDP is going to just go up to 10,000 times the GDP of planet Earth. I was like, oh yes, well we can just put a bunch of nuclear reactors onto an asteroid and mine as much platinum, silver, gold as we want, and there's nothing that can stop us. We just have everything, and we're like De Beers, we could just restrict the supply to maximize profits.
We don't even need that. It seems like every time we're like in need of like a valuable earth like metal, they're like, "Oh, wow, would you believe it? A big supply was just found in like Colorado."
Yep. We don't. At some point, though, it's going to transition from like, does America need Earth, or does Earth need America? And it's just going to be a complete. In other words, everyone is in the Stone Age, and they just don't know it yet. They're low trust, shitty nature, like BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. What's the S in BRICS?
Fuck me.
Shit.
Who cares? Who cares?
It's a bunch of low trust nations.
He's got a point. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. Like it's a bunch of low trust nations. If they had a gold backed currency, I wouldn't trust it.
I think it's like the only aggressive foreign policy I accept is just like directly to the headquarters of every BRIC nation, just directly beam them a image of Uncle Sam aggressively gripping a pile of $100 bills, being like, "You will never make it, ever."
Yeah,
and that's all they need to see all day long, because that is their existence. BRICS will never work. It will never work because everybody else who's not inside of that coalition hates those fucking countries. They all hate them. That's the point.
I think India just works really well with that, so they should stick with it.
India is like the most fair weather state that has ever existed in a foreign power, because India only wants what makes India money, and if America offers India more money, they will abandon BRICS.
Cosma, I'm gonna be racist, Cosma. Permission to be racist.
Do it. Let it rip.
In India is what everyone accused the Jews of being.
Absolutely. Unequivocal.
By the way,
nobody accused India of being competent.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I am, by the way, I am an unapologetic Israel and Jew fan. I consider them just like colleagues, but you have to be cautious with them because they are self-interested. It's like,
I'll issue another condemnation. Nobody ever accused India of creating a functional NATO sidearm.
Yeah, like India is this, or Israel is this weird side channel for American power that is outside of NATO.
Well, it's very easy actually. Israel could exist completely competently without our, $3 billion in aid every year. They could handle it very competently. Nobody complains, but they want us because they don't have an aeronautics industry. That's the point. It's like they have small, but they don't have any aeronautics. That's why they want.
They're willing to do a lot of the intel ops that we're not willing to do.
Sure,
which are very dangerous and very crazy.
IMI, great company. They make great products, but do they produce as much as the American military industrial complex? I doubt it.
No, they're our channel for dirty work. 100%. They're a bulldog. They're there to go. We're there to.
I've always wanted an IMI Jericho in 40 Smith and Wesson because I watched Cowboy Bebop. Always wanted that gun. I'll never get it.
I'm trying to get
for a fair price.
I'm trying to get an IMI Zion 15.
No.
Yeah. Oh, Zion and Jericho. I never heard of that one. I'll look that up.
No, it's a good one. That's the Jericho is they call it the baby eagle because it's built off like the same recoil system as the Desert Eagle, but it's in like 9mm and like 10mm and like 40
Very
Smith and
silly.
Wesson, like that kind of thing. The only people want the Jericho is because in anime a character named Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop, he had a Jericho. And everyone wants it, and like nobody can have it because he has.
I think it'd be really funny if there was a space fiction where it's just everyone who's in space is actually just American.
You know,
like no other culture made it off the planet.
Oh, in Cowboy Bebop, almost everyone's low key Chinese.
That's the thing is, like,
just watch Trigun, Alex.
I'm saying I don't think the Chinese are getting off this planet. They can't even get a fucking bridge.
So in Trigun, it's basically there's like a loose federation of planets where like every like group of people got a certain planet, and then like the southern United States, they got a specific planet called the planet Gunsmoke, and it's basically just like everywhere you go, it doesn't matter where you go on this planet, everywhere is just like one big Western movie. That's because funny. Every gunslinger is out to kill every other gunslinger. And that's why I love Trigun. Trigun's a great fucking franchise because it's basically just like for a few jollies more across an entire planet.
We're gonna have to come back and do a talk sometime about Spaceship Earth or Spaceship America.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a de-radicalization on Alex about anime because there's so much anime I feel like he would like, but he's just like, no, I'm not gonna watch it.
I approach it like an Eldritch
lexicon. You have the same experience I have with fantasy novels, I think.
Well, it's like saying, oh well, I don't want to engage with like Western literature because there was one Western novel that was called like the Mighty Sheriff like imposes his will
against the school. I see so much gayness. I see so much incredible gayness coming from the readers of these novels that I'm like,
all right,
let's
wrap it and take it off.
You are the only reader of these novels. Just view it that way. Nobody else has read them. Only you have. Just view it that way.
There's so much crazy bullshit. All right, so wrapping up. Batman is fucking people up. Star Wars is being Star Wars. It's not eldritch horror as it should be. And it doesn't explore any of the politics of the empire at all, nor the ambition and fear. Which, by the way,
because Star Wars is
for babies.
Star Wars is
professes to be a mile wide and an inch deep, and it's actually about 3 feet wide and a 1/4 inch deep.
Yeah, exactly. Star Wars is fucking shitty.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing to work with. It's so fucking. So you have to be a little bit iconoclastic with it and just break the rules.
Wait, you have to. Essentially, you have to deconstruct all non-textual rules is part of the problem. Like you have ground clearing to do before you can build.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. So you have to make like Nazis sympathetic with the empire. Like
you don't have to do that, but you do have to declutter the entire extended universe and the prequels.
Yeah, because you essentially you're assuming that the empire is like the Nazis. Even though like
that's a moral trajectory they're presented on, and essentially the problem with it is everything is an extrapolation from the initial presentation, and that's not fodder for a rich deep universe. That's a fodder for 3 meters by 3 feet by 1/4 inch.
Exactly.
You have to frame the destruction of Alderaan by the Death Star as something that's understandable.
You can't subvert the moral arc of its universe either, otherwise you betray the premise.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's you basically have to. You're stuck with bad guys.
You're stuck with bad guys in a black and white moral universe. Part of the problem with Star Wars actually is that like doing it right means you have very few stories you can tell aside from the one that's told, unfortunately.
But like, don't you guys like the Mandalorian? That was basically a Western. Why don't you guys
Don't
like
you
that
guys
one?
love Glup Shido? He's the best.
Hey, Glorp, you're gonna want to glip this. My God.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But that's what got me. That was like the snare that got my hand. Like the Mandalorian was like, no, like for real. This is a Western.
You had
It's a
one
Western. We
chance to make
promise.
it good, and they immediately reneged.
No, no. It's like I'm a coyote and a traveler, just like pulling my hand out of the.
You should have
strap.
saw
It's like,
Baby Yoda and immediately blew that
no.
thing's brains out. You should have been like, target achieved, like a blast.
No.
What's the next target?
No.
What am I getting paid?
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
all right,
Yeah,
guys,
fuck
we're
the
cutting the stream
Mandalorian.
off.
Yeah,
because
that's
we're
right.
going to go on forever.
Ended off on that.
Bye, everybody.
Adios, amigos.
Adios. Bye bye.